Hey guys, Sean here and welcome to Testing Live Day 3. Sad start because it's the final day of testing for 2026. So looking forward to today, but also a little bit sad that it's all coming to an end because I do absolutely love these streams of spending these crazy 3 days with you all. Hope you all having a good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are in the world. As always, or as has been the case all week, I'll be joined by Stuart, aka Chamber, in about 55 minutes time. Very specific there. And then Jonty this afternoon for the final 9 hours of testing in total. It's been a long week, but I've had a lot of fun. So I hope you're all well today. We'll get the usual stuff out of the way, the housekeeping out of the way, we can call it, before we get into the times on the table. Not too much to talk about so far this morning. It's only just kicked off, to be fair, so no great surprise there. But of course, no on-track footage in these streams for obvious copyright reasons. Lifetime provided by the amazing people over at Multiviewer. Thank you so much to them for allowing us to use the timing last week and this week, and indeed throughout the season on these streams. Really appreciate their support there. You can check out their app, link in the description. Of course, no payment needed for that app. It is free, but you do need an F1 TV access subscription. But I think the $2.29 a month is well worth it for Multiviewer and everything that F1 access offers as well. So definitely worth checking that out. Please do drop a sub on the channel if you're new, and drop a like on the stream as well. Really appreciate that. And you can support the channel through super chats, buy me a coffee, Patreon, and memberships. I think of the four we're shouting out there. So yeah, and once again, thank you to everyone who's followed over for the F1 word. We are nearly at 2,000 subscribers. We were only at 1,100 at the start of the week. So yeah, thank you very much for all your support. But we'll do shout outs in a minute in chat. So let me know where you're watching from. Say hello, and I'll give you a shout out shortly in the chat. I can see a few regulars here from the week, so be good to give you another shout out. A final one for today, and of course we'll come to you throughout the day in chat. We've got the wheel as well for your questions. So gonna have a lot of fun, I hope, and hopefully this afternoon I won't be too delirious. I don't hit a cliff like I did yesterday. So far today, Isack Hadjar has done 4 laps. He is fastest on a 1:35.0. That is a long way away from where we ended up yesterday. So a lot of speed to find. They're calling it Fast Friday on F1 TV and on Sky. So maybe we'll get some hot laps later. We shall see. 1:37.3 for Lindblad, 4 laps for him, 4 for Hadjar as well, 3 for Ocon, 1:38.3. Charles Leclerc's done 3 laps, 1:38.3, and Nico Hülkenberg 38.7, 3 laps for him, 2 for Antonelli, 1 for Sainz, 3 for Gasly. Nobody else has been out just yet. And your drivers this morning: Piastri, Antonelli, Hadjar, Leclerc, Sainz, Lindblad, Stroll, Ocon, Hülkenberg, Gasly, and Perez. And then this afternoon, I believe, let me get my notes up. Yeah, so Norris is in for Piastri. Russell will be in for Antonelli. Verstappen replacing Hadjar. Leclerc, Sainz, Lindblad, and Stroll are in all day, as is Gasly. Bearman will be in for Ocon. Bottas for Hülkenberg, and Bottas for Perez. So, yes, that is where we're at the moment. A couple of things actually to round up from press releases yesterday. I'll do that in a minute. Specifically, really, I think you'll want to know what's going on with Aston Martin. Didn't get a lot of information, but we'll go through that in a moment. Red Bull and Williams with a couple of points worth pointing out as well. We'll talk about Stefano Domenicali. He's been talking. We'll go through that. Maybe wait for Stuart to come in for that, because there's a few things that might be worth discussing in there about the future and these regulations and concerns and whatnot. So worth going over that, I'd imagine. But yes, let's say good morning to Red Raven, not here. Says, since I was forcibly awake for all of last night and up until 6 a.m. my time, it seems unlikely that I will have any role in the upcoming shenanigans. I will try under protest to catch some shut-eye and hopefully have something to add later. No problem whatsoever, mate. You won't be listening to this, but go get some kip, and I'll hopefully talk to you later. Michael says, morning, Sean. Stoffel of nerds here. There you go. That is the collective chat I've gone with. And, well, I say chat that I went with for a collective of F1 fans who watch testing streams. A Stoffel of nerds. There you go. Hey to Ultimate Stand, to Christine as well. I forgot your name for a second there. That's terrible. Morning, Christine. Hey to Lee. Hey to Tom. Says, hi from across the pond. Insomnia and F1 is a great thing. Yes, absolutely. It's the perfect mix. It's not like you need to concentrate on F1 or anything. It's not complicated. Pascal says, good morning to you all. Hope you're all fine. I'm good. Thank you, Pascal. Hope you are too. And happy with the performance of Audi yesterday, I imagine, as well. Valentine, hey, Valentine. I'm not going to sing, but hope you're well, mate. Hey to Tim. To Stewie as well. Valentine says 60 subs to 2K, so we're looking good, yeah. Hey to Zach, hey to Golf Balls as well, hey to Joshua Rue, hello to a Yinka, to Mr. Mystery, and to Nilesh as well. He says, have you seen that the FA have suggested to teams to test lower MGK deployment limits today? Thank you for that. I completely forgot. That's one to talk about with Stuart later when I've woken up. I meant to get those quotes and I completely forgot all the info, so we'll go look for that a little bit later. But thank you. Remind me later if I forget, sort of 9ish, a couple of hours from now, just in case I forget, because I'm sure you'll be around. And you can watch testing itself proper over on F1 TV or whoever your broadcaster is with the rights. So we've got Sky in the UK, for example. So I'm sure there are more imaginative and creative ways to be able to watch it, but that is the official ways. I'm not going to go sharing dodgy streams. Basically. So yeah, that's where we're at. A couple of things, like I said, to round up from yesterday. So we'll start with Aston Martin. Not a lot of info. We didn't get a lot yesterday either. After Fernando Alonso stopped on track with that power unit related issue, is what Aston Martin are calling it. It was something detected by Honda, and so the team, as a result of that, decided to ask Fernando to stop on track as a precaution. But he didn't go out again, so they could carry out checks and maintenance. So a lot of your typical, we don't want to give too much away speak there from Aston Martin, and don't want to be speaking ill of our engine partner. So sort of a few issues, precautionary stop, just checking things out. So hopefully, at least Lance Stroll can get some laps in this afternoon. But biggest concern for Aston Martin is that, I was listening to Jonty and Palmer before going live, is that they are slow on the straights and slow in the corners. Also lack consistency, according to Fernando Alonso. So a lot more to be concerned about there. Bernie Collins made a fair point that I don't necessarily fully agree with, that we sort of have to treat Aston Martin as a new team this year because of the Honda power unit thing. I don't totally agree with that, because Aston Martin have a lot of people there who know what they're doing. They've got Adrian Newey on board, and Honda haven't just returned to F1. They left, but still stayed around with Red Bull and were a big part of last season as well. So I won't treat them as a new team, but I will give them a bit of leeway because they have got a lot of changes behind the scenes, and indeed with their power unit. So agree and disagree with Bernie on that point. So I get what she was saying. Maybe she didn't mean literally a new team, but yeah, it's one of those. I'd make a joke about it could be worse for Aston Martin, but at the moment it looks like it just couldn't be. And this isn't sort of, you know, day 3 of the third test, technically the second test officially. The fact that we had this at Barcelona, we had it last week. This isn't Aston Martin sandbagging. This isn't Aston Martin going, let's just keep things on the down low, and then in Australia we'll bloody smash it. Things are bad. And as I said yesterday, it feels obvious to say it, but it was going to go one of two ways. That car was either going to be incredible or terrible, because Adrian Newey doesn't often find a middle ground, does he? So I think real concern at Aston Martin, and I think there's a lot of truth to the let's see how things are mid-season, but I wouldn't be surprised if not this isn't a write-off season for them. Of course it isn't. It's only February, for goodness sake. And the development war this year is going to be so huge that there's plenty of time for this to turn this around, but I wouldn't be surprised if sort of towards the end of the season they've already got more focus on 27 than they have 27. Like after the summer break, if they're still an absolute, as somebody put it in chat, where is it? Shitbox. Somebody called it in chat. A Yinka. if it's still a bit like that come Singapore, they might just give up on this season and focus fully on building something new for next year. But they might refine it. They might be able to find, you know, Adrian Newey, he's gone aggressive. He might be able to find compromises that sort of picks that low-hanging fruit they talk about, those marginal gains, gives them more performance, and he might be able to find something by mid-season that turns this car into a very good competitor. Somebody said yesterday in chat that they expect Aston to be right down the back early on, but by mid-season be mid-pack. So it's very possible. It's, like I said, the development war, the progress we're going to see this year, which is why I suggested a December stream where we look at the cars now versus how they look at the end of the season, because they're going to look completely different. This can all swing around very quickly this season. So I'm not panicking for Aston longer term, but I am very concerned for them in this first half of the season. If all that waffle makes sense, 10 points to you, because I'm not sure it did to me. Red Bull focused on long run performance yesterday, and they were practicing with setup adjustments. Verstappen actually said, by the way, the tyres were quite sensitive, were his words, which was interesting. Intrigued to see where that goes, and there still needs to be a lot of analysis on that front by Red Bull. And Williams yesterday were focusing on setup foundations in the morning with a combination of high and low fuel running. Also tested the full tyre compound range in the afternoon, as we saw. So those are the notes we got from I only got 3 press releases yesterday for some reason, so I need to go and double check I am signed up to everything for the new season, but they're the 3 I got. So they're the points from that one. So yeah, I think on Aston, sort of in Adrian Newey's defence a little bit. Again, I said this on, what day are we, Friday? Wednesday, that he's not just chief top engineer, is he? Now he is Lindblad second, by the way. Hadjar stays fastest, Piastri up to third. But I was just going to say that he's now a team principal. He's a shareholder. He's got a lot more going on at Aston than, say, he would have had at Red Bull, where he would have been mainly focused on design and engineering. Same when he was at McLaren. So there is that. But there's also, he was quite late to the party at Aston Martin because of his gardening leave, wasn't he? So I sort of, with Newey, I look at it in the same way that I did with Fred Vasseur a bit. Not quite the same, because Newey will have had quite a big, as we can see from the bodywork, quite a big input on this year's car versus Fred Vasseur at Ferrari, where he had less time. But I think really 2027 is when I'd expect to see the gains with Newey. Don't forget, I mean, when he moved to Red Bull, they didn't immediately have a great car. You know, they needed a rules change. They needed to a couple of years to get everything. Or was it a couple of years? It would have been, 4 years? Something like that to start fighting at the front consistently. So it might take Aston a bit of time. But I mean, as is it Nick? NYC Socks, is that Nick? I think it might be. Says in chat that, with Stroll's money and Newey's genius, they shouldn't be in this position, basically, is the gist of the message there. But yeah, no, I think 27, if this car is this bad at the end of the season and doesn't improve for 27, then I would be concerned about where they're at. But how long is this regulation here? Is it 2030 there, or is it 2031? There's still a little bit of, last year there was talk of 29, then there was 31, then there was 30. I don't know if something has been decided there. So we've got a few years yet before we have to start panicking. But I think the problem as well, sorry, I'm kind of thinking out loud here, but I think the problem as well is a bit of expectation versus reality. A lot of people were very hyped about Adrian Newey. Charles Leclerc, by the way, 1:33.8 goes fastest. That's quite a pacey lap for this time of the morning, Charles. Calm down, mate. Let's ease into it. But I think a lot of people were very hyped about Adrian Newey's move to Aston Martin, and that for a lot of people, I could go to comment sections and find the comments. People were very much like, oh, Aston will be the team to beat next year. They're going to be incredible with Adrian Newey on board and all of this, and maybe happy. Oh, big moment for Leclerc. Still went fastest. Sorry. Very sideways coming through turn 11. He caught that nicely, didn't he? But yeah, have people been a bit more realistic in their ambitions for Adrian Newey at Aston Martin? And I was as guilty as anybody, by the way. But yeah, had they been a bit more realistic in their ambitions, maybe this wouldn't have hit quite so hard, or wouldn't have felt so bad. But it's not where Aston Martin wants to be. It's certainly not why Lawrence Stroll is spending so much money on that team, is it? So let's hope later in the season things turn around, and for 27 they are more competitive. But here's an early question for you, chat. I don't want to get into driver speculation just yet. That might be something for this afternoon. I know you enjoy a bit of speculation, some of you. But do you think if that car remains a bit rubbish for the rest of the season, do you think Alonso stays true to what he said last year, that if the car's bad, he's more likely to stick around to help turn it around? Or do you think he'll look at it and go, do you know what, I can't do another excellent number of years under Honda in this state. I'm off, goodbye. I can't imagine he's going to have much fun at the back of the grid this year. So do you think he'll retire or stick around? My answer to that is the same as it's always been. if Fernando Alonso continues to enjoy racing in Formula One, he'll stay. So if this season he really is quite grumpy again, like he was at the end of his McLaren stints, and he doesn't want to be driving around at the back of the grid or fighting Audis and Cadillacs and the car's terrible and unreliable and breaking down left, right and centre, I think he's not going to find that enjoyable, is my point, so I think he will go. But there's Jonathan Wheatley and Flavio Briatore having a chat there. But yeah, I think it all comes down to his enjoyment. Fernando Alonso, it's a bit like Kimi Räikkönen, but not quite the same. Räikkönen was very much, this is my hobby. I think there is an element of that with Fernando in the sense that he loves racing. And as long as he loves racing, he's going to keep doing it. And that isn't just F1, but everywhere. So he's not retiring from motorsport at the end of the season. Whatever happens, he'll go and race somewhere else. But yeah. Max leaves and hires Alonso, says Valentine. What, at Red Bull? Or Max builds his own team and races elsewhere, maybe. I think I'll give it one more year, says Stewie. They'll need to replace him with Gotifi, says Sicilian Defence. Zach says if it's Alonso's if there's any reason to stay, he's going to stay. Yeah, very true. If even Stroll said it's rubbish, then Aston must really be in trouble. That's a fair point, yeah. The gearbox isn't great either, Andrew. That was a point I meant to put in my notes. Thank you. Forgive me a bit today. This is day 3 of 9 hours of streaming, so some things have slipped my mind, and I meant to make notes, and I chose to have an extra 4 minutes in bed. 4 minutes in bed. So that meant I ran out of time for my notes, but there you go. And I fell asleep on a sofa last night, so... Watching Dragon's Den. My crazy rock and roll lifestyle. You know it. I'm out. Sonoda's drive for Aston Martin. So yeah, that's a good point, actually, from AC. I think, Sonoda could be an option for them. But I don't want to go on the Stroll attack, because I feel like I want to be one of the few out there who don't just attack him left, right, and centre, as in content creators or whatever. I want to just be sort of like balanced with him a little bit, because there are, Stroll isn't the most horrific driver we've ever seen. He's not a world beater, but there's, he's not horrific. He's just not great. He's fine. Is how I would probably word it. But you do wonder how much they're going to miss, or how much they could do with a better driver in that second seat to help fix whatever problems they've got, if that makes sense. I'm not attacking Lance at all. If you want to do it in chat, go for it. If you want to do it in the comments, do it. But I'm not going to do that. I'll be fair and balanced on that one. But I just wonder if maybe they could do with that experience. But I say experience. I mean, Lance Stroll's been around in F1 since 2017. So he's nearly a decade. So he's experienced enough, so his feedback should be good enough. But you know what I mean, a better driver. If you had 2 Alonsos, are you going to turn that thing around with feedback more quickly? Or actually, as was pointed out by Jonty or Stuart earlier in the week, is Alonso as good at feedback as we think he is? I suspect he still is, but I don't know. Just a complete and total random thought that came to me last night before I fell asleep. Could they do with somebody alongside Alonso who's maybe better at feedback? I don't know. Stroll might be epic at feedback, but based on his interviews, he doesn't seem to want to say a lot these days. And I still maintain something I said I think probably December now, a couple of months back. I think Lance Stroll is in that car more because Lawrence wants him in there than Lance wants to be there. Or at least that's the vibe I get when you listen to him in interviews, sort of like, oh, Dad wants me to drive the car, but I really can't be bothered, kind of thing. Maybe I'm wrong. I probably am wrong, but it's just a vibe I get from him. Only attacks on Stroll from the left then, and then the others could take right and centre. Yeah, that'll do. Stroll was good enough for 5 to 5 years, not 10, says Lee. Or 3 to 5 years, sorry, not 10. I know it was a chaotic race, but he got a podium in his first season, didn't he? Also was on the podium in Monza in 2020, got a pole position. That was his 17, 18. So that was his 4th season, won it 2020. Was that where he peaked? Around 2020, 21? and then it wasn't a particularly high peak, but maybe it was. I don't know. Yeah, I don't want to get into Stroll. There's part of me that thinks, without getting too political or whatever about it, that maybe if he wasn't guaranteed that seat and had to fight for it, would we see a better Lance Stroll? If you've absolutely definitely got a seat no matter what happens, for the within reason, you don't have to fight as hard for it. If you have a bad season or a few bad races, you're secure. Nobody else has, not even Max Verstappen has that. If Max Verstappen turned to absolute dog turd, Red Bull would find a way to get rid of him before his contract expires, whereas Lance Stroll knows he's in the car every year until either he retires or his dad sells the team. So if he had to fight for it, would we see a better Lance Stroll? It's just a thought, but yeah. Turkey 2020. Turkey, by the way, might be, I'll tell you what I'll say then. We'll still talk about this with Stuart, but Stefano Domenicali said, where is it? Turkey is not 100% confirmed, and then said, stay tuned for Turkey. So it's not 100% confirmed, but by that quote alone, Stefano Domenicali has confirmed, really, that Turkey is coming back. So very happy at that. I love Istanbul Park. Very excited for Portimao, but there's some more to that quote that I want to get into later when I've sort of got myself together a bit, but I could see Stroll leaving before Alonso because he got bored and goes as he seems unmotivated as Stewie. Alonso has a kid on the way too, doesn't he? That's another incentive to retire to Yinka. Yeah, has he? Has he? I didn't know that. Is he going to be a dad? Sky F1 is justifying a battery and calling it road relevant. Oh, don't. Two-wheel driver. I can set Jonty off for that later if you want. The whole F1 being road relevant myth has been a myth for a very, very, very long time. I know some of you would argue it's never been road relevant, but I think there probably was a period where maybe it was. It's just. Yeah, it's just a myth. It's just a myth. Sicilian Defence says, is it Turkey or Turkiya? I'm still trying to get used to saying the second one there. It's so many, I'm 40 in a month. So I've spent all my life calling it Turkey, so it's sort of weird trying to get used to calling it something else. So I'll get there in the end. It's a bit like when we were calling, not the same thing, but calling Racing Point Force India and calling Alpha Tauri Toro Rosso. I'll get there in the end. On the other hand, I doubt we'd have the Aston Martin branding currently without Lawrence Stroll's money, says Zach. Oh no, I'm not doubting that. We discussed that yesterday or the day before, didn't we, about how that all came about, and we could have ended up with the Mazepins in charge of that team. So very grateful for Lawrence Stroll saving that team and all especially the Silverstone team that was always popular back to its Jordan days. So really huge credit is what I'm saying to Lawrence Stroll for that. He didn't have to. But my point is, I think if Stroll had to fight for that seat, things would be a bit different. I'm not pretending that he'd start winning world championships. I'm not saying that, but it's just a theory. We can't ever know. So I think so, says Crypty. Says Stroll doesn't seem to take this as serious as he did early on. Yeah, I mean, at Williams he seemed more. There were moments, weren't there? I remember Monaco saying, what's the point in driving? I think he'd had enough that day because everything was going wrong for him, but that annoyed a lot of people. But I think for the most part, we saw a better Lance Stroll when his seat was paid for, because Williams could still have said, whether they paid for the seat or not, bog off if they weren't happy with him. So he still had to fight more than he does now. So, yeah, I don't know. I know a lot of people don't like Lance Stroll, but I don't have that big of an issue with him. I just like to theorise things like that. So the most frustrating about Stroll, says Zach, for me, is that any other driver with this performance would have been let go a long time ago, so we're constantly missing out on fresh talent with him there. I'd be interested to see what Aston do next year if Alonso walks. Because if they have a bad season, that project is not attractive to someone of Verstappen's calibre. So do they go and get a very good driver in Yuki Tsunoda, or do they break the bank to try and convince somebody like a Russell or a Leclerc or a Verstappen to go there interesting. Long old way to go yet this season. Aston Martin could be fighting for podiums come the end of the year. That's ambitious, but you just don't know this season, so we'll see how we go. No problems calling Sauber Audi now. No, which is weird, isn't it? It is weird. Is it because Audi's a big manufacturer name, maybe? Letox? Is that perhaps so we think about... I don't know. That is interesting. You've really... you've really got me there. For years, we were calling Alfa Romeo Sauber rather than Alfa Romeo because they were originally Alfa Romeo Sauber, then they became Alfa Romeo, then they went back to Sauber. We were really muddled up there. We stopped calling Toro Rosso Minardi pretty much straight away. Isn't it interesting that some names you can just immediately switch, but others you can't? Like I never called Alpine Renault. Yeah. You've got me. You've got me. I can't argue that. You're right. Yeah. No, you're right. Weird. It's key. See, I think the capital of Ukraine is Kyiv, isn't it? But for years we called it Kiev, but it's Kyiv. So it's really, yeah. Just some names don't ever click, others do. Is the point there? So, yeah. Well, Alfa Romeo was. I remember having this argument actually, Neelish, with somebody when I put the video out back in 2017-18 when it was announced. They were like, "Oh, it's just a naming partnership." It was naming and technical, so that there was an element of it's just a naming thing, but also Alfa Romeo were involved in some areas, not to the extent that say Ford is with Red Bull, but there was a technical element to it as well. But it's yeah. I tell you what. Right, before we'll get a serious talk shortly about what's going on not necessarily on the track. There's not much at the moment. Hadjar, Gasly, and Antonelli out there, but we'll get into talking about Domenicali and this season that with Stuart when he gets in as a conversation. But just a random thought I had this morning about something we said on was it yesterday morning or Wednesday morning about if Audi were to run away from F1 in 5 years' time, do they give the team back to Peter Sauber? Or offer it back, and I thought we sort of joked about how that always seems to be the case, but actually I think Peter Sauber probably wouldn't take it back given his age and probably has had enough now, wants to retire or whatever, even though he's not really been the owner of the team for quite a while, but you know what I mean. I thought I don't think he would take it back, and then I thought who would take it, and I did wonder about Ferrari maybe finally making that officially their B team, because for a long time Sauber was unofficially their junior team, wasn't it? They got to put somebody in one of those seats. We had Leclerc there, Massa, for example, as well. They had the Ferrari power unit, everything to do. They had a big tie-up technically, and they were basically Ferrari's B team without officially. So I wonder if Ferrari would ever pick that up in the future, but I suppose that's a conversation for a long time, and hopefully never, actually. Hopefully Audi stay around forever, but I know how these manufacturers are. I've seen this script before. Turn up, get what they can out of the sport, realise it's too expensive and not worth it, and then disappear, and then we end up with another privateer team struggling for money, although F1's less concerned with the financials these days, the F1 teams, so they still want to make money, but it's not as bad as it used to be. But I do wonder if they would maybe think about it, and you could call it... what did I come up with? I did actually write this down. Can I find my doc notes? Yeah, I thought like you could call it like Scuderia Rosso or something, which is I think the literal, if you're Italian, let me know. I think the literal translation would be like stable red, but you could call it Team Red basically in Italian is what I'm thinking, or something similar would be quite funny. But yeah, just a random one, just a random thought I had this morning. Who would take it? But hopefully we don't have that conversation ever. But I suspect it'll be a few years yet. But Carlos Sainz, 136.9 on the C4 tyre is currently coming around turn 12. Gaz is up at turn 9, so I imagine a lock up into 10. We'll get a replay shortly at some point. Is he going to go wide on the driver tracker? That seems okay. Antonelli down the start, finish straight. Piastri's coming around turn 8. Hadjar not too far behind in turn 7. So lots of... some good lappage actually so far. Antonelli's done 14 already. Hadjar on 12. So we're getting some laps in again, nice and early. Don't forget, for some of these drivers, it's their last chance in this car this morning. Again, Piastri won't be in this afternoon. Neither will Antonelli, Hadjar, Ocon, Hülkenberg, and Perez are all going to be gone at lunchtime. And it also means Alonso, Hamilton, Albon, Lawson, and Colapinto are all done for testing. So they get a nice long weekend. Look at that, eh? Not bad. You get it all out of the way on Thursday, get a nice long weekend and Friday off. So that's where we're at the moment on track. Testing's difficult to commentate on anyway, but certainly very early on when a lot of reconnaissance laps are going on. But Perez has been out as well, by the way. One recon lap, let's say. So planning for Audi's demise before its first season. I know. It's not so much their demise. It's just like I said. All of you will have, many of you will have seen this before as well. Manufacturers come in, they think, oh, we want to be there. We want a piece of this pie. We want a piece of the action. They get the piece of the action, realise it's quite expensive, not worth the investment, or a new boss comes in at the top of the whole company and says, oh, we're not spending that on F1 or whatever. We want to focus somewhere else, and then they disappear. Whereas Ferrari, Mercedes, in any capacity, whether it's a manufacturer team or an engine customer, they always tend to stick around. Renault come and go a little bit. So I've just seen it before. So one day we might. I want them to stay because I like seeing the Audi logo on the timing tower. It's quite cool, especially given that they've put the effort in to build their own power unit as well. That's a lot of work gone into that. So that's actually quite a good point for this week. Seeing good reliability from Audi and their new power unit, and as we saw yesterday, some pretty decent lap times for testing and some good mileage as well. So I'm really pleased to see that we haven't got a situation like an Aston Martin where Audi could have built that power unit, come in this season, it could have been an absolute disaster, breaking down left, right and centre, no pace. They look pretty decent. So that's good. I'm really happy to see that. So hopefully look, if Audi start winning, 3-4 years down the line, start winning races and world championships, they're not going anywhere. They're making money, aren't they? They're gonna love that. But they're not the. I can't imagine they're the kind of brand and manufacturer that wants to spend too much time fighting for ninth in the constructors. If that makes sense, I think it makes sense. Sometimes things don't in my head. It's a Sean's nutty type thing. But Piastri just got second, by the way. Ocon was briefly second. Ocon, what's he done? Third? Yeah, 10th slower than Piastri, but Piastri is 6/10 off Leclerc. But again, it's testing. They're too much into it. Blah, blah, blah. You know the rules. You know how this goes by now. We've done enough of these. Honda's on and off love for F1. Toyota. Yeah, Honda, Toyota, Renault. I remember in the 90s, Renault left at the end of 97. Then Williams went to that Mechachrome thing, which was the Mechachrome engine in the Renault, in the Williams and the Benetton. We're going back a long way here. Wasn't that like a year-old Renault? They just rebadged it as a Mechachrome. Correct me if I'm wrong. Then Renault announced they were coming back for 2000. In late 98, early 99. So they've been gone for a year and a half before they were desperate to come back. It's what they do. We had it in the 2010s where they were Lotus, then Renault, then something else. And it's the same with Alpine. Alpine will be rebadged as Renault in the future at some point. Renault will make a comeback in the future at some point, for sure. It's what they do. Same with Honda. They sort of left a few years ago, didn't they? And then came back again. So it was tweaked old Renaults. Thank you, Golf Balls. I thought it was. A bit of F1 history there. Why not? The 90s. Just a great time to be alive, the 90s. Pascal says Haas has been impressive in pre-season so far. Yeah, Haas are one of the drums I'm banging this testing. Just because we're not getting, they're not saying much, but they're getting out there, putting in, okay lap times for testing, whatever you can read into it, lots of mileage, and there doesn't seem to be too many problems. So I've just ruined their day now, you watch. But I like that. I like when a team is quiet, you take them seriously. When they're gobbing off, maybe not. Thank you to AC for your super chat, mate, and for your support as a member and a patron as well, I think, as well. Do you think we have a F1 2004 or an F2004 situation where Ferrari can't believe themselves that they've built an unimaginable monster of a car. It'd be very Ferrari, wouldn't it? To be like, oh, we've built a car, it's all right. My God, this is incredible. Apparently, Charles Leclerc yesterday was, according to, I think it was Nate Saunders, I think it was, who said on Twitter that no expert at body language, but Charles Leclerc looked like he was trying so hard not to just beam the biggest grin you've ever seen all over his face. So I think Ferrari have got something, especially when you look at, and again, I'm going to keep saying it today because we need to keep I need to rein myself in sometimes as a Ferrari fan. Yes, in McLaren gear, don't start. But as a Ferrari fan, I have to rein myself in. It is only testing, but looking at those practice starts yesterday and what appears to be a very well optimized Ferrari off the line, it reminds me a little bit of, can you remember, we're going back in time again now, when Renault were just beasts at the start of every race? Right off the line, they gained lots of positions because they were like a rocket ship. But maybe the pace wasn't there to do much more with it. But yeah, they were like a rocket. It's a little bit like that. But yesterday, I mean, Hamilton went from, I think I read the 9th grid slot to P1 by turn 1, but nobody was pushing. It wasn't a proper race start. I know that's not all real, but it's just, I think Ocon was saying as well that the Ferrari power unit seems to be pretty good off the line. So maybe this is it. Maybe the year of the horse is Ferrari's year, but I've said that every year since 2009, so I'm not going to get too excited just yet. But it's great. It's good to see some positivity and some innovation. That rear wing, it's on screen. The little picture there is bonkers. I just think they need to find a way to get the IBM logo to be the right way up and the HP logo to be the right way up when it flips. But I don't think they want to be putting digital displays on a flipping wing, like we saw on the McLaren on the cockpit and that around. Yeah. Bring back the Ford DFV, says Golf Balls. Haas is definitely going to get some great results at dirty air tracks if the Ferrari engine keeps its race start advantage, says Neelish. Yinka says if Ferrari are good this year, Lewis Hamilton's skill at choosing teams needs to be studied. It would also validate my opinion and many of your opinions and lots of other people's opinions as well, that basing your entire view of Lewis Hamilton's Ferrari career on last season when he was in a car that hadn't been upgraded, that hadn't changed massively season to season because we had the new rules coming in, a car he had no say in, was incredibly daft. And this year was always going to be the ultimate test for Lewis Hamilton once he'd been able to put his ideas forward, having a say in the car. Basically, it was always going to be about 2026, not 2025. So, but I also, appreciate that a lot of people, particularly on the old social media, have a very short-term view, a lot of recency bias, rather than thinking, well, there are reasons for this. So, not defending him, just making the point. This is only the second major regs reset I've watched happen in F1. This one feels a lot more dramatic. I'm excited to see where all the teams shake out, says Maya Lee. Yes. I see what I mean. Was that 22? 2022 then? Yeah, 22 in this one. Yeah, so it's funny, actually. It feels bigger. It certainly is getting people talking. It feels like, say, more dramatic. But it's interesting that the top 4 teams are still going to be the top 4 teams. The top 4 from last year will still be the top 4 this year in some order. So it feels dramatic because of all the talk around the new way, energy management, deployment, the new modes and all of that business, and the new aero. But actually, it's not going to be the shake-up that we saw back in 2009 when we had 2008 Ferrari and McLaren fighting for the World Championship. 2009, they're right towards the back end of the midfield. And some weekends right towards the back of the grid, to be fair. It wasn't a great start for them. But then you had Brawn, who were Honda in 2008, and Red Bull suddenly jumped from the back of the pack in the midfield right to the front. So it's not as dramatic as that in terms of the pecking order, but it certainly is in terms of the shift in the regulations. It is quite interesting that means you've seen two different regulation eras that have both been billed by F1 as the biggest regulation changes of all time. So that's interesting. That's quite cool, actually. This is our year, please, says Ace. Yeah, hopefully. Year of the horse or another trip to the glue factory. Oh, that's a bit dark too, left feet. I like that though. Hey to is it Jen? Or let me know how you pronounce your name. I would always try to pronounce it properly, but I'm not the best with it, especially when I only get your handles. So I don't know how much of it is your name and how much of it is not. So yeah, it says hi. But anyway, it says hi, good morning. Just joining. Has anything interesting? And I love that, interesting happened. No, not yet. Well, I mean, it depends. Define interesting. Leclerc has put a lap in that's 33.6, which is where we were around lunchtime yesterday, wasn't it? So he's already putting the pace in there, 6 tenths quicker than Piastri, but nothing dramatic, nothing exciting, nothing really to sink our teeth into. Just a lot of lappage. 15 laps, for example, for Antonelli. We've only been going for 45 minutes, so yeah, not. I'm afraid not. No crashes, no spins, no breakdowns. I am hoping, as I do every year on a testing Friday, that come 2-3 o'clock this afternoon, UK time, the last couple of hours of the session, we start to see more C5 runs. We saw some C5s towards the end of the day yesterday, and I hope we start to see more this afternoon. I'd love to go back in time to the days when that final day of testing, somebody wanted to get a headline time to get eyes on their car. It's Victor. Oh, there you go. Thank you, Victor. My name has nothing to do with my handle. It's just a joke from when I was in high school. That's okay. I'll try to remember it's Victor then. I'll try. I can't promise, but if I call you Jen, you'll know that I'm way off. But yeah, a little bit wide there for the Audi of Nico Hülkenberg on the exit of turn 10. Hülkenberg wouldn't give me his hat. I still remember the joy I felt when watching Bahrain 2022. The cars can actually race each other closely, says Neelish. Again, I've said this already this week. I'll always bang this drum. The ground effect era, the newest ground effect era, was not. People say it was a disaster and it was a failure. It wasn't. 2022 and a chunk of 2023, the cars could follow. The racing was better. It's just as these engineers got more clever at interpreting the rules and finding loopholes and managing to stick error on the cars, that's what made it worse. And I promise you that will happen again with these. We'll have a couple of years where everything's wonderful and everyone can follow, and then all of a sudden the engineers get clever and that all changes, and then we'll have to change the rules again. It's how it works. I think it's why we have such short rule cycles in F1 and always have, really, because they have to slow the cars down to a point, which is why we got groove tyres in 1998, by the way. Slow the cars down to a point. They have to get aero off to stop the dirty air being so bad so they can follow. They've got to keep tweaking it because these engineers, they're swines for it, but it's their job and they're very clever. Stewie says Hamilton has won his first championship with each team in the second season, so maybe he does it again. That's a stat. Would have won in his first season at McLaren had the team not made their call in China, which was weird, and then had the issues they had their weird issues at the start in Brazil. Whereas I can't remember what that issue was in Brazil in 2007 at the finale, where he was slow for a while and then suddenly found his speed again. But yeah, look, I have conspiracy theories galore about that season because of Spygate, but we're not going to get into it again. Could F1 ban them from doing that, says Stuart? They could, and they do try to, but as long as the regulations exist, as long as the FIA are still writing regulations, loopholes will appear. Engineers will always find a way around things. Those regulations in 2022 were supposed to be incredibly tight, and the FIA and F1 were going to have a whole team of people dedicated to focusing on closing loopholes, and engineers still found loopholes, and then they never got closed. So they can try and ban it, but there'll always be something that an Adrian Newey will spot, for example, that they can do. I mean, look how extreme that Aston Martin is compared to a lot of cars on the grid. So there's such a big scope in these rules already, you're going to get loopholes. So, again, FIA will try, but they tend to fail quite miserably is maybe harsh, but they're not the best at shutting off loopholes. As Lindblad does a bit of drifting around turn 8 there. That Racing Bulls just on the onboard at the minute, looking a little bit of a handful, but track should be pretty well rubbered in for the running we've had, but still, it is early in the day. Interesting as well this afternoon, Norris, Russell, Verstappen, Bearman, Bortoletto and Bottas are getting the more representative session for a Bahrain weekend alongside those who are in all day. So not the best end to the week really for those who are in the morning, but it's still good mileage. And again, those white wheel rims on the Racing Bulls look fantastic. I hope they do definitely stay. They should do. Marta says we'll only be listening at work today, which is very boring. Oh, no worries, Marta. I hope you will. I'll try and keep you as entertained as we can. We'll try. Didn't he go into the gravel when entering the pits, or was that the race before? China was the one where ended up in the gravel in the pit entry. But Brazil, I feel like it happened 2 years in a row. Something happened, a bit like Mika Hakkinen it happened to Hakkinen in Brazil as well, at McLaren, where suddenly he was slow for like half a lap, really slow, like something like the car was failing, and then it just all kicked in. In fact, I recall Mika Hakkinen saying in a press conference describing it as the gears just came back. Exactly like that. So that it was a bit like that for Hamilton, but I can't remember what it was. Hey, Annette says, sorry I'm late, blame it on the pizza. What pizza did you have? That's all we need to know, Annette. Good to see you. Good evening. Hope you enjoyed your pizza. What was it? That's what we need to know. Did you have pineapple on it? That's all people need to know. What was it? Pepperoni. I'm going to guess pepperoni. I don't know why. Watching Nico Hulkenberg just coming into turn 1 in that Audi, which even from the front on looks like an unfinished livery, doesn't it? Like it's missing something. I thought that was it again. It's not that. That's the Mercedes now we're watching. Kimi Antonelli through turn 9, 10. It's 10 now, isn't it? Yeah. So every year, I get this wrong. I swear that corner, what is now turn 10, used to be turn 9. I think. Yeah. I'll bring Stuart in a few minutes as well, and then we'll run through the list of times. If it's worth it after the first hour, I don't know. But we'll see how we go. I'm just going to watch this for a few minutes now because I want to keep an eye on testing. Just see what... I mean, Antonelli's just got purple in the final sector for what it's worth. 2/10 up on Kimi Antonelli. 22.983, which isn't bad, actually. It's not bad. Apparently, you're joking. Right. Stop everything. The race. No way. You are joking. So I'm going to read this from the race. This is so stupid. I love this sport. I'm going to read this from the race. The engine compression ratio story initiated by claims that Mercedes' new F1 2026 power unit exceeds the 16:1 ratio limit when hot after complying when at ambient temperatures becomes more complex almost by the day. That's their opening paragraph. I don't usually read an opening paragraph. I had to for that one, just for that line. Becomes more complex by the day. This new cold and hot test they're talking about. So basically, if you missed it yesterday, the FIA are going to introduce or are putting a vote forward asking manufacturers if they want them to introduce a hot test from the 1st of August alongside the cold test on this whole compression ratio thing. And apparently it now may not get the 4 manufacturer votes required to carry it through to submission to the FIA. The reason is that some manufacturers are pushing for a hot-only test in order to configure their power units to exceed the 16:1 limit when cold, and then have them drop down to the regulation limit when up to operating temperatures. Oh, I love it so much. The cold and hot test would thwart that plan. Essentially... the compliant at all times part of the regulations originally used against Mercedes would in this case be used against those complaining. Oh my god. We've had 2 months nearly of they're cheating. You need to introduce a test that we could cheat too. And now there's a test that will stop anybody doing it. All of a sudden they go, actually, no, this isn't really a good idea, is it? So we have this bizarre situation. Again, I'm reading this from the race of rival manufacturers voting against their own initiative. Oh, I can't wait for Stuart to come on and hear that. That's absolutely hilarious. That is a live reaction to that. I've not actually read the article properly. I'll try and do it at a point. If I sort of ask Stuart a juicy question and he gets chatting, I'll try and read that through and just check these. But that is absolutely hilarious. So, yeah. Yeah. I don't know if that's aimed at me. It might not be, but I will say if you want a question answering, don't be a prick about it in chat because you won't get it answered. I was watching the TV and then reading an article, so sorry I can't pay attention to you. So I googled it to refresh my memories. Yes, the gravel was in China. Brazil, he went from 2nd to 8th on the opening lap. Gearbox, it was the gearbox. I thought it was the gearbox. Yeah. But yeah, so that is the latest on the engine compression stuff. That we're keeping an eye on, but I just spotted Neelish out the corner of my eye say that they were going to vote against it, so I went to have a look. But I will come back to chat in a minute. I'm going to wait and see what gets said, basically. But yeah, I can't. Yeah, it's the final day of testing. If somebody's going to get nasty, I'm going to get nasty back. So just a heads up, I'm not in that kind. It happens, so we'll be fine. It's used to it. It's never aimed at any individual apart from the person being a dick. So that's yeah, that is quite funny. So yeah, it was pineapple pepperoni with pineapple, says Annette. Perfect. Spicing a little bit of sweet, which is cool. So yeah. It's just funny. It's just very funny that we've had all these weeks and months of people moaning about them cheating and things like that. But yeah, it's throwing me off a bit. So I was going to answer that question because I thought it would make a really interesting conversation, but I just don't want to now. So it's pissed me off, frankly. But you know, I'll get over it in 10 minutes. It's fine. I thought it would be a great conversation to fill an hour, but never mind. But what use would an engine that has a bigger ratio when cold have? The engine is only cold when it is off, right? Says Yori. I don't know. I need to read properly into it. Obviously, you'll know. You've been around a while, Yori. You know that I'm not the best when it comes to technical stuff. Stuart might have an answer for us, but I'll have a proper read of that. Might be the lunch break where I have a good read of that and see if any more comes out about it, because there'll be a team principals press conference sometime mid-morning lunchtime, won't there? So we'll see where we go from there. But yeah, it's quite an interesting development, but also the more you think about it, not that surprising, because this is what F1 does. It's very typical F1. So yeah. Let's run through. We'll run through the times before I bring Stuart in. That's the best way to do this, I think. And then I can bring him in when he's ready, and we'll go from there. But Charles Leclerc currently fastest as we come towards the end of the first hour of the final day of the second, but technically third test. 1:33.689 from Leclerc. 15 laps so far on the board, with Kimi Antonelli on 1:33.916. 20 laps in total. 13 laps for Piastri, 1:34.352. Top 3 tyres, by the way, for their best times. Leclerc C3, Antonelli C3, Piastri C4. Ocon looks like he's been out on that special magic tyre that nobody really knows anything about. 1:34.4, 17 laps for him. Hadjar was on the C3 for his 34.5, 13 laps in total. 14 for Sainz, 1:35.2. C3 for him. Lindblad 35.6. He did that on the C2, 18 laps. Gasly 14 laps, 1:36.0. He was C3, and Nico Hulkenberg 37.2, C2 tyre for him, and 16 laps so far. So good stuff from Nico Hulkenberg. Again, Perez is, again, Cadillac doing their Cadillac things. I said it yesterday. I don't think there's anything to worry about. I think they are just getting up to speed and taking it. There's no need to, as I think Red Raven said yesterday, their priority is just good mileage in testing, but also first race, get that completed, then on to the next step. It's little milestones when you're a brand spanking new team. It's those little milestones that matter. So, that's where we're at this morning so far. So very happy with the mileage, Richard. I guess, as I've kind of already touched on, these drivers this morning who aren't in this afternoon, it's their final opportunity. They're going to want to get as many laps on the board as possible, aren't they? So all the teams are going to want to with them. I don't know how much the drivers really enjoy testing. I think it's Lewis Hamilton, as famous, said he's not a big fan of testing, hasn't he, in the past? But I imagine, given his difficulties last year, he's probably quite enjoying this year's testing. We won't see him today, though, will we? Leclerc's in all day, so we'll work that out from there. Right, so what I have to do now is start to... This is where things get interesting. This is where Sean has to pretend he's not filling, so... I'll hop into the waiting chat, and what I'll do is now I've got to try somehow. Now Stuart gets to do that thing where he sits there really awkwardly while I'm trying to get everything set up, which is always a good laugh. So we'll close that. I need to pop out the chat, don't I? There we go, and there should be Stuart. Hello, Stuart. Good morning.
Hello and good morning. Welcome to day 3 or 6 or 9, depending on how we're doing this.
Feels like day 100 this week already. So, it's been... I was just saying that when I went through the tyres. Been quite a busy start in terms of the lappage, as we like to call it. But I suspect that's probably to do with the fact that a lot of these drivers this morning who aren't in this afternoon need to get their laps in now because this is their last chance. So it's good to see. I mean, look, 22 laps for Antonelli in the first hour. That's pretty solid. Good start.
Yeah, we're off and running, aren't we? And this last day tends to be, I don't want to say necessarily a crucial day, but this is when you're kind of at the point when you're like, okay, let's do some race simulation stuff, qualifying simulation stuff. We're going to get more of that as we get towards the evening, because actually we get them towards how Bahrain is like when we get here competitively for the weekend, for the qualifying session, for the race session. But by this point, in theory, I know not all teams are there yet, but we should be able to have we should be at the point now where we're actually sort of simulating stuff, honing the car in properly, trying to get maximum speed out of everything. They should have as much of an understanding of the car as they're probably going to get before we get to Melbourne. So now we just need to kind of get this car performing as well as they can and understanding as much as they can about how to extract that performance. So, this is it. I think this should be more akin, in theory, to sort of FP1, FP2, when we're just getting out on track and just getting the laps in and trying stuff out now, rather than sort of doing these kind of like engine simulations, aero simulations, those kind of things. So I'm looking forward to it. And you and Jonty are going to have a fun afternoon when the times start ramping up and they testing. The last couple of hours of testing on the last day of testing tends to be that kind of quali sim. You actually finally maybe get an idea of pace between the teams at the absolute fastest.
Oh, we even started. We got to see some C5 running yesterday afternoon on, I think, 2 drivers. So the fact they're already on the C5 for a couple of teams on the end of day 2 means we should see, like you say, lots of it this afternoon. Obviously, again, with the usual testing pinch of salt and all of that even on the C5 with engines turned up a little bit, it's still not the absolute definitive answer to what we want, but it's still more exciting than, like you say, these long runs and whatnot. Have you seen the latest this morning on the engine compression story?
I mean, I've been reading some things, so maybe, but what exactly are we talking about this time?
That according to the race, this may get voted down even by those who wanted the vote.
Interesting. Well, I saw Toto getting very angry yesterday. I think he was getting fed up with everybody accusing him of cheating in one way or another. That's interesting. I hadn't heard that yet.
So
after all that,
a brief outline. It's a long article, so I won't read it all again. But it's essentially the race is saying that may not get the 4 manufacturer votes required to carry it through to submission to the FIA. The reason is that some manufacturers were pushing for a hot-only test in order to configure their power units to exceed the 16-to-1 limit when cold, and then have them drop down to the regulation limit when up to operating temperature. So I've interpreted that, probably very badly, maybe accurately, as, oh no, Mercedes are cheating. You need to do something about that. You need to bring in a test so that we could cheat as well. We'll bring in this test then. Oh no, but then we can't cheat. It's sort of how that feels to me, but I might be slightly off with that. But that's essentially what the race is saying now, the short version. So all that fuss, and it looks like it may not even get to a proper vote, let alone any rule changes.
That's very fun. I mean, this aligns very... Do you remember how what we talk about on this stream sort of comes to pass a few hours later? It was talking very much... We spent a lot of yesterday talking about, and the day before actually, legality is in the measurement. And it seems that all the teams that were kicking up a fuss, or, well, I don't know how much of a fuss they were kicking up, but they were definitely pushing for clarity, which then cascaded out into a lot of people in sort of, I guess, the F1 fandom starting to get really angry about cheating and Mercedes, and as tends to happen. Yeah, what the teams wanted to know was, so how are you going to measure this? Because if we know how you're going to measure it, we know how to design around the measurement, which, to clarify, is fair enough.
Yeah.
Like, as long as you have clarity. And to be fair to the teams, I think a lot of the teams were repeating the line, which I think is a very diplomatic line anyway. We just want to know what's legal and what's not. That's normally, I mean, that's normally the line they pull out, even when they're behind closed doors pointing fingers and accusing other teams of all kind of misdemeanors. But the line they parrot a lot is, we want to know what's legal and what's not. And actually, there is always some truth to that, because teams don't want to, if Mercedes, if Ferrari, whoever does something very innovative and interesting, as I'm watching the Haas on intermediates.
What? Oh, yes.
Yep.
It does look very wet out there, to be fair.
Yeah. They must be testing something like in slow mode where they don't want to waste the set tires on it. They want to do something that's not tire related. Sorry, I'll just finish my point. Yeah, if someone does something very interesting, teams don't want to spend a lot of money and time trying to copy it if there's a whiff of a suspicion the FIA are going to clamp down on it and ban it. There's no point all of them wasting any time on that. So I think there's always truth in, we want to know what's legal and what's not, because actually that, they want to know if they could pursue the same avenues. And I think from what you said, it sounds like teams do want to see if they could do the same thing or not, or whether it's like a complete waste of time. So yeah, interesting that they're not pursuing the vote though, because obviously it's cheaper for them to not pursue chasing compression ratios. If they haven't already.
It's just a very F1 end to a very F1 saga, isn't it, potentially? Obviously, that's only one report. It may well be that things change again by lunchtime. But given they were supposed to be having the e-vote within 10 days, I imagine lying on the rear intermediates there, Esteban Ocon, for some reason. But yeah, I'm just intrigued by where this goes now. But I'm sort of hoping that whatever happens between now and that vote, or vote that doesn't happen, whatever, we just get to draw a line under it. But I also I completely see what you say. Teams don't want to spend money chasing something that they don't need to chase, or messing around having to do. Yeah, I basically agree with what you're saying, is what I'm saying. It's a very short version. Honda have put out a statement, by the way. And a statement. It literally says that's, anyway. Our last run with Fernando Alonso yesterday showed a battery-related issue that impacted our test plan with the Aston Martin Aramco Formula One team. Since then, we've been carrying out simulations on the test bench. Due to this and a shortage of power unit parts, we have adapted today's run plan to be very limited and consist only of short stints. It's all going very well at Honda and Aston Martin. And to answer the question, by the way, on Stuart's behalf, as to why his laundry is hanging up inside, in Lincoln it's 4 degrees at the moment. I don't know what it's like in London, but it would probably come in wetter than it did when it went out. That's the problem with the UK. So plus, I think Stuart maybe. I think you've got an apartment, haven't you, Stuart? It's a bit trickier.
Yeah, I can give you 3 good reasons for why my laundry's hanging up inside. One, I don't have any outdoor space.
That's fair.
Yeah, I'm just in a second floor flat. 2, there's 2 reasons. There might have been 3 reasons. I can't remember what the third reason is. 2, I got someone staying over at the moment, so I kind of put a little barrier in case they want to go to the kitchen and make tea.
That makes sense. That's a good idea.
And not be on a stream. Having said that, it hasn't really blocked very much. So
it's ingenuity, and also, it would be weird. You have no outside space, just go downstairs and start hanging up laundry in the car park. That would be quite strange.
Quite. Some people in the morning have tried that once, and it's not gone down well.
Where's my underwear gone? Anyway,
it's not exactly sort of an Aston Martin style screen across a garage, is it? If there was a car behind there, you'd definitely see it.
You need to have like 8 people staying over so they can all stand behind you in a line so that nobody can see your actual guest walking past.
Yeah.
The Haas insists to test the front only DRS when it's wet, says Neelish. Would that still work even though it's not wet?
I don't know if you need the tyres to do that.
No.
We haven't really seen. Well, actually, that's a bit of a lie. I was going to say we haven't really seen them testing the kind of asymmetric straight line mode thing that's meant to come in when it's sort of damp conditions. But we did see I want to say, Aston Martin, was it, running around yesterday with just front wing down, rear wing up, not going up or down or anything, but just having a flat front wing and a closed rear wing, I think.
We looked at this yesterday afternoon because I brought that up, and then Jonty watched it and he said what's happening is it's quite a low front wing, so it was going down then going back up again to its normal corner mode position, but because it just wasn't doing it by a lot because it's quite a low front wing, so the main plane was moving but it didn't look like it was, but it definitely, you're right, yesterday morning it definitely looked like they were just always in straight mode, didn't it, with the front wing. So it did theorize that maybe it's to do with the Aston produces enough downforce that they can get away with skinnier wings, maybe, as an idea. Adrian Newey is out with downforce, so but
absolutely loves it.
have all the downforce you want. If you ain't got a reliable engine and it's not a quick car, it doesn't really make a lot of difference, does it? So I think I said earlier in the stream that the general feeling from Aston Martin and Fernando Alonso is the car is slow on the straight, slow in the corners, and is very inconsistent. So yeah,
cool. So all 3
all going well.
That's a great place to. But he also did say, I don't think yesterday, but he did say at some point it will be the fastest car. So we'll wait and see when that happens.
Yeah, not Australia is my prediction. I do have some bad news, unfortunately, for everybody. Ferrari are running a normal rear wing. Boo.
That's a shame, because that was the funnest part of yesterday. I like how we're getting lots of replays of all the rear wings. It was interesting to see some of the other teams saying how they had seen this as a solution and hadn't really pursued it, but were really interested by Ferrari's approach. Apparently it freaked Oliver Bearman out because it happened right in front of him and he thought it was breaking off. But yeah, everyone seems like kind of genuinely a little bit impressed, including the FIA, I think, who were like, yeah, all right, fair enough. So yeah, we'll see if they break that out in an actual race weekend or not. I'm sure they got some information back from it while they were running it. They didn't really run it in anger, did they? They sort of did it in a handful of laps at not very high speeds. I'm not, maybe in the afternoon session, which I didn't watch, they went out and tried it properly.
I do. There are 2 things. I like the idea that the FIA saw the rear wing and went, sure, just left it at that. Yeah. But I also love that as fans, if the Aston Martin rear wing had done that, we'd all go, oh my God, Newey is a genius. Ferrari do it, everyone goes, is that broken? It's very typical Ferrari reaction, I think. That's just years of pain, I think. Yeah, just showing a replay of Esteban Ocon drifting on his intermediates. I suppose he doesn't need them anymore. So there you go.
I'm assuming they overheated almost instantly.
Yeah.
That is a great drift. That is proper Tokyo style, isn't it?
Lovely stuff. It's I was talking again about Haas before you came in. I'm really quietly impressed with them, and I think the talk they could be top of the midfield is very encouraging. But obviously, we have to wait. I mean, how many times we say a team looks top of the midfield or whatever, and they end up being further down than that or further up. So, but great stuff from Haas, and also. As Jonty said yesterday, Alpine, we're not really talking a lot about them, which seems like a good thing as well. I feel like if they're not getting a lot of coverage and a lot of airtime, then generally that's a good sign. So maybe Alpine and Haas could be little dark horses this year, which is exciting. I'd like to see somebody make a leap forward. If we're not going to get a 2009 style shake-up, it would be nice to see somebody make a big leap. So Alpine, for example, from whatever they were last year, terrible, to being fighting top of the midfield, be really great to see. So Audi as well, another team we're not talking massively about beyond their bizarre and clever and creative car. So optimistic for those three teams, I guess. Try to move away from the negative of Aston Martin that we seem to talk a lot about. Yeah. So very, very encouraging for them.
Well, I think Haas and I guess Alpine in particular is talking about Audi a little bit more hard to get a read on, but Haas and Alpine quietly confident, as I guess what you'd call them. They're getting the miles in, they're getting on with it. The Alpine seem pretty happy with the Mercedes thing. They definitely dedicated a lot of last year to getting this year working. And I think in a year like this, with the rule shake-up, with a lot of people maybe struggling a little bit, I guess you'd say, learning a lot about the cars, haven't quite hit the ground as running as they could be, and with a sort of wider midfield, I guess you might call it, from last year. Hitting the ground running at a decent pace early, I think is going to pay dividends, because I think Haas and Alpine might be able to get decent handfuls of points on the regular up to the midpoint of the season. Let's say first half of the season, while everyone else is still a little bit behind in their development. Maybe, I mean, Haas are more vulnerable to not being able to develop the car over the course of the year, just purely because they're a smaller team, and that's a kind of pattern we've seen a little bit, even though, last year they did keep developing, but we have seen Haas tail off a little bit. But if they're able to capitalize while they are in a good position, I think that'll set them up nicely for where they want to finish in the championship, even if they do wane a bit as the season goes on, which isn't a definite, but I think that's what they're vulnerable to. And maybe Alpine as well. We don't, they're a very confusing team to me at the moment. So we'll just take Alpine as they come. But yeah, I think Haas getting themselves in a good position now is good. And if they can get some points in, they seem reliable. They seem to have reasonable pace. And if anyone else has any issues through the first part of the season, then I think Haas will be there to make sure they get as many points as possible. So I think that's probably what their own expectations are as well. Just keep, get decent qualifying, get decent points. The Ferrari engine, I mean, particularly in the Ferrari car, but the Ferrari engine does seem good off the line,
yes,
which we can talk about maybe a little bit. So even a reasonable qualifying from Haas might translate into a good race position by turn 1, turn 2 at any given track. So, good foundation to build on. And I think they need to be just nailing those points positions in the early season while other people are flailing.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I think maybe actually a good time to talk about the Ferrari getting off the line yesterday, as you've brought it up. I was thinking about it. It looks... you can see why Fred Vasseur and Ferrari initially vetoed a rules change, having initially brought up the concerns, then adapted their car and their start procedure so that they could fix that issue. Then everyone saw the problem, wanted to have it changed, and they said no. You can see why they said no, looking at how, again, with the usual testing caveats, how optimized that start procedure looked. And to put it in very simple terms, how quick they were off the line. I know you can't read much into, again, this line, Hamilton for the 9th grid slot to P1 by turn 1. It's not necessarily the positions, in quotes, that he gained. It's the way the car just... It looked like a normal start. It looked like a start we'd have seen last year, rather than a bit stuttery and a bit slow to get going. So they've definitely got... And I think I'm sure it was Ocon that made comments on it as well, that the Ferrari engine seems to be pretty good at the start. So we could... It's sort of... I think it highlights why it is such a safety issue, because if you've got Haas, Cadillac, sort of further down the field, and then you've got all the others in front of them who haven't got their starts optimized, and they shoot off the line like that, and everyone in front of them is so slow, that's where the safety concern is. If Ferrari lock out the front row every weekend, it doesn't matter to them, does it? But behind that, it could cause absolute chaos, and that's where the safety issue comes in. So, again, for anyone who've just joined, all the usual testing caveats on top of that, because we can't be sure who was doing what and who was hiding things.
Yeah, I was going to say that's the same. Same as when we talk about simulated race runs or simulated quali runs, the simulated race starts. People could still be holding things in reserve. No one's probably giving 100% because they don't want to show their entire hand. But it does. Everything we say is also kind of unconfirmed. It's just sort of based on characteristics of the cars and stuff that we talk about. But it does seem like the Ferrari are running a smaller turbo in order to get the turbo up to speed quicker. And I spoke about this on day one, but I'll say it again just so everybody knows what I'm talking about. So you're going to hear a lot about spooling the turbo up. And the turbo takes the exhaust gases from the engine and it uses that to kind of spin up a turbine, really, essentially. And it takes a while for the sort of the revving of the engine to get that turbo up to the speed it needs to deploy that energy back in. So the turbo will then feed energy back into the combustion engine well, not into the combustion engine, but into the power train to give you a little bit of extra power. And it takes a little while for that to happen. And that's what turbo lag is. And Ferrari probably have a smaller turbo, which is faster to spin up. So they can get to a point where they can deploy that energy quicker, either off the line or out of slow corners, several things like that. Now, the compromise that they'll have with that is it will be a little bit less powerful, generally, have a little bit less energy to it that it can. So I think maybe at tracks or corners or situations where total power, total energy out the turbo becomes more crucial, there might be some differences there where Ferrari are lacking, but definitely off the start, which is always a very crucial part of the race. It looks like they are well positioned compared to other teams. And as you say, yes, that's exactly why I think Ferrari are hesitant to change any of the start procedures now they have such an advantage. But I think having a 5-second extra part of the start procedure once everybody's lined up seems to be a fair compromise, because it's not all of the time that teams need, but that does give everyone a little bit of time to make sure they are prepared and there's not these huge speed differentials. But having said that, I think if everyone expects there to be potentially speed differentials, then I think the drivers will be prepared for it.
Yeah,
I think at the moment, like a normal race start, you kind of expect the person in front of you to move roughly the same speed as you and be prepared to move around them, if there's a difference in speed. But I think if you're sitting on the start and you think there's a chance the car in front of me might stutter, so I'm just going to be like hyper aware of that and dart around them if needed, I think it'll be fine. I think.
Oscar Piastri locking up at turn 1 went straight on. So it's not the same as if somebody stalls in front of you. You know there's a chance the car ahead, if it's say a Mercedes and that isn't maybe the best at starts, they're going to be more aware that could be a little slower off the line, whereas if somebody stalls, it's complete surprise, isn't it? So that's a good point, actually. I hadn't thought about that, but it's another thing that can, because I'm not 100% on how it all works, as you probably can tell, but is there a way that turbo can be spooled up on the formation lap, or is it just because the car stops, the turbo stops, and so that's when you need to... I'm not 100% sure on how it all works, is what I'm saying. It's something I need to go off and read about before the season gets started properly.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely things they can do. It won't be completely flat by the time they reach the line, but they'll definitely need to do some work. Again, I'm not a perfect turbo engineer, but they'll definitely be kind of getting in those high revs as they approach the line. And I think we're going to see probably quite a slow approach to the line through the whole train. I think the cars at the back are going to be kind of like trying to just kind of get him into position. This is something that's sort of elongated over the time that I've watched F1, I think, because I definitely, when I started watching it sort of the late 90s and through the 2000s, I mean, the cars back then, so the cars now have these modes they can switch into where they kind of go onto lower cylinders and they go into low revs, so that actually they can safely kind of sit and idle without any issues. These cars don't have any like fan cooling or anything. They're only cooled by the air that rushes through them as they drive. So what used to happen is if a car sat still for too long with the engine on, it would just burst into flames because it just got too hot and it would break down. So in terms of the start procedure, you needed to get that going. Once the car at the front of the grid got into position, you kind of needed the car at the back of the grid to get there within 20 seconds and get the race started, or else cars would start to break down on the grid. And as time has gone on, we've seen some very, very lengthy people, the process of getting the first person on the grid to the last person on the grid. It seems to take forever now, and I'm wondering if that might elongate even more now that the cars at the back really want to get themselves prepared.
Yeah, it's that whole forming up on the grid is something that F1 have been trying for all the time I've been watching to try and get down, and it does seem to get longer every year. So I'm interested to see how much longer that becomes, or whether it's shorter because the front of the grid is also lining up a lot more slowly. It is going to be, these first few races is going to be really fascinating, and I don't think we're going to get the answers to all of the questions either. So this is going to be a season-long thing, which could be a lot of fun. Jonty, morning, Jonty says that yes, it can be spooled up early with an MGUH. Oh,
yes.
So there you go.
I think we spent like 10 years. Sometimes from people who don't know what they're talking about, who will just parrot things. I was going to say not naming any names. I'm not actually thinking of any names, but I think generally, there's a lot of the discourse is just people parroting stuff. But even from teams and things, they're like MGUH, too expensive, not road relevant, blah, 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 very complicated. But there was a reason it was there. And the reason it was there was to smooth out the turbo lag and to make to have the kind of segue between the turbo and the electric engine and the combustion engine all working smoothly together. Like it was, let's not forget, this is Formula One. Everything's meant to be sort of peak engineering and focused towards like decent racing, and taking that away has instantly shown the huge cracks in everything if you don't have it there. It was smoothing over a lot of work, and it was complicated, and it was incredibly clever. I don't think anyone denied what amazing engineering the MGUH was. Essentially storing energy ready for the turbo, really. It was sort of like an interim part of the turbo, because the turbo kind of needs to be spooled up live. It needs to be feeding constantly from the engine, whereas the MGUH can store that energy and deploy it as needed. It's sort of like a battery for the turbo. It was there for a reason. It was doing work, and I think people complained that it was expensive and complicated, and a Nissan Micra doesn't have it, so why does an F1 car have it? Yeah, and I think they're missing it straight away, to be honest. And we wouldn't be talking about any of this if that was still in the car. But maybe we wouldn't have Audi.
Yeah, true. That would be terrible. How did we cope without them?
I can't imagine F1 without Audi.
I know. I said it. Was it Wednesday? I said it. I just find it quite funny how F1 is like desperately tries to get these new manufacturers in, which I understand, but is so willing to twist and change the regulations just to suit not one manufacturer, because I think others wanted it as well, but just to try and help bring them to the sport is just quite intriguing to me when you've got some very loyal manufacturers on the grid that really ought to be the priority. But I guess from a business point of view, you need, if you're going to, it's a bit like anything. If you want to grow something, you need to expand your horizons, don't you? So I suppose that's the argument there. But I just find it with the whole Audi thing, the whole in the past, you know, people like BMW and that, just the obsession to try and get them in and keep them in is weird to me. But again, from a business point of view, totally get it. But I did say in the first hour that because somebody brought it up in chat, I don't get. And never really have, and I know Jonty for sure shares this. I've never got the whole road relevance argument with F1, because whilst I'm sure there's technology they can take from racing that they could put in a road car, is it really that road relevant nowadays? Has it ever really been? I'm not convinced by it. So I get a little frustrated. It's like we have to get rid of the MGH because it's not, as you say, not in a Nissan Micra, which is a great analogy. Dreadful car. I hate a Nissan Micra. Can't help it. But yeah, I don't get the whole road relevance thing. I would like actually maybe someone like a James Vowles or an Andy Cowell to sit down and one day and explain to people from what they know what is and what isn't road relevant on an F1 car, because that might just answer that question for me a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, generally speaking, I think there's a lot of things in F1 that are not necessarily road relevant, and I don't think need to be road relevant, and I don't, it's so far removed in a lot of ways from that, but I do understand the desire to keep manufacturers involved, even if they're not running teams, even if we didn't have a Mercedes team, but we still had a Mercedes supplier. I think to keep them interested, because they can use the massive investment they make in F1 to point to their road cars and be like, look, we've developed these incredible engines or whatever, and that same technology is what you'll be getting in your Audi A4 or whatever. In the same way that Shell are like, we've made this fuel for Ferrari and you can put that in your Nissan Micra or whatever. I do kind of understand that. And I also understand, not just from an advertising point of view, but actually like manufacturers using F1 as a kind of extreme test bed to develop technology, which then a sort of like sibling technology would then be used in their road cars and stuff. Like, I understand that as well. And I think, from as F1 cars get more and more hybrid and things like that, I think we're going to see massive improvements in battery technology and electric motor technology, because you have to, right? They're going to develop batteries that are more efficient, are smaller, are lighter or whatever, and they're going to develop motors that work more efficiently and so on like that. And I think, I think that's very attractive to manufacturers, because they have to put a huge amount of expenditure into it. On the other hand, you've got Red Bull, who just decided to make their own engines.
Yeah.
They're not going to be like making, engines for Nissan Micras or whatever and selling them on the, you could have a scenario where teams just make their own engines because they make their own cars. They might make their own engines, and then you can scrap the whole road relevance thing entirely. And actually, if they did go either back to combustion only or more combustion based than this sort of 50-50 thing we're at the moment, combustion engines are really easy to like. The technology is like so solid. I mean, these are much more complicated engines, but in terms of like compared to like electric engines, hybrid engines, like an internal combustion engine is a tried and tested thing for like 100 years. It's that, there was a reason before the hybrids came in, Cosworth could, a small operation like Cosworth could like supply like 3 Formula One teams with ease with a powerful engine, because it was just fairly simple technology that people can build compared to what we have now. So, there is a world where we move away from road relevance and teams just develop everything themselves and Formula One becomes a sport unto itself.
I think there is also an argument that, and Big Oz says in chat, traction control, ABS, etc. not relevant, question mark. Jonty then confirms what I was going to confirm as well, that ABS and traction control weren't F1 developed. They were on cars before. But yeah, I get the point. But also there is an argument that ABS and traction control and flappy paddle gearboxes and things like that, where, maybe not the flappy paddle gearbox, but where they may have existed before, having them in F1 help manufacturers to improve them, to improve the technology behind them, to improve the efficiency of them. And so there is an element of maybe motorsport in general does have some road relevance in helping manufacturers improve things that already exist. But I don't think necessarily. I mean, some people attribute seatbelts to motorsport that we've spoken to before, but I'm fairly sure that's something that even if motorsport had been the ones to introduce seatbelts to road cars, I'm pretty sure road cars would have got there in the end. I don't think it was specifically that did it, but there's lots of active. I'll give you active suspension, Big Oz. That could have been a motorsport thing. I'll give you that one. But yeah, no, it's. I'm not dismissing your point. I'm just sort of trying to say that I think there is an element of you can, if you're running them in the high speed pressure environment of motor racing, you could use that information to improve your road car version of that, is what I'm trying to say in a roundabout waffly way. I waffle a lot anyway, but in testing I try and make a point 3 times in the same couple of sentences so that we can try and stretch this out to 9 hours. That's kind of where I am. So I think there is an argument for that, but I'm not expecting. Imagine Red Bull start building road cars like on their own, not with any partner, and it'd be like, oh, this is our Red Bull RB PT Ford ABS NHS LMA 1.
I do sometimes think like there may be a time in the future, in 50, 100 years, when it's like a fun fact that Red Bull actually used to be an energy drinks company. And that's just like an apocryphal thing that, like, from their history, that because I don't know, in the year like 2130, they're much more known for making planes and cars or being an extreme sports team or whatever, and they don't even make the energy drinks anymore. And it's sort of like a fun little fact that no one knows that Red Bull used to be an energy drinks company, in the same way that Nintendo used to make playing cards. It's like, oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
I didn't know that, because that's not what we know them for anymore. Because I sometimes forget that Red Bull are a drinks company, because this is what I think of them as. It's kind of hilarious that not only are they one of the most established F1 teams, they're also making engines. What?
Yeah, but it's funny though, because I knew Red Bull existed before F1, but I didn't really know what Red Bull was before F1. I wasn't into energy drinks and all that. So exactly. So whatever their plan was, it worked on me. Now I know what Red Bull is. And I still won't drink one. I had one once. I was like, ugh, is that what the fuss is about? Is that what's powering these cars? And then someone explained it was fuel. And they weren't just pouring energy drinks into the engine or the fuel tank. But yeah, no, it's intriguing. I know a lot of people disagree on the road relevance thing, but it's an interesting conversation to have, I think. Also, an interesting conversation to have. Have you seen that Stefano Domenicali's been talking? That's one way.
A little bit.
Yeah. Damage control is how I want to frame this a little bit. Says, I don't understand what is all the panicking going around. There will be incredible racing. There will be a lot of action. And that's the most important thing. And in any case, if something is not what we want, I think the credibility of the sport is that we can sit around with the responsible people that are the technical people in the FIA to find solutions. So I'm not worried at all. First thing about that, I think the credibility of the sport is we can sit around with responsible people. Whenever have F1 been able to sit around a bloody table with responsible people and come up with anything? Anyway, then added that they want to wait and see how the racing goes in the opening few rounds before making any knee-jerk reactions. That's what we've been saying all week. Outlined that he wants to have great racing, great overtaking opportunities, and a great challenge for drivers, but if those criteria aren't met, they will need to, quote, intervene and react immediately. So my first moan on this is the fact he says we need to wait for the opening few rounds before making knee-jerk reactions, having just said there will be incredible racing, there will be a lot of action, and that's the most important thing. It goes both ways, Stefano. We'll wait to see for the first few races if we are going to have incredible racing rather than we will, and we'll wait to see if it's terrible or not. But interesting that... And I'm not going to say felt the need. I'm sure he was asked the question rather than felt the need to come out and make a statement. But it's interesting that he's sort of already talking about, look, calm down. If this is all dreadful, we will sort it. So that's why I said damage control at the start, because there's been a lot of criticism this week, hasn't there, from last week from Max Verstappen, Lewis Hamilton, others as well. So if you're big names in the sport, the faces of F1, if you like, are saying this is cack or it's not working, then the big boss is going to have to come out and say, just go all Michael Winner on it. Calm down, dear. And just we'll see how it goes. So that's why I call it a bit of damage control. He said some other stuff which we'll talk about in a bit, but that was the bit that really caught my eye this morning. So it is a positive. They are aware there could be an issue, so that's good, and positive they are willing to make changes. But I do find it quite amusing that he's already decided the racing will be great.
Yeah, I mean, I do kind of sympathize a little bit. Well, how do I say this? Dominicali, and I do have a lot of respect for Dominicali, but because he's now like F1 head honcho, he's in this kind of like dual position of, when he delivers a statement, part of that statement also has to be PR, I guess is the way of putting it. Like, he has to hype his own sport. He can't talk it down in the way that teams, drivers, fans do. He has to still sell the sport. And to be honest, I don't think there's a lot of good to be had in talking down the sport too much anyway. Like, as we say, we haven't actually seen a race weekend in action. I think it's wise, that part of the statement, let's see what happens over the first few races. These are new rules. We haven't seen them in action. I believe that. I think that's true. And I think, as we've spoken about these last few days, we're going to have a variety of different type of tracks in the first bit of the season. So let's see what happens over these different types of tracks. Let's get an understanding. I know there might be some frustration, I think, if it's a bit cack, if things are a bit not as we'd like them at a couple of the tracks. But like, say we go to Australia and the racing's a bit rubbish because whatever, like the deployment and recharging and things is actually causing a lot of problems, or whatever, or because the cars can't follow each other as well as they could last year, which seems to be the case. The overtaking drops down, just whatever. I think we still need to go to China, which I think is round 2, and see what happens there, because that's a completely different track. Lots of big straights, fast corners, big braking zones, and let's see what happens there. This does open up the potential, of course, that we will be going through a couple of months of pain. It could be crap everywhere. It could be good somewhere, crap. But I do think, I do think we do need to see it and have a little bit of patience. I know a lot of people don't have a lot of patience, and it's going to be hard because obviously, people are subscribing to F1 TV or Sky or whatever to watch this. Like, we're kind of expecting a bit of a decent sport and not to be the test bed for crazy ideas from Stefano Domenicali or the FAI or whatever. So I do agree we need to see it, but obviously, yes, there is some kind of like irony in the fact that he's simultaneously trying to sell these new rules as the best thing since sliced bread, while saying, well, we'll see, and then we'll make dramatic and quick decisions. And they do have options available to them. I did see some talk about them making some adjustments to how much power dropping how much power the electric motor can deploy, so it can deploy it for longer, or upping how much upping the recharge rate of the battery to get it charged up quicker and stuff like that. So in terms of electric motor, you do have a power to kind of change where your caps and deployment levels are to kind of fiddle. So I'm kind of glad we do have that kind of fiddling ability. But I do agree we do need to just kind of suck it up and see what happens. And I'm actually not feeling too negative. I'm definitely not feeling as negative as sort of the some of the fan bases. But there definitely are some things we need to be concerned and interested in seeing how things play out. So yeah, like I said at the start, I do have some sympathy for Stefano because he does kind of have to keep hyping up the sport while all this stuff is going on, and but balance that with a sort of reasoned response that I'm listening to the criticism, I'm seeing the things that are going on, and blah blah blah.
Yeah, he can't come out, get asked a question, then fall to his knees and go, "My God, what have we done? We've ruined the sport," because it's not really going to go down too well with sponsors, and also no one's going to watch them. But I think there are enough races on tracks that are different enough in the first 5 or 6 rounds to be able to form a proper idea as to whether these are working, because Australia, China, completely different, then Japan's different again, Bahrain's different, Saudi's different, even Miami you could throw in there. So I think there are enough, and maybe actually, thinking about it, that frustrating gap that I keep moaning about between Miami and Canada, that 3-week gap, that might actually come in quite handy, because you get Australia, China, Japan, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia and Miami out of the way, and then you can say to the teams, right, let's have a sit down post Miami. We've got a couple of weeks and let's discuss what we do going forward if it's a disaster. So that could actually end up being quite a handy gap in the end. I'm not saying that they'll all be in the factories completely changing the cars in that 3 weeks, because that's just never going to happen. But there might be some stuff, like you said, that they can tweak in that 3 weeks that could come in for, if not Canada, then maybe post summer break. There is an opportunity there that could be, and that gap is there for, I guess, as we talked about, reasons to do with climate around Miami and Canada, not be able to shift them around too much, or not wanting to have too many races in the same place at the same time, or the same continent at the same time. I don't know, it works for Europe, but it could actually be that is a gap they're eyeing as a potential. That's where we talk about this, because like I say, those 6 tracks, Australia, China, Japan, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, Miami, I can't think of 2 that are, I mean, none of them are the same, obviously, but maybe Bahrain, China, they're Tilke tracks, aren't they? They're sort of long straight into braking zone, a little bit, maybe they're sort of similar, but I think they're all very different in their own way. So I mean, there are similarities between Saudi Arabia and Miami as well, particularly that really twisty first section in Miami, and Saudi and Miami are still too new on the track for me to remember what they look like.
Saudi, of course, has that very, very long flat out section. And every time we have a very, very long flat out section, it just starts to worry me, because we've suddenly moved to cars that are like not as good at very, very long flat out sections. At some point, I'm going to have to whip out my graph that I made to explain overtake mode, and maybe we can talk about why overtake mode might not actually work as intended.
You could do that in the next hour if you want.
Yeah, not to keep it too negative, but
it would just be a shame not to use your graph, given that you put all the effort into it.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, I did whip it up because I think we're having a little bit of confusion over what overtake mode and boost and straight line mode. I think is the most confusing decision they made. Generally, is there are a few things this year that already existed last year, but they've just started calling a different name.
Yeah,
like boost mode already existed.
Deployment wasn't it?
That was just drivers just shifting to a different mode where they were using more energy and doing a bit less charging because they wanted to be able to deploy more power to try and overtake the car in front or whatever. Or that's what they'd use on qualifying and stuff like that. Once you got into your hot lap, that already existed, but now we're now calling it boost mode, and we're now using a term called super clipping, which also already existed, and I think used to be called derating. We've used the word term derating for a long time, but that already existed, and now we're using a slightly different term for it, and I think we're unnecessarily confusing people with these weird terms. That I think that's the worst part of it. Let alone before we get to sort of DRS being changed to straight line mode, and then overtake mode being referred to as Crofty is the new DRS. I think we are necessarily burdening ourselves with some terminology problems.
Yeah, I mean, apart from the fact there's no the limits around how big that slot gap could be at the back, as we saw with Ferrari's just completely flipping over. Apart from that, it is, and yes, you've got the front wing, but it is still DRS because it is a system to reduce drag, so it's still DRS. I guess
it's just a change in how it works. It's like when you change the engines from V8 to V6, you still called them engines. You didn't suddenly call them power boys or whatever. Like it's just a different version of DRS.
Super speedy brum brum. It's but I guess from their point of view, they wanted to. I think you may have said this on Wednesday. Actually, I think they wanted to maybe break from the term DRS because it's become known as an overtaking aid rather than a system that reduces drag. If that makes sense, breaking that completely means that people aren't going to be getting confused, which I think most people wouldn't, but some would. But at the same time, as you say, you've then got commentators over-explaining things, getting themselves in a pickle, and then confusing people even more. So in some ways, maybe we could have left things alone, but I guess when is F1 ever simple?
Well, quite.
It's a fun old sport. We love it really. So, what a chat say on all of this. I saw. I'm gonna say It could be Rye 9. No, Rye makes was it Rye 9 F1 says I've lost you. Where have you gone? Stop hiding, Rye. Says, will you guys be taking guests on the pecking order today? Would love to hear opinions from all three of you on this one. We will do some pecking order stuff at some stage. I might get Stuart to have a guess of his top 4 teams before he goes and do the same to Jonty. I'm not going to ask anyone to name the full 11 teams and where they are because there's only one team we can pretty much guarantee in position, and that is Cadillac being P11. But that's
I think we could do P10 as well.
Well, yeah, Aston Martin, maybe, yeah. I saw, so Big Oz was asking you what's going on with Aston Martin. If you are just tuning in, Honda have put out a statement saying they're going to be doing, let's say, short and sweet stints today because of a battery issue they detected and they haven't got enough. I mean, this possibly highlights how many issues they've had. They haven't got the spare parts for the power unit, so they're having to do short stints today, which is it's starting to smell. Apparently, by the way, these cars smell different. Just to let you know, that was on F1 TV this morning. But anyway, it's starting to smell a little bit like Honda 2015, and that's only me over worrying. It may never be as bad as that. It may all improve very quickly, but I remember the breakdowns and what year was it? We're going back a long way, people, but the year where I don't think, I might be over-exaggerating, but I don't think McLaren got into triple figures for the week in terms of lappage. They were just breaking down constantly. And we were all like, oh, this is bad. This piece of jewellery, as Ron Dennis described it, isn't really that good. It's maybe not the jewellery you were hoping it was. It's not a diamond. So, yeah, I'm worried that that's where we're heading. And the fact they've run out of spare parts already is of concern. When you consider the lack of reliability issues we're seeing for the most part, there are the odd ones here and there, but most teams are not having many issues, are they? Most.
No, they are definitely the standout issue haver. Do you think Christmas 2006, Alonso broke into an ancient tomb and smashed a vase belonging to an ancient emperor? Because ever since his championship years, he's just been cursed by being in the wrong place at the wrong time. He's now cursed again with Honda, who have followed him across from the worst seasons of his life. And I think possibly the worst of all for Alonso is there are a couple of seasons where he got a little bit of hope. Like he had a couple of competitive Ferrari years. He had that year with Aston Martin where he thought, I can be back. I can win again. And it just gets dashed immediately. Like the psychology Alonso must have to keep racing and not just go to bed and cry for the rest of his life is quite something. But yeah, it is a shame we're back to Honda again having issues. It does seem. I mean, Alonso said it does. Well, he didn't say it directly, but he did say, from the chassis side, I have no questions, which implies that Honda is the main issue they're having at the moment. But we also know the car's not very fast and having problems, so I think there are some things on the chassis side as well they need to dial in, and we know we need to just do what Adrian's directed and kind of make it into a working, functioning car that can be handled by drivers as well. But it does seem like the all the fingers are sort of pointing towards Honda again, which is a shame. But we know if we give them time and work with them effectively, they will come good. I also think it's extremely funny that as soon as McLaren let go of Honda, they became good.
Yeah.
And then started delivering championships again. That relationship was sour, and I don't think it was. I think they needed to break up for the benefit of both of them before they both turned into monsters.
At the very least, Christmas 2006, if that's the timeline we're going with, at the very least, he walked under a ladder, tripped over the black cat that walked in front of him, and fell into a hall of mirrors and broke at least 3. That's at least what he's done. I like the tomb one. That's possibly slightly better, but yeah, that's... pyramid. No, Fernando. Leave it alone.
Stop. Touch only the lamp. Jonty says, don't forget lamp. Alonso was in prime position to win the Indy 500, perfectly placed on track, and then Honda engine blew up. So
yeah, it is a Honda. I mean, even that. Can you remember? He got a podium with Alpine as well, possibly at Qatar in 21. That seems to be on the up, and then obviously Aston Martin that year, was that 22 or 23 where he was, or even 20? It was you're right. The year that he was, there were points where Aston looked like they were the only threat to Red Bull.
Yes,
23, 20, somewhere around there. Yeah, that
23, I think. 20. Yeah, I think 23.
That was. I mean, they could have won Monaco if they got the call right in the pit stop, for example. So yeah, that was when you thought, here we go. This is the Aston project. It was 23. Yeah, thank you, Pascal. That's when we thought, oh, here we go, the Aston project. It's all clicking. They've got Mercedes power. We've got the regulations in the future, and they're going to have Mercedes power. You're going with Honda. Why? You have the best power unit and the best manufacturer to be with when you have a power unit change. Let's see how long the Honda thing lasts.
You can kind of understand it, because I think a team likes to have a works relationship, because then they can be the main people. They can design their car around the engine. They don't have to be just a customer. And while the customer relationship, engine relationship is a lot stronger than it used to be, there was a time when, the works team would get the good engine and the customer team would get the kind of underdeveloped engine. It wouldn't get the latest upgrades, or sometimes in the case of Ferrari particularly, you'd get last year's engine.
Yeah.
But now they have to have engine equality across the teams. But even then, like Mercedes, for example, will have known what the engine development was from the engine side in advance of the other teams. They would have been able to design their chassis around it and so on. There is a benefit to being a works relationship, and you can drive where you want the engine development to go to meet your needs. So you can kind of understand that. And that was also why Ron Dennis decided to relationship with Honda in the McLaren days back in 2015, is because he wanted to be a works manufacturer again, now that Mercedes had come back as a team. I guess that went just as well. So you kind of understand it. I think there's a kind of related problem at the moment that Audi, I think, also will have, is that they don't have a customer. So it's just these two cars are doing all the testing and all the racing, and all the information is just coming from one team. Whereas, obviously Mercedes, they're gathering information from 4 teams, Ferrari from 3 teams, and Red Bull from their 2 teams, and so on. They're getting a lot more knowledge about their engines than Aston than Honda and Audi will. as the season goes on.
And that was one of the things that Renault said a lot, didn't they, when the regs changed, that everyone else had a customer and they didn't, which is why they were quite keen on Andretti, weren't they? So they had a second team to run 2 cars. Moray says Singapore 2008 cursed him. He definitely knew it, and it's karma. There you go. Jonty says Honda has no choice but to stick it out for at least 3 to 4 years. With the development money involved, they have to stay around just to recoup that. Yeah, but could it be that Honda stick around, but Aston say in 2 years, do one? And then we end up with a situation where, like when Honda and McLaren split, someone like a Red Bull won't, but somebody like a Red Bull picked up a Honda, and it would just be very, very Fernando Alonso for Honda and Aston to split. Honda to go somewhere, again, like a Red Bull, and then win championships with Red Bull, while Fernando sits there, probably still on the grid in his Aston going, what have I got to do? What have I... And it's like, do you know what, Fernando? Retire, then they'll get good, hope the regulations freeze, and then come back. That's what you do. But yeah, poor Fernando. I'm going to run through the times, Stuart, so I'll let you have a moment, and I'll mute you and all that, and I'll be back with you in a few.
All right. See you then.
So, where are we at so far? Here we go. Charles Leclerc had to find a timing. That's why I paused there. Charles Leclerc, 1:33.689, fastest time of the day so far. C3 tyre, 43 laps. Kimi Antonelli, 1:33.916, his fastest time on the C3 tyre. 44 laps for him. 29 laps for Piastri, 1:34.352. He was on the C4 with Esteban Ocon, 1:34.494. 23 laps. His fastest time was on the blank tyre. We don't know. 1:34.5 for Hadjar, 26 laps in total. His fastest time was on the C3. Lindblad was on the C2 for his 1:35.238, 34 laps so far for him. Sainz did 31 laps on the C3 tyre, 1:25.2, 1:35.6 for Gasly. C3 tyre, 29 laps. Hulkenberg was on the C2 tyre for his 1:37.086, 32 laps. Perez 1:44.636, 4 laps so far today. That fastest time was on the C2. Lance Stroll hasn't gone out yet, but don't forget Honda are doing very short stints today, given their lack of parts, spare parts for the power unit, the problems they had in the battery issue. So don't expect to see an awful lot of laps from Aston today, and we may not see Stroll for a little while. He might pop out now, I've said that. So that's where they are at the moment. So please do drop a like on the stream. Really appreciate your support. 99.9% of you are awesome. One person today ruined the party for everybody this week. But there you go. That's the way it goes. Please do drop a like on the stream. Really appreciate your support, and subscribe as well. We are not live tomorrow. It's over after today, isn't it? But back for the Australian Grand Prix, of course. Preview on the other channel. And then we'll be live for the weekend with the race reaction, the qualifying watch-along. And there'll be lots of video content over the course of the season as well. Australia's an early one, isn't it? So that should be good. You can support the channel with a super chat if you'd like to, or by buying me a coffee. Link in the description. All the money that's raised is wrong because I'm not a charity, but all the money that comes in, or contributions that come in from these streams, is going to go towards a new camera. So anything towards that is greatly appreciated. But as always, whilst I will always read your super chat, we always try and come to chat anyway. So it's not a necessity. We're not a channel that just answers super chats, and we're not a channel that just answers if you're subscribed either, by the way. We will answer your questions if you just don't spam them. And what's your one? Memberships. There we go. It's been a long week. Memberships and Patreon. Link in the description for those as well. What is it Red Raymond said yesterday? Become a member, get a helmet. So that's what we shall. We'll call it now. Become a member, get a helmet. That's the new slogan. So there we go. It works on so many levels. So there we have it. So I've just run through the times. Big takeaway is what I said to you right at the start, really, Stuart, is the lappage. 45, 46 for Leclerc and Antonelli, and we're only 2 hours in. So busy mornings for some of these drivers. But again, on the flip side, nothing from Aston Martin. Cadillac, I'm going to call it Cadillacing, because just the 5 from Perez. So again, just getting up to speed and cracking on with it as whatever their program is. But yeah, lots of laps, but not massively shocked. Hopefully get these long runs out of the way, and then we can have some fun this afternoon is the hope.
Yeah, I can't imagine Cadillac can get to the point where they're going to be starting to have fun and do these super quick quali sims. I mean, they might give it a go. Maybe they're going to skip the race sims, but yeah, they are continuing to lack in lappage, mileage, whatever, a little bit, aren't they? Which is fine. I mean, it's not super fine, but it's sort of within realms of expectation of, as we said, brand new team getting to grips with things. We're expecting them to be on the back foot for quite a while, and it's not going to be particularly embarrassing for them, even if they're on the back foot the whole season compared to everyone else, really, even if they're only able to move forward at their own rate. I'm glad they're here. I think they are. I think it's going to be interesting to keep an eye on them this year, but definitely in testing, I don't think we're going to see a lot from them.
What have you done, Thomas? Thomas said in chat, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." What have you done? What trouble are you causing now? If it was a spamming thing, you're not spamming questions. You're all right. I was just taking a dig at somebody. Thank you to Bupkus or Boopkus 1682 for becoming a member. Thank you very much for your support. Really appreciate that. You got your helmet. You see, that's what I meant by helmet. You see, you've also got some emojis you can use. I've not seen anyone really use them yet, so they're a little bit daft. I can add some more now. So thank you very much for your support. Really appreciate that. It's great to see members signing up and great to see people coming over from the other channel as well. So where are we at on the sub count, by the way? I should ask that question or check that question. We're 50 away from 2K. Come on. Yeah. We could do that today, surely. Hey, we've got some emojis. We've got the stuff emoji. Thank you. There we go. First time I've seen that. Of course, there's a stuff emoji. There had to be a stuff emoji. Should we head back to... what can we... Domenicali District. That's what we'll call it.
It's a glitzy place to be. Hit me.
He went on to say from those quotes earlier, and I want to read this, and we don't have to say anything afterwards. We can just pull a Larry face if you like. Everyone wants to have a sprint, but we want to wait to see the effect on the track. It's also a commercial opportunity that we want to discuss. On top of that, I to be fair, I do, sarcasm aside, I do appreciate it's also a commercial opportunity line, because at least somebody's just saying it. Money, that's fine. But the other interesting points were he was talking about wanting to make every day relevant and entertaining across a race weekend. Commercial opportunities. Suggested we'd hear something in the coming months, obviously. Ideas include, bearing in mind he said he wants to make them relevant and entertaining. The options include extending practice sessions to allow young drivers more time on track on a non-sprint weekend, to add that caveat. That's fair. But also, and I do like this one, a session specifically for young rookie drivers. I like that idea, because the term test driver used to mean something in Formula One. It doesn't really mean anything anymore. So having maybe FP1 just for rookie drivers on a non-sprint weekend, I'd be all for that, rather than... They tend to run the rookies in FP1 anyway, don't they? But having it just for rookie young drivers, you could maybe then extend it to even more. If it's every single FP1, it gets your... As an example, I keep saying a lot, my concerns about Arvid Lindblad being a year too soon. Had we had that last year, I'd be less concerned, because he'd have had every single FP1 with Racing Bulls, which would have been a huge boost when he reached the age he was allowed to. Of course, he might have had to get special dispensation, I'm not sure, but extending the practice sessions for excitement doesn't excite me, because practice sessions are boring, but that's because they're not supposed to be entertaining. They are practice sessions, but I do love the idea of a session specifically for rookie drivers.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. And I also would be fine with it being every non-sprint FP1 as well. Yeah, I think they do need more time in the cars. And as you say, being a test driver these days means you're going to be on the simulator a lot at the factory and on hand if one of the drivers is sick or injured. That's sort of it. And you're going to get 2 FP1 appearances a year. I also think it was important already. But I think it's even more important now, because F1 cars are increasingly different from F3, F2 cars. Like, this is F2 cars aren't hybrids. F2 cars don't have all these like extra things you have to think about in terms of how you go racing, in terms of how you manage the battery, in terms of how you manage, 400 buttons on the steering wheel. I think giving them more time to understand these cars before they have to like take on the role of being an actual race driver. And that goes both ways as well. I think teams being able to see how these rookies are able to deal with these cars. You might have you might have a driver who's a really good F2 driver, really good F3 driver in a much simpler type of car, and just really struggles to adapt to these complicated F1 cars. And the teams might be like, I don't actually think this guy's going to thrive. This guy's going to thrive with us. I think he's going to struggle or whatever. And you can see that being a possibility because there have been F1 drivers who have moved to Formula E, which is a big shift in how you go driving, and have not done very well. Felipe Massa didn't do very well, for example, in Formula E. He didn't make much of an impact despite being actually a really decent Formula 1 driver. So I think having that relationship, being able to like getting rookies to learn the car and getting teams to learn how the rookies learn the car, I think would be beneficial. So I would be up for that. Sure.
I think that's the better of the two ideas. I think that although they're sort of the same idea in a way, aren't they? If you're extending practice sessions to allow young drivers more time, and then a session specifically for young drivers, they're basically along the same line. So I like that thinking. Kimi Antonelli has stopped on Le Track. That was French for the track. Just
I can see him on the radar between 10 and 11.
Between the awkward 10 and the slippery, I assume that will be a red flag. It is testing, so generally we go red. Hazards on, yep, and the rear flashing lights.
Just the yellow at the moment, but we'll see if it brings it. I guess they're waiting to see if Antonelli communicates that it's all over for him.
Yeah, he's chatting to Bono. They've just cut to Bono. Again, just to make the point to anyone who's new to testing, he stopped on track, but there you go, there's a red flag. But as long as that gets back to the garage okay, they can go out again once they fix whatever issue it is. So not the same as practice or anything else in F1. So it's over for Kimi Antonelli for now. He's getting out of the car. There we go. So whatever the issue is there, clearly mechanical because he's just stopped. But is the way he jumped away from the car there so quickly suggests that maybe he's got the not safe to touch light on as well. He just seemed to leap away, and I know they do anyway, don't they? But yeah,
leap with both feet.
Yeah, this might take a little while to clear. The Aston yesterday took quite a while to clear. The light looks green from that angle.
Oh, I'm not quite yet at a front angle where you can see the lights on the T-bar, but yeah, I think there's a green light above the airbox, so it should be safe to touch. So maybe he was just being cautious.
Yeah.
These cars are more electric than ever, of course.
Marshals have just run straight to it and grabbed it, so it's fine. They did like in Home Alone 2. Sorry, that was random.
And for those who aren't watching the testing footage, he has parked it right by an opening in the fence, so it should be off the track in the next minute, and we should get back to running pretty shortly. He's not an idiot, that Kimi Antonelli.
No. Letox was making a good point in chat that I've forgotten about. There was also the idea of that sprint test driver race, and they were on about that rookie race, weren't they, at the end of after the Abu Dhabi end of season test, which they were going to re-explore for this year. So I'm not sure it's something we need after a 24 race season and potentially with up to 12 sprints, 36 race season in the future, that we need an extra race at the end just to make sure we've all had enough. But a rookie race would be more interesting than necessarily just a normal F1 race. I think Stuart's listening to Antonelli's engine.
I'm listening to you as well.
Sound on. No, sorry, I can't have the sound on. So I sort of, Jonty was doing it yesterday. He could, because I'm on TV and not computer, I can't have two different audios, so it's a bit of a pain. I need to change that for next year, really. But I'm worried that PC does enough.
That's fair enough with your 7 screens or whatever it is. But yeah, no, it didn't sound. The engine didn't sound rough at all, but it did drop down to low revs and just kind of pull over. So I think he must have just got a warning and was just told to park the car before anything crazy happened. It didn't seem like it broke down. It just seemed like he was told to stop before something happened. We'll hear. I'm sure Mercedes would explain what happened at some point.
Yeah, about 3 weeks time they should they should let us know. Yeah, no, well, hopefully we get back out again. He's got an hour and 45, and he isn't in this afternoon, is he? So that could be it for Antonelli for the week. We'll see, but hopefully not. Ayinka says appreciation super chat for the wholesome humming. Who was humming?
I don't know. Who was humming? Okay. Thanks.
Well, in case we're there you go. I did some humming just for you. Apparently you were humming.
Great.
Oh, maybe I didn't mute you straight away. Maybe they caught you humming, and maybe I didn't mute you when you went for the
Oh, that does seem likely. I do hum to myself a lot. that seems like a thing I would have done.
It could be that, but thank you, Ian, for your super chat. I appreciate that. So yeah, maybe I just put the be right back thing up and didn't turn the audio off as well. So I'll remember to do that next time, so we don't catch the fucking shut up, Sean. Is it 12 o'clock yet, dick?
Oh look, a Ford Mustang safety car.
Yeah, we spotted this yesterday. I think I might prefer that over the Mercedes. Well, it does seem to do a 32-point turn to get round there. So, and then in gets Antonelli.
Interesting that Aston Martin decided to pack it all in terms of being a safety car.
Do we know the official reason for that? Because some speculated that might have been just because there were complaints from drivers that of the two safety cars, the Aston was the slower and wasn't quick enough, and maybe Aston didn't want to spend money on making it quicker for a safety car. I don't know if there's ever an official, or whether it's just a commercial partnership thing with Mercedes.
I mean, probably a bit of both. And maybe Aston Martin were like, this isn't worth it if you keep slagging off our car, which is a road car, and the thing we're trying to promote, I guess. To be fair to Aston Martin, they did put a lot of work in making their safety car faster. It got beefier and beefier as time went on. But yeah, I imagine if you've got Max Verstappen constantly and other race drivers constantly slagging off how slow your supercar is, it probably is a good time to slink off quietly before any more damage gets done.
Yeah, I should just confirm for anyone who didn't catch the news. It wasn't massive breaking news. So didn't catch the news over the winter. It was confirmed that Mercedes would be the sole safety car and medical car supplier from this season onwards. So no more. Because I remember, we were always very excited about which safety car will it be this weekend. Because we cared. But yeah, no, we are green again, by the way. So yeah, we are down to just the one safety car supplier. Who remembers, by the way, when the Aston Martin binned it at Monza, safety car, straight into the barrier at what we used to call Parabolica and still call Parabolica?
I don't.
You don't? Oh, right. XPB.
Was this recently?
Couple of years ago, I think.
Oh yeah, past the threshold of my memory. I see.
It was more than a couple of hours ago. Yeah, I'm about to type safety car actually, rather than just a generic Aston Martin.
Okay. While you're doing that, I'm watching Oscar Piastri chasing down a Ferrari down the back straight. I don't know why we're getting a replay of this, but he's had a bit of understeer going into turn 11. And then a handful of oversteer going into turn 12. So yeah, we're going to see some interesting things from these cars because of that humph of electrical energy that comes in as they come out of the corners. The rear is going to kick out if you're not ready for it.
Okay.
Go on.
I was going to say we're heading over to the doodle board. Doodly board, doodly board. There you go. There's the picture of the Aston Martin.
Marvelous.
As you can see, I'll get my pencil out and we'll just, as you see here by this circle, there it is. It crashed.
Smashed the windows and everything.
My full analysis. Yeah, proper crash. There you go.
Wow. Oh yeah, I can see now. Yeah, now you've highlighted it. That's what you're talking about. Okay, I got it.
That's how I feel about YouTube thumbnails. Like, thanks for the arrow, guys. I'd never have seen that had you not put the arrow there. Like, yeah, there you go. I've now confirmed he did in fact crash. Made a right mess of it as well. Bit embarrassing for the safety car to be crashing, but clearly it wasn't that safe.
Clearly not.
I'm surprised you don't remember that because it was funny. Everyone was okay, so you can laugh. But yeah.
Yeah, that's the point. You wait and then you laugh.
Yeah, it's not like he broke his leg. We're not that cruel. But yeah, that was during. I think it was pre-practice one year. I think it was. It wasn't mid-race or anything, which would be Monza 2024. It was a while ago, actually, wasn't it? Yeah, to be fair.
Yeah.
But there you go.
For anyone wondering, Kimi Antonelli, the human, is back in the pit lane. I said it that way as opposed to his car is not back in the pit lane, but him, the man, the driver, is back in the pit lane.
Yeah, his car is still on the track map, stops at turn between turn 10 and 11. The little dot's still there, so we'll wait for that to move and we'll know. I wonder if that moves.
I was just going to ask that. Yeah, if it's on the back of a flatbed, will it move? Will the dot move?
The car would be off, so maybe not. But I kind of wish it did. Just to see it cutting all the corners around the back of the track on a truck. Like, where's Kimi going? But yeah, but the human Kimi Antonelli, yes, there you go. 50
Definite
laps.
Human man, Kimi Antonelli.
Half century for Charles Leclerc so far this morning, by the way.
Nice.
Which is a good start.
My timings down. I need to bring those back up.
I'll go back to Domenicali district so we can finish off these quotes. We've talked about this already, so we'll read this. So talking about Turkey or Turkey, he says it's not 100% confirmed. Quote, stay tuned for Turkey, thus effectively confirming it. But anyway, this is also an answer to the people that were saying there were too many street races. The new ones that are coming are tracks, not street races. These are tracks with heritage and with a great racing background. That's a quote talking about heritage and great racing backgrounds for Turkey and Portimao, whilst letting Spa fall into rotation. No, I won't let it go.
My thoughts exactly.
All right, Stefano. All right, mate.
As you were reading that, I was like, but.
In fairness, two good tracks. And
while not everyone loves Barcelona, that is a track with long racing heritage that is sort of being kicked out for a new street track in Madrid. That I'm still. I know I'm pivoting away from what Domenicali said momentarily. We'll come back to Turkey in just a sec, I guess. I'm still curious about Madrid in terms of why, because we don't have the Alonso fever that we did when we sort of, we brought in the Valencia street circuit. That was to kind of capitalize on the kind of Spanish people suddenly coming in their millions to Formula One. Like, Carlos Sainz is a good driver and he's a popular driver, but he doesn't bring the Alonso mania with him the way like the Verstappen brings his Orange Army and so on. So I don't know. It's a curious thing, and like Spain, perfectly great country, but it's not sort of your oil billionaire or tech billionaire country that will throw loads of money at Formula One in the way that some of the other places do. It's not. Well, I guess it has, but it's you know what I mean. It's courting Spain. Adding a street circuit to Spain, I'm not understanding necessarily the why. I've not necessarily got anything against it. It just seems like a strange thing to do, out of keeping with what F1 has been doing recently. Like, F1 has been courting the Middle East, and F1 has sort of probably, for a while, was sort of courting South Asia and definitely courting America and stuff. Like, I don't understand how putting a Spanish street circuit fits into F1's growth plan.
It is. I know exactly what you're getting at. If somebody said to you, "There's going to be a second race in Saudi Arabia," you go, "Yeah, sure." You know that's been paid for, and it's that's why they're doing it. But it is interesting, and I can't help but feel that Barcelona stays because they're not 100% sure that the Mad Ring's going to work, either as a track or as getting people in, because they are quite separate on the calendar. But it's still there enough support to sustain 2 races? And on your point, specifically once Alonso retires.
Or quite.
That's
and
the
I know
tricky
technically
thing.
it's sort of 1.5 races, I guess, because Barcelona is going to be on rotation. But having 2 Spanish races and still not going back to Hockenheim on Nürburgring,
Or
like
Sepang.
if you are going to be doing sort of, yeah, I mean, I don't know, it's a curious decision. And again, like doing a street race is a hell of a lot of infrastructure to kind of, and it tends to annoy the people who live in the city. F1 fans or not. So yeah, I don't know. It was a strange move. I'm not sure I fully understand it. Maybe there is some money trail that makes sense somewhere. But it did seem a bit out of left field, didn't it? But let's not judge it till it's there again. I've seen some people who like slap it into Assetto Corsa or whatever and don't like it.
Yeah.
But
not quite the same.
That's sort of my only vibe on it. So we'll see. I try and be as patient as possible with everything and see how it goes. You know, it's always fun to get a new track. I think it's kind of fun and interesting, and we get to see how that goes, and then complain about it for the next 10 years. That's generally the formula, isn't it?
It's a level playing field, isn't it? When you go to a new track, nobody has any data. It's everyone's starting from zero, and it kind of makes for an entertaining weekend. Again, I'm not great with technical stuff, so this might be mad, but tinfoil hat time. I love a bit of conspiracy, or not conspiracy theory, but weird talk. But is the increase in street tracks at all linked to these regulations? As I understand it, correct me if I'm wrong, please do. As I understand it, it should be easier to harvest energy around a street track with lots of braking zones and all of that than it would be, say, if we went back to blasting through the forest in Hockenheim. Or coincidence?
So I think it is coincidence.
Yeah.
But also it's not necessary. The kind of street tracks they've been introducing are not necessarily conducive to these regulations, because I guess from Baku onwards, they've gone for these kind of strange, rather than they've really leaned in towards this is the fastest street track. So we've tried to plan out a track that has these long, flat out sections into a sort of into a heavy braking zone and stuff. And there will be some fiddly sections with a lot of slow speed corners and braking as well. But Saudi Arabia street track is also one of these. It's really, really fast. And Singapore is also, it's a mixture. It's got some fast sections and some wiggly sections, but they are trying to lean into Miami as well is also pretty fast, I guess. Again, it's not a street track, but it's street track style, isn't it? It's between the barriers style racing. They've leaned towards these kind of long, flat out sections, which we've spoken about a lot, is these cars can't run fully flat out for long straights. They will run out of electric power halfway down them. And they're only allowed to recharge a certain amount per lap. They're only allowed to recharge 8.5 megajoules per lap. So even if they were like sort of doing a lot of recharging in the middle of the lap, there's a limit to how much they can actually store up anyway. So I think it's coincidence, and I do think some of the street tracks are going to sort of see some issues. I think in the middle of Baku, you could do a lot of recharging, but even if you would charge your entire 8.5 megajoules by the time you get to sort of, I can't remember the corner numbers, but before you get to that flat out section to turn 1, which is very, very long, you're not going to be able to run flat out for that entire length, not even slightly. I think you're flat out for like over 30 seconds at that track, and you can only deploy the battery for 24 seconds. So even at full beans, you can't do it.
Yeah, it was just a theory, and I'm fairly sure there'll be one person in the world who maybe thought the same. Went, that's interesting, but it probably is just coincidence. But you're right. When you think street track, your mind goes to Monaco. But you're right.
Yeah,
Saudi Arabia, Miami, they're very quick tracks, and they're not conventional street tracks. Because street tracks, again, as you say, aren't really street tracks anymore. I don't know how much of that is because of protests from like local residents, for example, and things like that. Maybe makes it more complicated. So having part street, part purpose built, because the Jeddah track's an interesting one, because I get it every year when I do the preview. It's not a street track. It is, because they are now streets, but they were streets that were built for the racetrack. So it's a little bit weird, of both, isn't it? First season it wasn't a street track. Every season since it has been, but I think maybe we need to move away from the term street track and say, like you say, something like racing between the barriers, because that's more accurate to where we are now. Because even Sochi was a street track, but it wasn't. It was around the Olympic Park, which part of it was purpose built for F1. It's more. It needs. I mean, street track maybe just covers it nicely enough, but it feels like it needs something a bit more accurate to where we are now. Maybe Monaco's a street track, and we call Jeddah a hybrid track, or Madrid is a hybrid track, isn't it, as well? So something like, I don't know. It's
I think maybe we need to think of street track, the term, as more of a style than a literal literal reality, because I think when they say street track now, you're thinking it's a bit of a narrow track. It tends to be between barriers rather than having sort of a wide apron at the side of the track or runoff areas. It won't have often a permanent facility, maybe. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't, but it's going to be smaller. It's going to be more compact. And maybe a bit more sort of biddly through the mid part of the track. It's more of a style than a reality. But even then, like, some of the street tracks have some very wide sections. Vegas and Baku have a like 8 lanes wide or whatever down the main straight and stuff. So you're going to get a mixture of things. And I have nothing against a wide street track, because, as we know, Monaco is a nightmare to race on. Great track, but we don't get the best races out of it. I just want to say quickly, when I was thinking about Baku, as I was talking, I did think about something a little strange. So the way we're going racing now is, in preparing your qualifying lap, the lap before, you're going to want to charge the battery up to maximum and then use it from the moment you cross the start-finish line. Which is fairly easy to do. You charge it up as you go into the braking zones or whatever. And a lot of start-finish lines come after a corner. Like, you'll have a final corner and then you'll kind of push onto the start-finish straight. But Baku, the start-finish line actually comes after about 2 kilometers of flat-out racing, right?
Yeah.
You've got sort of a flat-out S and then a very, very long straight. So in terms of charging the battery, you're sort of... If you wanted a fully charged battery when you cross the line in Baku, you would not use the electric power at all coming down that straight to cross the line. But of course, you want to be going as fast as possible crossing the line, because that sets you up for the lap. So I feel like Baku in particular, we're going to be having a qualifying lap where they start the lap not at full battery. I'm trying to work out how that would work. I think Baku's, and any track that has a long straight before the the start finish line, is going to have some compromises to be made. And compromises are interesting, but again, people who just want people to be flat out, I think, are going to be a bit frustrated.
Bit of a sideways moment for Charles Leclerc, for Pierre Gasly coming out of turn 3, or through turn 3, really. A little bit wide, but he's okay. I think track to track is going to be really interesting to keep an eye on this year. We'll see. But I think the overarching point of all of our chat there was, or at least for me, is that we've got, if Turkey is eventually confirmed, we've got 2 tracks coming back to the calendar, and they're not street tracks. So that's nice to see as well. So I love Portimao. Looking forward to Turkey. The other things from Domenicali District, I love calling it that. He has confirmed, as we have already discussed and as we expected, just the one test in 2027 for pre-season. So we kind of knew that was going to happen anyway. But also there are plans for a potential global launch like F175 next year.
Yes.
So obviously they made quite a bit of money from that, and so they want to make some more. So that was all of the stuff from, I think, all the points from Domenicali District. that I wanted to make, really. So I'm fine with an F175 launch. It would be. I mean, I'll be honest. The F175 launch we had for 25 was better than the bizarre launch season we had this year, where you were getting season launches and then teams were also doing livery launches, but they weren't actually the car launches. I know that the F175 was still just liveries on last year's cars or the year before's cars, and that might be the same if they do it again, but at least it was just one thing rather than like Mercedes. They did a digital launch, then did a shakedown, then a week later or a couple of weeks later did a season launch. You're like, really? Come on, then put the actual car on track. But at Barcelona, it's like, come on. So having one big launch I'm fine with, but I'm also fine with teams just doing one launch each. Yellow in the pit lane, that suggests to me Antonelli is Antonelli the car is back in the pit lane.
Yes, Antonelli the car. I did end up softening quite a lot on the F175 style launch. Before it happened, I was very like, do we really need this? It's another one of F1's like weird things. And then we did it on stream, and it was quite fun. It was quite interesting, and we knew that most of the cars weren't the real cars; they were just liveries and stuff like that. But it sort of was like everybody got a time to, 5 to 10 minutes to show their car and have a little moment. And we got to see all the liveries. Whereas this year, as you say, it was kind of, one of my arguments against F175 before it happened was I quite like the spread out nature of it. You get a day for Sauber and you get a day for Williams, and then you have like the anticipation carries on day to day, and it's all you do get a nice little bit of build up for every day that there's going to be a launch, which is nice. But it was so spread out this year, and like you say, we didn't always get the final thing. And I think this year it was quite unique because you had those kind of private tests, and then you had like the kind of sort of shakedown things, and then you had the private test, and you had people hiding things. And Williams had a sort of testing livery, and then they had that one tiny shot from their shakedown after they missed Barcelona, and you were like, I just want to see your car. Please stop teasing me with like weird stuff that's not real. I mean, I was quite impressed by Red Bull's launch in the end, really. I think they just kind of nailed it. It was like, here's our car. Look at it. Isn't it nice? This isn't the real car. I'm going to be honest with you, but it's close enough. And McLaren did milk it for all their worth, didn't they?
Oh, God,
McLaren just went on and on and on, and just to show us essentially the same car in terms of livery and design. Mm-hmm.
Although... Audi were very, hey, look at these people walking upstairs for 20 minutes.
That was
such a weird launch. And then still give us a 5-minute countdown afterwards.
If you're there, maybe that's a fun little experience. Like you turn up and then you go like, okay, let's all make our way up the stairs, and then we're gonna have a countdown. But if you're doing a stream, just start the stream at the countdown.
Yeah,
we don't need to be walking up a concrete staircase for 10 minutes. That was weird. Only to show you a car that we'd already seen because it hadn't changed since you kind of showed it off as a render a month previously. Wild, absolutely wild.
It's a bit like if I set the stream off, left the camera running while I got, my drinks and my snacks ready, and limbered up and did, check my voice okay, and then went, here we go then, and then hit the countdown, put you back to the countdown stream, and then went, oh hi, very weird, but I don't mind an F1. I did 2 launch reaction videos this year because I always tend to do them. And then after the Audi one, I just went, do you know what? I can't be arsed with this bullshit. I was like, I'm not bothered. I'd rather do, like we did last year, like a watch-along stream for one big launch and laugh at Jack Whitehall all evening and how awkward it was for Christian Horner. That was a fun night, Eurovision style. I think we just saw, was it an Alpine that went straight on at turn 1?
It was a Red Bull.
A Red Bull. How am I getting Alpine and Red Bull mixed up?
I don't know. I mean, they both got blue on them, but that's kind of where it ends.
Hadjar it would be, wouldn't it? Yeah. Yeah. Cool. We'll keep it on chat then.
I just realised I made my track map disappear. There we go. Now I can see who's on track.
We've got Hulkenberg, Piastri, Leclerc, Sainz, Perez, and Ocon. So, any questions in chat you want us to answer for a few minutes as we head towards the next hour marker, another 22 minutes yet, but that'll fly by. So I don't really ignore chat too much, especially today. I think I'm going to lean on chat, and we all will a lot today. I don't want to do what we have done before, where we end up talking on Friday about everything we talked about Wednesday, just because we need to keep chittering. But also, it doesn't have to be serious. You can ask us anything within reason. We'll answer it. Nothing too personal. We've already talked about Stuart's laundry, so we don't need to.
That is true.
That's as personal as it needs to get.
Most important part of the stream.
Ekrik says it's just super clippy on the straight and punch it 500 meters before the line. So there's that super clipping term again, you see.
Yeah.
Who is your winner prediction for the Australian Grand Prix, says a Yinka. There you go. That'll keep us talking for a minute. For me, I'm going to do it, and you're all going to laugh at me. Charles Leclerc. Here he goes with this Ferrari stuff again. All this hopium, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, no, Charles Leclerc is my pick. Ferrari 1-2.
I was going to say Charles Leclerc. Interestingly, I was hovering between Leclerc and Hamilton, but I feel like Leclerc's at the moment a bit stronger than Hamilton as things stand. I think if I was a betting person, I'd bet on Leclerc first. Again, we still have to see how everything unfolds, but yeah, I actually would also. It's boring to say the same thing, though, isn't it? But I just think Ferrari got these great starts. They're much better out the slow corners, and we've seen they've got consistency as well. I just think they've got this quiet confidence to them that could come fruitful. But as I've said, every single testing stream I've been on, it's really weird that we don't know with any real certainty who's going to be the strongest and who's going to win the first few races. Like, often it's like clear McLaren are the strongest, or Red Bull are the class of the field, or Mercedes are walking away from everybody. And like right now, I'm like, I don't know. There's probably 3 teams that could win the first race based on what I know now. And by the time we get to qualifying, it could have completely changed. And we get someone who's obviously the class of the field. But even then, I don't know if qualifying is going to be indicative of what the race performance is going to be like. So I think we have to go all the way to the end of Australia before we have any idea of what these cars are going to be like competitively.
Yeah, you're right. It's a great point, because if somebody could manage their deployment, let's call it, better on a qualifying lap than another team, but they might not be as good at it in the race. So that's a really interesting point. So I tell you what I'd like to see. Obviously, Oscar Piastri winning his home Grand Prix would be great. I would quite like to see a Kimi Antonelli win in Australia.
That'd be nice.
So I think Ferrari, and obviously I'm always going to want Ferrari, but I would like to see an Antonelli win if it can't be that, because I think if that Mercedes is either the car to beat or one of the cars to beat, a top 2. Let's say Ferrari, Mercedes are top 2 and they're very close, then I would like to see Antonelli get a win nice and early, just to get that. What's the word? What's the phrase? Is it get that monkey off his back or whatever it is? Just something that. So he's not having to. Because if Russell starts winning races, everyone's going to go, when's Antonelli going to win? Oh, Antonelli hasn't won. So if he just gets that nice and early, so first race would be perfect. But I've got a feeling Australia, especially, and I know, as John said yesterday, we are still over 2 weeks out from race day. There is rain in the forecast already. I think Australia anyway is going to be chaotic. If you throw some variable weather into there, it's going to be absolutely madness, because we've not seen. Did it rain at all in Barcelona?
No.
I think they had rainy days, but they didn't go out, did they, when it was rainy days? So they've not done any real rainy testing. So how are these cars going to handle in the wet conditions versus the dry? Could then add another variable. So it's why I would never read anything into most first race of the season, but certainly not Albert Park.
So if I was to expand the question a little bit, and I'll ask chat as well, and this is a question I used to ask every year in the predictions video thing, how many drivers do you think will manage to bag a win this year? And we're going to have a lot of variation over the year, but
first thing, a bit like without go too faulty towers on you. Don't mention the predictions or the bingo. Shh. People are forgetting. It's fine. I've stopped getting the questions every year now. When are we getting the bingo results from 2019? It's 2026. Let it go. I won. There you go. Easy as that. How many winners? I think you used to the question for the podiums, didn't you? How many would get a podium? That was maybe. Always fun.
Yeah, I want to know how many. Yeah, you think will actually manage to win a race?
So drivers or teams? Sorry, I missed the first.
Drivers. Okay. Let's go drivers.
Leclerc, Hamilton, Russell, Antonelli. I think Verstappen might win one or two. You know, so that's 5 already. I think both McLarens will, so that's 7. And I think, I suppose, if you're throwing Verstappen in and that Red Bull's good, you'd maybe throw Hadjar in if we got, not to put Hadjar down immediately, but if we got a bit of drama, maybe he could, think Checo in Baku a couple of years ago. So that'd be 8. And then I've got to put a surprise in there, haven't I, surely, for a 9th. Like Alonso.
I think we're ripe for a surprise,
Yeah, like maybe a Williams win or something. Or a Haas. I'll tell you what, I'll go. I think John suggested a Haas win, so I'm going to go 9. I was going to say Ocon, but because he's had a win, he doesn't need to be greedy. We'll go with Bearman. So I'll go with 9 this year, which somehow feels high. But when you think about a top 4, and you assume all those drivers are doing all right this season, that's already 8, isn't it? So
it's not crazy. It is high, but it's not a crazy shout. I would say similarly, I might take Hadjar out, depending on how hard this car and these regs are, because I think Verstappen is flattering the Red Bull a little bit currently. And I think my surprise might... I want to lean into the optimism that Aston Martin will come good in the second half of the year, and Alonso will be right. At some point, they will become the fastest car, and Alonso, but not Stroll, will win a race. I think that I don't know if I predict that with my whole heart, but I think I'm predicting that with my optimistic brain. So I guess that's 8.
Wouldn't it be peak Alonso though if Aston came good and Stroll was the one that won the one race this year for them?
It really would.
God's sake! Gasly's a good shout from Stewie there, because actually, if Alpine are the dark horses, then you might see Gasly snatch a win. So I'll go with 9. Ayinka says that's extremely optimistic. It probably is. And the Hadjar one, again, I don't want to talk him down, but I'm thinking, was it 21 when, brake magic, Verstappen's tyre exploded. We had Perez, Vettel, and Gasly as the top 3. I could see a race like that, Hadjar winning.
Yeah.
Not that he would need chaos to win. I think if the car's good enough and he's got the speed, he could. But I think even if you make Red Bull the outright fastest car by 2 seconds a lap, I still think, provided there's no mistakes or reliability problems, Max probably wins all of them. So that's where I'm sitting with Hadjar. But I'm going with 9.
I think this season, more than recent seasons, it definitely, you're going to have more... There's more scope for mistakes. There's more scope for things in your usual top runners going wrong. And then you've got to ask yourself, who's ready to step up? Who's going to be your Gasly at Monza? Who's going to be your Ricciardo at Monza? Who's going to be your whoever, Ocon at Hungary? Yeah, that's like just ready there and willing to hold on to a lead. So yeah, I think you're right. I think one of the Haas's, or I think Gasly, are definitely going to be someone who could be that person in the right circumstances. And I do think we are going to get those kind of circumstances. Some people are talking about Hulkenberg in the Audi.
Oh, that'd be a great story, wouldn't it? What a move for that. It would also, Sauber also winning a race again, but not really Sauber. Would be quite interesting, wouldn't it? I did see Yeah, I wanted to read this. Pogby says, great to have the testing streams back. Looking forward to the race reactions this year too, Sean. Thank you very much. I recognise the names, so I wanted to give you a shout out from to the channel. So thank you very much, mate, for popping over here. Gasly won a red flag race only because Stroll missed a chicane when leading his missed season. Yeah, but he still won it. Doesn't matter how you win it, as long as you win it.
Yep.
So that was a weird, because Monza was the one where. That one was when Hamilton entered the pit lane when it was closed, wasn't it? And he got a penalty.
Yes.
That was a weird race because of Leclerc's big crash at Parabolica.
That's right.
Yeah.
And Gasly was chased to the line by Sainz, wasn't he?
Yeah, and
they were both after their first win.
What was his team radio? Something like, I really want this one, Tom, or something like that, wasn't it? And it was like, go on, Carlos. But then you kind of rooted for Pierre, but then you're going, go on, Carlos. It was one of those, you're happy whoever wins, but it was still tense. It's and
Ricciardo won the following year when Hamilton and Verstappen crashed into each other, right?
When Hamilton crashed into Verstappen, yeah.
Sure.
I've been cheeky. Just winding people up.
People still talk about Silverstone to this day.
Yeah. I whenever I mention 2021, I always go, sorry to bring it up, because you know it's going to set somebody off. PTSD.
It's such a weird, because 2021 was absolutely incredible. Like the drama, the racing, it was such a good year, but it's so tainted with the toxicity of these two rival fandoms going to war, and some of the endings and some of the on-track incidents. But yeah, like, I mean, I did love it in a sort of unhealthy way.
But I found, whilst it did get bad at times, I found the rivalry of the drivers less toxic than the fan base.
Oh, very much.
It was crazy. It was such a... it was a great season, but it's one that we just can't really have a conversation about on the internet because it sets somebody off. And it's like, you know what? I'm just going to pretend it doesn't exist. 2020. I mean, I generally pretend 2020 and 2021 didn't exist anyway in life, but it certainly felt like they didn't. They were one big year. 2020 and 2020.5 was kind of how it felt. It was the DLC.
It also with the cars, because they were sort of using upgraded versions of the previous year's cars as well, which makes it even more fascinating that Red Bull caught up so much. But and you're absolutely right. I think the rivalry between Hamilton and Verstappen was less snipey than between Verstappen and Norris, who are good friends.
Yeah.
Like Verstappen and Norris would often go straight to the media and be like, or on the radio, like, he's a bloody idiot if he thinks that, or, they're always at each other's throat.
But I do feel that a lot of the Norris Verstappen stuff we get in the media, not necessarily on radio, is two friends taking shots at each other and then sitting together and laughing at us all getting wound up by it. I don't know why I get that vibe. I just do. I don't take it totally serious. Yes, the Christmas advert by Sky didn't help. Absolutely. I remember that. Oh my God. What a shout.
I don't remember this. What's this?
So was it the following year or the same year that the Silverstone crash happened? The Sky, Sky Sports did a little ident, and they showed Max Verstappen spinning into the water Silverstone and just went, Merry Christmas. And you're like, wow, who signed off on that? That's almost as bad as their Sky Sports Halo thing. Who signed off on that?
Oh, good point from Reincarnation. I did see this. Did you see the Abu Dhabi 21 safety car was for sale?
Yes. Yeah, we're buying it. We agreed yesterday.
Very, very fun.
If you're up for it, I'm going to buy it. And then we're going to do the testing streets for the back of it next year. We'll set it up like a studio, fairy lights, padding.
I saw someone say, barely any mileage.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Anyway, I mean, Lee says in chat, and to be fair to Lee, he says people still talk about 94. So, yeah, we're not, as a fan base, we're not very good at change, and we're not very good at letting things go. So, but we are our own little weird corner, aren't we? A corner that's getting bigger, to be fair, but I still feel it's still quite niche to be an F1 fan. Less than it was, for sure. Because I knew nobody when I grew up. We said this the other day. I had no friends that were F1 fans. Even my family weren't really. They just like pretending that they supported David Coulthard to annoy me, because A, I didn't like David Coulthard, and B, I was a Michael Schumacher fan. And by didn't like David Coulthard, I'd like to stress I like him more now than I did, but I'm still not his biggest fan, to be honest.
Fair enough. I mean, yep. I like him, but I don't. I like him in quite a different way.
Yeah,
I wouldn't go to bat for him. I wouldn't. I'm not. I did have a DC. Someone to get me a DC shirt for one birthday or Christmas when I was a teenager, during the years when he was sort of in the championship hunt. However, you'd like to frame that. But yeah, I had a small group of friends in sixth form who, I mean, some of them weren't friends, but we were sort of all F1 kind of people. I did used to run a little predictions championship back then. You used to have to, everyone used to have to guess what the top six would be, and then we'd win points based off that. And I wrote it all down in my little planner, so it was all handwritten back in those days, and that was quite fun.
I mean, sorry to bring it up again, but somebody did suggest to me that if you weren't going to do them, I took over the predictions thing, and I did sit down and think I might ask Stuart about that, and then I remembered the work you put into it, and I just went, nah, I'm not the Excel documents and the PowerPoint for the first ones and all that effort. I was like, keeping track of it all season. I was like, I think I get bored after like a week trying to keep track of all that. I was like, no.
The Excel spreadsheet that is behind that is enormous and has thousands and thousands of formula in it. It's fun to make though. And then I used to make the PowerPoint, which is what you saw when I recorded it with you guys. And then I used to redo the PowerPoint in After Effects so it looked nice for the actual video. All in good fun though. I was thinking about doing it again this year, but then but I don't have After Effects anymore, and thinking of like relearning how to do every single part of that. There are some times when I think, I'd like to do that again, and I just think about whether I could be bothered. Maybe.
I mean, for full transparency, when everything happened with, I thought, do I just call it a day at the end of this year altogether? Before I started this channel, I was like, I don't know if I can be bothered to start again. I remember the stress of starting the first. I mean, me and you started at about the same time, didn't we? A decade nearly ago. So I thought, can I do that again? And then I was like, yeah, I need to, but I couldn't put that effort in. It was like your end of season review that took you pretty much all year to film, was madness. But I was just gonna say, my overriding memory of of your community on the predictions was how angry they got when you referred to us as humans and them as the non-humans. They used to get really angry. We're humans too.
I kind of thought of them as more like the Borg, the collective, the hive mind. On a completely unrelated note, I have made the worst cup of tea. This is a shame to my country.
Oh, what?
It's basically grey.
What?
It's like to be fair, it's the last dregs of the teapot. But I can't drink this. There's no hue to it.
You can go make another one in 3 minutes when I do a rundown, and you'll be fine.
I will do.
There's no hue to it. That's the best thing I've heard about a cup of tea in my life. I can't drink this. The disappointment in your British voice as well. I can't drink this. There's no hue to it.
I don't know what percentage of the chat is not British, but this is a serious business.
It's very serious. Thank you very much to Annette for your contribution over on Buy Me a Coffee. Really appreciate your support as always, Annette. You've not put a message, but lots of love as always. So Annette, I don't know if Annette's quite a channel OG, but she's one of the channel OGs, definitely. And thank you as well. I'm one of the heroes. Anyone in Australia that stays up all through these streams or the other side of the world, you're a hero. If it's the middle of the night, first thing in the morning, whatever, yeah. And thank you to Thomas for your super chat, the channel OG. So, Stuart, are you a recreational user of a spreadsheet? Takes one to know one, I guess, question mark. Yeah, thank you, Thomas. Appreciate that super chat. I mean, from what I know of Stuart, he's more than recreational with the old spreadsheets. I think he was trying to teach me to do how to work out the difference between each driver in qualifying over one lap and an average, because I wasn't very good, and I think in the end he just gave up teaching me and sent me one that he done himself.
That is true, yeah. I did kind of break down one of my own spreadsheets and send it to you. Oh yeah, love a spreadsheet. Spreadsheet can solve all your problems. Well, do you remember the there was a while on my channel, I only did like about 5 episodes of it, but I did a quiz show.
Yes.
That was sort of a mixture of like Wheel of Fortune and like Family Fortunes and Pointless.
All renamed.
And, like, there's a whole bunch of... yeah, of course. Yeah, no copyright intent. And I'd sort of, there'd be like live graphics, like as people made guesses and stuff. That was all in Excel. All of that was just what you saw was Excel. And that was fun. It was a nightmare, but that was all in Excel. I don't know how people actually watch those things. I kind of stopped doing it because I realized some people were cheating. And I'm like, I can't be asked to police this.
Googling, I bet.
Yeah.
I didn't. I'm too stupid to think of that. I could have cheated this.
Yeah. Yeah. I love a spreadsheet. Love PowerPoint. Don't really like Microsoft, but I love spreadsheet. We've gone way off topic here, but I've been watching someone play through a sort of a detective mystery game called Blueprints that involves collating lots of clues and solving riddles and puzzles and things. And this person has been doing all of this in Photoshop for no fathomable reason. And I've been screaming to myself, open Excel, for about 6 months.
I was just going to say that if you want to know how exciting testing is, if you knew, they're currently putting testing in a small screen on TV and showing us a replay of last year's Australian Grand Prix. That's how exciting practice testing tends to get.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm trying to think who was on your quiz. Did you have Matt Gallagher and Tommy on at one point?
I had Tommy, but I had him with Tiamat Marduk or Ben Daly and Arava.
If Ben was there, I think we know who was cheating. Then that's that's fine.
Yeah. I had a lost episode that never went out because it was just full of cheating, and I was like, I don't know how I feel about this. I feel like it would lose the integrity of the fun. Yeah, I'm enjoying watching the Australia highlights, by the way. Yeah,
it was a chaotic race. I'll go through the tyres there, Stuart. I'll let you go and make a non-disastrous cup of tea.
This is so sad.
And I will remember to mute you this time so we don't get the sad humming as you walk away.
All right, I'll see you in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, see you in a minute. I have muted him this time. I didn't mute myself, did I? No, that's okay. So as we head into the final hour of the morning session, Charles Leclerc, 1:33.689 is the fastest time on the board. I'm sorry, I'm just watching Stuart see if he just walk away really head down. My tea. 1:33.689. That was set on the C3 tyre, and he is currently on track as well. But 67, now 68 laps on the board. Kimi Antonelli, 1:33.916. He set that on the C3 tyre and had done 49 laps, but stopped on track with either a mechanical issue or was told to stop as a precaution. Car is back in the garage. He's back in the garage. Not been back out on track yet, so we'll see. It might not seem to the afternoon now, but he can go back out if they fix that. So I'll wait. I'll check Mercedes in a minute to see if there's anything information-wise there. Oscar Piastri, 1:34.352. C4 tyre for him. A couple of lockups from Oscar Piastri, but mainly okay. 52 laps. 53 laps for Ocon, 1:34.494. That was on the unknown tyre. Hadjar, 34.511. 38 laps. Hadjar's fastest time on the C3. So... not a bad lap count for Hadjar, but not up there with the 68s and the 49s and things like that. Pierre Gasly, 1:34.846, 41 laps for him. His fastest time was on the C3. Lingard? That's not Jesse Lingard. For God's sake, Sean. What about Lindblad? I did that in a video the other week as well. Lingard. Get a grip. 1:35.2. Fastest time on the C2. 60 laps for him. 48 laps for Carlos Sainz. 1:35.252. C3. I'm shaking my head. C3 tyre. Hulkenberg 36.0. That was on the C3 tyre. 51 laps for him. Sergio Perez 1:41.8. That was on the C3 C2 tyre and 33 laps for him so far. Still no Lance Stroll. If you are just tuning in for an update, there is no plans for big running for Aston Martin today. They haven't got enough spare parts because of that issue they had yesterday for the power units. They haven't got enough spare parts for the power units, so they are going to do short and sweet stints today, and we've still not seen them. So maybe they're going to wait for the... Which I guess actually, chat, is a good point. It may well be that they decide to use a more relevant session this afternoon rather than the morning session, so we'll wait and see. As always, despite my Lindblad mistake there, please do drop a like on the stream and consider subscribing as well. Lots to come this season, including qualifying watch-alongs, race reactions, lots of videos as well, so please do subscribe. You can support the channel like quite a few of you had with the super chats and the buy me a coffee contributions. Really appreciate that, and also if you could consider Patreon and memberships as well for long-term support, that'd be amazing. But as always, we always come to you in chats, we're never going to ignore you, so please do consider it, but don't worry too much if not. All money made from these streams does go to a new camera in the future, so yes, that's that. Interestingly, Stuart, can you just say something for me?
What do you want me to say?
Okay, I found the right. So I've got that's hilarious. I've got OBS set up wrong. So people in chat are saying that they can hear what's going on in the background. I am muting you on my thing, my mixer, but it's only muting you for me. So whatever your conversation just was, I hope it was. I couldn't hear it, but everyone can hear you. So I'm sorry. I'll remember to do that directly through OBS in future then.
Whoopsie, I should mute myself, to be honest.
No, it's my stream. It's my responsibility. That's on me. So I hope nothing.
I don't think I said anything controversial.
There. That's all right. You go, yeah. So that's why you would have heard the humming. That explains everything now. There we go. Sorry. I'm sorry, everyone. It's only taken me 3 days to notice, so it's okay. It's okay. Yeah.
I mean, I was just making a cup of tea, to be honest, and telling my deepest, darkest secrets. Just those two things.
I'd love it if you got over there and just started tearing into a driver you didn't like, really. And we got your true feelings on Pierre Gasly and his scumminess. Probably pick like one of the most likable drivers to say that about, but there you go. Why not? Anyway, yes, I'll remember to do it on stream next time. It's the problem is when I've got to press too many buttons, I forget to turn one back on. Is the problem? So,
well, if we both try, then between us, we should make sure
we should
I'm muted.
It does make me wonder what they heard from Jonty, though, over the last few days. Anyway, and it's all right, Sean. When you've had a bit more practice, you'll get it right. Yeah. Only the 400 odd streams over the years, I think we worked out. So, yeah, wow. It should be okay. Should be. You think that maybe when it gets to 500, that'll be the moment that it finally, hits. Probably not.
Alonso levels of longevity.
yeah. Well, MSC Bar says you're like an F1 team yourself. Every day something seems to go wrong for you. Yeah, I'm Aston Martin this year. I should get an Aston Martin shirt now. Shouldn't I just wear that on streams? Because things keep going wrong. yeah. Jonty mutes himself, I think, says he. That's all right then. So, but I'll try and remember to do it. We'll get there between us, I'm sure. Anyway. We've got what we have. Antonelli's still out on track. I was going to check, wasn't I, to see what is going on in the land of Mercedes. See if anything's being tweeted or shared by anybody on the ground as to what happened to Antonelli.
Oh, good point.
Possibly. Something new on trial on the rear wing for Mercedes, says the race. And they've highlighted... I'm not going to go steal their image. That's not fair. But yeah, check out the race on whatever your social media platform of choice is. And there's a little doodle on there for you to have a look at. Nothing that I can see I did open up Autosport yesterday, actually, because
Oh, yeah.
I forgot they were a thing. Generally, as a
We all do.
company, but really, I forgot they used to. They've actually got one of the better live blogs in terms of readability, like being able to look at it quickly and spot something. I find so.
Yeah.
I forgot about that. I usually have it open. I completely forgot this year, so I will get that open again. Then they might have some ideas on what's going on. But yeah, poor
I
Antonelli.
did forget to open Autosport today. I did have it open the last couple of days just so I could see if there was any information coming through about particulars. But yeah, not seeing anything about Mercedes yet.
No, nothing there at the moment. So I don't know what they're talking about to Sean Connery, but there you go. Fair enough. Where are we at then? So last hour, cars on track: Sainz, Hadjar, Perez, Hulkenberg, Leclerc, and Ocon. There is a lot of grey and red on these timing screens, isn't there? Why can't they make Alpine pink? It just makes sense. Break it up. Come on. Let's do it.
Alpine seem to feel like they have a very strong... That blue is, like metallic blue is very, very the Alpine colour. But I guess if you're trying to build a brand, like people know, like people like Jaguar and Aston Martin are green and Ferrari are red. Alpine are trying to make blue happen. I do like it mixed with the pink though. I think they have finally found a nice balance with that.
Yeah, I remember when it was. Look, you remember at that F175 event last year? It launched and we all went, "Oh God, that's awful." As soon as it hit the track, it looked really good. It popped and it worked.
It does, yeah.
It just maybe that lighting.
See it coming. And you know what? The bisexuals need a team to support. So I'm glad they've got Alpine.
There you go. They've got Alpine of all the teams. Last year was fun then for them. Yeah. So I just. Watching Hulkenberg here down at what's his rear wing is still the Alpine style, as we'll call it, even though Audi also have it, so that seems unfair on them to take the credit away from them, but it is the Alpine style. Not seen anyone rush through somehow a magic Ferrari rear wings. Someone asked yesterday, could they get one to the test today? And me and Jonty said very unlikely by the time you've run the data on it, designed it, printed it off and whatnot. You know, it's not going to happen, so...
Well, the whole mechanism is in a different place as well. It's like inside the rear wing end plates. Some people were saying it's actually probably quite a bit heavier than the normal actuator, so that's a trade-off you have to think about with the rear wing, with having the mechanism inside the end plate. So yeah, it'd be interesting. I'd be sad if we never saw it again. If just one of those things that appears on one day of testing and then it just turns out to be not worth the effort, and then it never appears again. Because I do like a fun little novel concept.
Is it? I mean, it could be possible, I suppose, that Ferrari ran it for very briefly, see if it was a viable concept, and then try and bring the weight down, and then put it on in the future, maybe. It's what we'll know if it was good though. If it was a good idea, then it'll be on every car at some point. But I did see, I think James Vowles, I haven't got the quote up. It was something along the lines of, when you see something like that in testing, either nobody's thought of it and it's absolutely ingenious, or everybody thought of it but didn't think it was worth it. And he feels like the Ferrari was the first one of those. It was something nobody thought about. So that's interesting.
I think there's also with the latter, if everybody's thought of it, you still have to think about implementing it as part of your like entire car design. So if you write it off as not worth it, that might not necessarily mean it's not it's never worth it, but it might be with your whole car philosophy, it doesn't fit. It doesn't work with everything else you've done. But there may be some cars, maybe Ferrari with their car, they may think, okay, yeah, this is something we can actually make work with the trade-offs with the rest of the car. So but yeah, I think it did take a lot of people by surprise, even though some teams seem to say, yeah, we thought about it, but nah. You never know who you really can believe, do you?
No, and I like what Michael's saying. Chat, he says, think they are planning to use it again. It had some structural issues. It was a prototype. So we've got to remember that. But also, Miss CZ underneath, there's more that there's a theory the Ferrari exhaust and wing and inverted wing could work together. We were speculating on that yesterday. I think there might be a way that there might be something they've spotted with this. I'm going to call it blown thing, but it might not be what we think it's doing. But it could also be that you invert that wing and then the exhaust gases, if directed that way, help all of that to work even better together at the rear. So I hope we see it again, because it's nice to see something different. It might be something that they use if let's theorize for a second, because we don't really know, but let's say that stuff on the back is, you know, blown diffuser styly stuff, you know, blown bodywork. It might be that it's something that they run somewhere where they need higher downforce tracks to generate more. So it could be a track specific type upgrade or update rather than one they run everywhere, because you don't want much on your wings at Monza anywhere, do you? And no extra weight. So
yeah. That's also actually on your last point there to mention that I think there's going to be some interesting observations we can make with the different tracks on how effective this straight line mode or DRS or whatever you want to call it actually is, because with you being able to use it on every straight and then flip it to, you know, corner mode for every corner, will we see like more draggy wings at Monza? Because obviously on the straights it doesn't matter. And they can, it will become less of a compromise so that you can have proper cornering wings for some of Monza's corners. Will we see some of that now? And similarly, maybe will we see trade-offs in like the heavy downforce areas like Monaco? I don't know. Is this going to be the end of the Monza spec wing? Is basically the question I'm asking. Because it doesn't matter. You don't have to trade it off with the straights and the corners because you've got a different mode for both.
Yeah, no, that's. I've not thought about that at all, to be honest. That's a very good point, and it goes back to what we keep saying about how every track we might see something different, and that could disrupt the pecking order, couldn't it? Quite a bit. Just because you're good on one track doesn't mean. I mean, it's always been the case in F1. Just because you're good on one track doesn't mean you are somewhere else. But that might be a bit more exaggerated this year, as well, which could be quite a lot of fun. I was going to ask if you wanted to go over to the doodle board and have a look at your graphs.
Yeah, we could try it. It's only to sort of visually explain overtake mode for anyone who still needs a visual to get it into their head properly. We could see if it works.
That's the bit I'm getting giddy about. Is have I set this up? If this works, I'm going to be so happy. I can't say Lindblad properly, and I can't mute a stream properly. But you watch me get this right. I think you just need to share your screen, and then I can do the stuff I need to do from there. Okay. If I go to the screen now, you're going to be full screen, and you're like, ah! You make people jump. It'll be funny.
Right, let's make sure I'm showing the right screen. Not that I've got anything crazy yet.
Oh my God, Stuart! Put that away. What? My God.
Right, let's try this. Let's see if this works.
Okay, so that's probably the thing that says. Can you see it? Is that?
Well,
obviously
hang on,
you can see your screen.
I can see my screen. There's a delay for you. I can still see me on your stream.
Yeah, I'm gonna go. Now, Stuart might be full screen here if this doesn't work, but I'm hoping. There we. Oh, I'm not quite sized right, but that. Do you know what? I am absolutely gonna take that. I'm gonna have to do some resizing, but I'm pretty. Generally quite happy with that. It's not perfect, but I can.
I'll wait till you're happy with the size, and then look at it go.
I know. Look at this editing. I might have to just cut the edge off, or I'll tell you what I'll do. It'll annoy people, but I'm going to go over the top of the timing tower with it, so we can actually get the full thing on. Because Stuart's worked very hard at these, so if I press the right button, it would always help as well, wouldn't it?
You're going to be disappointed. It's a very simple couple of graphs.
I'm happy with that. I can jiggle it around if I need to.
Very funny. Okay.
I'll let you take over, Stuart. The stream is yours.
Look at my lovely graph. I don't know if on the stream you could see my mouse.
I can, yes.
Great. So what we have here is a set of graph axes, and up here is the amount of power that's being deployed to the car. I will actually draw things on the graph at the moment. And along the bottom here is, which maybe I haven't labeled, but this is the speed the car's going in kilometers an hour. Now, the combustion engine provides about 400 kilometers of power maximum. That's everything's going to be in kilometers, kilowatts of hour, kilowatts of power. I can do this. As a maximum, that's about 550 horsepower. It's going to be all in kilowatts, but because that's just easier generally. And that's sort of capped by fuel flow rates and stuff. I think some people have said 600 horsepower, but whatever for this purpose. On top of that, of course, we're going to have the electric motor. The electric motor is capped at 350 kilowatts. So when everything's running at maximum, you're probably going to get about 750 kilowatts of power total. It's never allowed to deliver more than 350 kilowatts. Now there's a couple of equations that specify that once it reaches a certain speed, the electric motor has to start powering down. So once it gets to about 290, it sort of it starts dropping down, and then it reaches sort of another little speed and it drops down even faster. So once you get to about 340 kilometers an hour, only the combustion engine is providing power to the car. And this kind of speed is sort of end of a long straight kind of speed anyway. So this is when it's in normal mode, not overtake mode. Now, what overtake mode allows you to do, is instead of it starting to drop off at about 290 miles an hour, you can still use maximum ERS power all the way up to about 338 kilometers an hour, and then that'll drop down to about that'll peter off by the time you get to 355 kilometers an hour. So by 355, you're back down to only using your engine power. So in theory, if you're in overtake mode, you can still keep delivering electric energy at these higher speeds while your rival ahead of you, who's within 1 second when you went through the detection zone, is losing electric power and won't have as much acceleration. So that's the theory of replacing DRS with a sort of overtaking mode. You can deploy your electric engine for longer. Now, the problem here is that we've been seeing during testing, and what was sort of predicted is these cars are just running out of energy halfway down the straight anyway. So there's a big question mark over how much of this energy is really going to be available to anyone in overtake mode. How powerful is it really going to be to the cars that's trying to overtake? And just to give you a little talk about harvesting as well. So when you're in standard mode, you can harvest your 8.5 megajoules per lap, which you can then deploy. And if you're in overtake mode, that's basically how much more you're allowed to put into the battery as energy to use over the next lap. It's about 6% more. So it's not massive. And we don't know if this amount of energy is actually going to be enough to make overtake mode worth it. But yeah, that is my little presentation on overtake mode and how it works. It's very, very different to DRS. And it's also going to be quite invisible, I think. Like with DRS, you can see the flaps open, you can see that they're able to get a little bit more speed, but actually in overtake mode, we're going to it's not going to be quite as obvious how it's affecting both cars. But I think if you've been watching, if you've seen any testing, if you've seen any of the highlights of testing and things, we've seen drivers kind of attempting to go for some overtakes and then the electric power running out, the battery running dry essentially, and then having to drop back. So they'll pull alongside and they're not actually able to complete the move because they run out of power. And that's the concern I think people have about the racing at the moment, is that the cars are just going to sort of start dying of electric power at the end of the straights. The end. You can bring my face back now if you like.
I feel like I was eating sweets then. I feel like I should apologise to you, sir. I know I shouldn't be eating in class. It felt very school then. I was rocking on my chair and everything. No, that was a great explanation. Victor said fabulous explanation. So a few others say thanks as well. So yeah, it was a good explanation, better than I could have done for sure. But it's just going to be. I think somebody actually said as well, this just proves that Crofty was chatting absolute BS. That was a yinker. So, yeah, they're clapping in chat for you. There you go. Yeah, a round of applause in chat. Not sarcastic, it was genuinely interesting. It was nice and easily, probably actually explaining it much more. I suppose visuals help, don't they? But much more easily and succinct, in a succinct way than Crofty and Kay, but then I suppose they've got to fill their 2 hours as well, haven't they? So, but yeah, no, I appreciate that, Stuart. Thank you, and I'm glad it all worked as well. That's another bonus. We are getting very good at this streaming business.
So technical. I will add also, I think it's what the drivers have been talking about. While it's nice to have that extra power available for a little bit longer down the straights, some of the drivers are saying it may not be worth doing because you'll just rinse your battery of energy down that straight, and by the time you get around the next corner, the car behind you will have more electrical energy ready to go than you. Like, you just because you can deploy more power doesn't mean you'll want to, because you'll just leave yourself a sitting duck later around the lap maybe. Not necessarily a bad thing, I will say, because what this does give you now is strategy. Like, when do you want to use your energy? When do you want to charge? When do you want to deploy? When do you want to make your move? Knowing that there's going to be a little bit of a trade-off in, if you use power to make a move, you might not have as much power left over to defend yourself later in the lap or on the next lap. So I think it'll be a point of interest. It'll be a whole new thing to get used to, I think.
Yeah, and I guess sort of to keep it simple for people like me, it's the DRS replacement, in the sense that it is an overtaking Audi that is replacing DRS, but it's also nothing like DRS in any way, shape or form. It's completely different. So so when you hear DRS replacement, I mean, Miss CZ did say, but how many kettles is it? You know, so
1 second, what's the kettle wattage?
Oh god, we're actually doing it. Oh god.
Well, I don't know what the average kettle is.
I need to write this down.
Okay, a common wattage for a kettle is 1,000 watts. So 350 kilowatts is 350 kettles. Very easy. Or 350 microwaves. Kettles. Oh no, a travel compact kettle is 1,000. So a normal kettle is 2,000. So actually, it's about 175 kettles.
175 kettles. Yeah, I actually did write that down as well. At least it's not quite how much toast you could make in the. Anyway, it was a little nostalgic kick there almost when we saw the classic chain bay yellow. It was like, oh.
Making the PowerPoint did make me want to make a proper animated thing and put it out there, because I think it did remind me of the reason I made the channel in the first place, is that a lot of people are very confused and could use a little simple 5 minutes just to visualize things.
I remember you doing a little, I think you called it was it a chain bear quickie or something like that? And it was when we had all that chaos around the penalties in Austria one year, the grid drops, and it was trying to work out where everyone was starting, and you had to go through it. It was the way they were applied meant that we were all wrong about how we thought the grid was going to line up, and they were handy. But it was. I also completely agree with what you say. It's a lot of effort. Mine are fairly easy. It's just me talking crap for 8 minutes and sticking some photos up and a few bits of B-roll. But all of that is. Anyway,
I do wonder, off the back of that grid penalty thing, I know the grid penalty system is different now, but I do wonder, with all the problems we're seeing with Honda, whether we're going to have a classic 2016 Aston Martin's getting whatever the modern equivalent is of a 150 place grid penalty.
Maybe.
On the regular. But are they going to have to rinse through their engines?
Even when you go back to the Honda days of McLaren, we had the token system for upgrades, didn't we? But even that's changed now. They've got like defined periods where they'll be allowed so much development to catch up, haven't they? Which is really interesting. It's not. They call this an engine freeze, but it's sort of not, because there is still, if a team is, I can't remember the numbers again, completely forgot, but if they're so far behind, an X amount behind, percentage wise, the fastest engine they'll be allowed to upgrade over a specific point, and they'll measure it a bit like the CFD scaling thing. They'll measure it at certain points during the year, and then that will define how much time you get. Yeah, so that's going to be interesting to try and get on top of, but also to try and understand who needs it. Aston Martin immediately, and Honda scream like they're desperate. But to be fair, again, Audi, when you consider they've built that engine from scratch, I'm surprised they're not having more Honda-style problems, actually. So they look good.
Yeah. I have mixed sort of feelings about that whole, like, it's not balance of power, is it? But allowing engine manufacturers catch up. And I think generally it's a good thing. But it does seem sort of a mix of philosophies, doesn't it? Because I think it would be a bad thing for Formula One if all the engines got locked in at their current performance rate or whatever, and if Mercedes are far ahead and Honda are really far behind, and so on. There's a hierarchy of engines, and you're just locked in for the next 5 years, and some teams will just never have a chance because their engines of performance is frozen. Then that's not great for the sport, is it? But the philosophy kind of speaks to the idea that, yes, we want you to make your own engines. We want you to, have free reign to design what you think's best, but we need you all to make them exactly as good as each other, or we'll force you to.
Yeah.
It's kind of just a strange contradiction. And I think there's a big part of it that makes sense because we don't want that big staggering of engine that's just going to linger over season after season. But yeah, it's weird, isn't it?
It is, because, like you say, you want the teams that get it right and the manufacturers that get it right to be rewarded. So it feels a little bit weird to, again, in inverted commas, reward people who haven't done as well. If that makes sense. I tend to agree. It's a little bit of a weird feeling, but also you don't want, saying this is a Stoffel Van Dorn fan. The time from the start of the stream to when I mentioned it seems to be getting shorter. But anyway, you don't want these stupid. Jensen Button's got the record penalty, hasn't he? Of all time, I believe. If not him, it's Stoffel. It's one of the McLarens. But we don't want those crazy penalties again and daft stuff like that. So I'd rather teams have the opportunity to catch up. But I also feel like it's a bit. Well, it's not unfair, I suppose, because if you build the best engine, you've got a massive head start, haven't you? And you can then develop yours when things open up again to improve it even further. So you've got a better baseline, I suppose. But it just feels a bit unfair. But Anthony Davidson looks like he's in the pit lane explaining tyres by the look of it. Do like me some Anthony Davidson. Another weird stat. I think I've said this stat before. I'm going to tell you again. His brother was on the first series of Big Brother in the UK. Second to be evicted.
Right?
Yeah, second to be evicted. Andrew. There you go. Andrew and Anthony.
I did watch that series, but I don't remember that particular person. I remember probably the people who were left at the end, to be honest, and Nasty Nick.
Yeah, Nasty Nick. The most hated man in Britain for, checks notes, writing names on a piece of paper. How
Doesn't
times
get worse
have changed.
Than that. Oh, dear.
Yeah, I agree with Pascal.
So, yeah.
Audi has got decent reliability so far. Sorry, yeah, just on the engine front. Audi look better than I did worry about them. And it's sort of, I understand why Cadillac wanted some time to build theirs because they were quite late to the party, but it's a shame they couldn't get one ready in time as well, or a little bit earlier. Because watching Oscar Piastri, I was sort of talking and tried to watch Piastri. He's right behind Carlos Sainz, towing his way down that new DRS zone, let's call it, on the run to 14.
Yeah, let's see if he's able to. You're a little bit ahead of me, of course. Use his power all the way down the straight, or whether he has to back off. It seemed like he backed off before the last corner, but he can have another go at it down the pit straight.
He
does look a lot faster than he does look faster than the Williams ahead. But again, he pulls alongside the Williams and struggles for a moment to get past, but does eventually.
But is that because Carlos backed off to let him go?
Yeah, that's why I paused. I wasn't really sure who was letting who by there. But it did look like Piastri accelerated up to the side of Sainz and then struggled to go all the way. And maybe Sainz was like, I don't want to have a fight with you. Go on.
That's something that would improve in races because they'll manage things better than maybe in testing, won't they? So we might not see that as much on race day. But it does highlight, that long straight in Bahrain. That start-finish straight is a long straight, isn't it? So it does highlight we might see some issues. It is the boring rear wing still on the Ferrari. Boo. But yeah.
Not only is there a long pit straight in Bahrain, but it comes immediately after a long straight. Where they'll also have been deploying energy. So one thing we're definitely not going to see, and I think we're used to not seeing it anyways. We are never going to see in qualifying a double hot lap.
Yeah,
because you need to start your hot lap with full battery, and you need to end your hot lap with empty battery, or you're just not going to do the best possible time. So, if you muck up a lap towards the end of qualifying, that's it. No going straight into a new one.
That's true. And again, as I think it says on Wednesday, again, the preparation laps are going to be really interesting as well. How much, because you can't go into your flying lap without a full charge, but you also are going to use some of that charge potentially on a preparation lap. So you've got to make sure that everything's nice. It's going to be a big balancing act early in the season, isn't it? And throughout, but it's going to take a while for drivers to get on top of it, I think. And I'm sort of here for that in a way, because that adds another variable, but we also don't want it to be detrimental to qualifying, because I think, I protest 3 or 4 times this week, and you're probably sick of me saying it, but my biggest concern is more qualifying than the races with these new rules. I think it needs to be, I know you've said you're not a purist, I'm not so much anymore, but that feels like we want that to be as pure as possible, don't we, qualifying? So that's my only concern.
I think that's the one part of the weekend when you're like, we just want to see them put a fast lap together, no gimmicks, no interruptions. And it's partially that. It's just, putting your fastest lap together now is going to involve a little bit of harvesting and a little bit of deployment in different areas. It's not going to be fully flat out all the way. Like, how you use the energy is part of your hot lap. And we'll get used to that. I do think your people like your Anthony Davidsons and your Karun Chandhocks and your Jolyon Palmers on the, on your touch screens and stuff are going to be extra valuable this year.
Yeah.
Because I think people are going to have to understand what it is that they're seeing a lot, and why it is that engines are cutting out here, and why they're not as fast in certain areas that they used to be. I think I'd be interested to see how quickly the standard F1 viewer gets up to speed with understanding what it is that they're seeing and why.
Yeah, I'll be able to tell you. Because that'll be me trying to work it all out. About 6 months I got there in the end, but no, it's true. That's very true. I was just gonna say, really quietly, hello to Red Raven, says good morning, hangover Raven here, the first one to speak loudly in my presence gets punched. Anything I missed.
Oh dear.
So I talk nice and quietly for Red Raven. I've got a bit AM. Sorry, no. Anyway, he missed the classic Chamber Tech Talk, and in terms of track action, in the last hour, nothing. But we did have Antonelli breaking down a bit ago on the run between turns 10 and 11, or stopping because he was told to. But his car is back in the pits, as is he. But with 23 minutes to go this morning, possibly the last we're going to see of Antonelli until Australia. On track, I'm sure he'll exist elsewhere in the world. Maybe we'll crash another car that he's at for 3 days. But yeah, it doesn't look like we're going to see him again.
He still got 49 laps in though, didn't he?
Yeah.
So it's not to be sniffed at. It's not like he got nothing out of his morning.
That's true, but a long way off Leclerc, who apparently is just Leclerc and Ocon, 77, 73, Lindblad on 70. They're just round and round and round and round.
Yeah.
They'll be dizzy.
Hadjar is leaving the pits now, and if he puts in one more lap, then he won't be the last. He won't be the least amount of laps laid down. Well, depending on not whether we get any more of Antonelli, but they're both on 49 laps. I think the story of this morning has just been pounding in the laps, hasn't it?
Yeah,
really.
Which we sort of said at the start, didn't we? We expected, because for a lot of these drivers, I mean, Piastri, Antonelli, Hadjar, Ocon, Hülkenberg, and Perez are all going to be swapped out for the afternoon for their teammates. This is their last chance to get some mileage in. So we expected quite a few laps, and I'm hoping and I'm sure Jonty will be for the afternoon stream as well, that we're getting all this in now, so this afternoon we can have some more quicker runs and a bit of fun, but we'll see what happens. But yeah, I was just going to say on Hadjar, he seems, of the two Red Bulls, it does feel like when they've had an issue, it's been him that's had to deal with it and lost the track time, which is so classic Red Bull number 2 driver, or it feels that way. So hopefully that's not happening too much. But I forgot to mention this earlier in the week. I was reading an interview from Isack Hadjar, who said that when he crashed in Barcelona testing, his mind immediately went to Pierre Gasly and his crash with Red Bull in Barcelona. And I thought that was just really interesting, that when you think about how long ago that was, his first thought in that instance is, well, obviously, I'm okay. Secondly, oh my God, I hope I'm not the next Gasly, effectively. It's quite a weird way for your head to go. But it's just really interesting. I wonder why that was. I suppose such a high-pressure environment. Max Verstappen's teammate, youngster coming up from Toro Rosso that's not unproven, because he did have a great season last year, but only one season, so relatively unproven. There's a lot there to sort of put alongside Gasly, I suppose. It was as a comparison, so I just found it interesting that his head went there, but maybe I'd have done the same in that situation, given what's happened over the years at Red Bull.
I mean, I imagine being a young driver promoted early to the main Red Bull team will always put you in a slight sense of anxiety, but I think we spoke a little bit more about the evolution of Red Bull and how they seem to have drawn a line under a previous era and are starting a new era in terms of, a lot of people have left and a lot of people are now promoted. Hopefully, Red Bull won't feel as scary a place for young drivers as it used to. Hopefully, they're not quite as ruthless. And it seems like Lauren Mekies is a bit stronger on driver development than people like Helmut Marko and stuff were. They're a bit more nurturing and developmental than just putting a fire under their arse and hoping they can move. So yeah, I hope he's not too concerned about things and was able to move on from that crash. He's been putting in some pretty decent testing in Bahrain. He didn't seem too phased or anything. Red Bull are, as a team, are still in that phase where if you ask people what they think of the Red Bull, they'll be like, well, and when Max Verstappen's in the car, ... Like it's like last year, it sort of has that kind of conditional clause whenever you talk about the Red Bull. So yeah, I just hope he has the time when we can, spend the first few races not hoping to God that Hadjar can actually put a decent lap in and isn't like 5 grid slots behind Verstappen. I think at least if he can hold his own and show that he's developing, I think that's the important thing.
And I don't want to fall into this trap again, but I have a lot of faith that Hadjar could be the one to break that curse, as people call it, because he was really good last year. Really good last year. In my mind, I know Bortoletti did a cracking job as well, but for me, Rookie of the Year was Hadjar, and that was pretty obvious from quite early on, really. Not that anyone else did anything particularly wrong. I just thought Hadjar was the standout. But also, coming into this season, as we've discussed before, it's a much more level playing field than if he'd come in next year or the year, say with Lindblad next year or last year, because everyone sort of started from zero. So he still lacks the experience, as does Lindblad, but things are a lot more level now than had they come in 2 years ago, for example. So I think he's got a great chance. And again, as he said himself, the car can't be geared towards Max Verstappen because the car, when he said this quote, didn't exist at that point. So there's that as well. So I think he's got a good shot, and I think he's okay. Anthony says, sure, no. Oh, he's done it. I've just jinxed his entire season. Sorry, Anthony. I've just ruined it now. It's all over. Hadjar's career done. Insert Rosberg meme here. Is Hadjar over? Probably. But yeah, no, that's how I feel about him. He's one of those. I said it to Jonty. I find that the rookies last year, none of them were unlikable. So saying I like Hadjar seems silly because they all were.
You like all of them, yeah.
Yeah, I think as a driver, more than a personality, I really like the way he drives, and I like how he's matured from his F2 days and how he handled all that in Australia. It just made me like him even more. So quite a bit of a Hadjar fan, I have to say. So maybe he'll be the next one that gets ruined by Sean and his predictions. Who knows?
It was never you, Sean. No, I'm thinking of it. And Australia was the point I was going to make, actually. Like, we took, off the back of talking about him crashing in Spain and thinking about Gasly and stuff like that. And is that a cloud over his head? He crashed immediately in his first season, like turn one. and that clearly hit him very hard. He showed a lot of emotion, and we saw that like moment with Anthony Hamilton and so on. And then off the back of that, we had Helmut Marko kind of disparaging him for showing emotion and stuff like that. That was a lot to deal with in his first week, really. But he clearly bounced back from that. He clearly was able to shrug it off, move forward, and become clearly the best rookie of the season and put in some really good performances in that car. So even if he was shaken, having a bit of a crash in Barcelona, I think he's shown that he's able to just pick himself up and move on from that. I think we're seeing what I'm actually enjoying in the last few years with some of the rookies that have come through, like sort of the class of 2019 kind of people onwards. Like we see it a lot in Lando, is drivers who are able and comfortable to process their emotions, like outwardly. Like if they're upset, they'll say they're upset. If they're down, they'll be down. And then like the next day, they'll moved on for it, because they don't seem to be just like damping it down inside of them and letting it kind of fester. They do seem more able to process through any kind of negativity they're feeling, which I think is useful. And I think there was like a big conversation 10 years ago when people were talking about like F1 drivers need to have their own personal like psychologists, because a lot of athletes have sports psychologists that they work through a lot of their stuff with, and F1 drivers were like, no. But actually, I think it's proving people are able to do that kind of thing. It's proving quite healthy and good for them performatively.
Breaking news.
Oh,
Lance Stroll is on track.
In a car?
He is. No, he's walking. It's quicker. Breaking news. Lance Stroll is back in the pit lane. that was fun while it lasted. So one lap from Stroll. He looks like is he going straight down the pit lane? No, he's going to the garage, into the box again. So when Honda said they're doing shorter stints today, that's one reconnaissance lap and straight back into the pits. I assume that's to see if the issue still is around from yesterday, but maybe just
job done,
prepping it for the afternoon. Maybe.
I haven't checked. Is Stroll in the whole afternoon?
He is. He's in
over
all day. Yeah, okay. We've got let's see, Leclerc, Sainz, I know for sure, but also Lindblad, Stroll, and Gasly are in all day. So I do think there is something to be said for the afternoon session being the more representative session when you think about a Bahrain weekend. So maybe even temperature wise, so maybe they're thinking that's, if they have to only do one session today, that's the one to do. They could be thinking that, but either way, it doesn't look good when you think, all right, fair enough, in a better car it appears, but Leclerc has done 80 laps, Ocon's done 79, Lindblad on 75, Stroll's done one reconnaissance lap. It's a little bit concerning. I don't want to keep going about Aston Martin, but they are probably, along with the Ferrari rear wing, the big story from testing, aren't they? It feels like. So sorry to Aston fans who are getting depressed at us talking them down, but that's only because they are, at the moment, pretty awful.
Continue to be a concern, don't they?
Yeah.
Actually, when I was saying it was someone, I think it was Av who arrived and was like, what's going on? Av Maximus arrived and Red Raven arrived, and they're like, what's been going on? And my thought was, everybody's been putting in loads of laps, and I completely forgot that Aston Martin, of course, had not shown their face at all. So not everyone has put in loads of laps.
I think what's the lowest laps apart from Stroll? Is it 54 from
49 from Antonelli?
honestly. Oh, 49, yeah, sorry. That's because he had a mechanical problem as well. It's still nearly 50 laps despite a mechanical problem. So I think you touched on that earlier. That's kind of mad when you think about it. But yeah, F1 things. We are coming to the end of the first session now. The final morning session of testing, which is sad and a relief.
You're going to see much Aston,
at the same time. No, we're not going to see. No, what 12 and a half minutes to go. I can't see them. Again, maybe just prepping for the afternoon session is my thought process there. But it is odd that it's straight out, straight in, back in the garage. It's not like he came in to do a practice start or anything. So it was a loss of pneumatic pressure apparently for Kimi Antonelli. Engine change for the afternoon. That's from Norris Barretto, says Michael. Thank you, Michael. I appreciate that. Saves me scrolling infinitely on the toxic social media site. So I appreciate that, mate. Thank you, Michael. So yeah, a loss of pressure. Pneumatic pressure for Kimi Antonelli, engine change for the afternoon. So that's, they should, couple of hours for an engine change.
Yeah, it should be okay. I mean, they'll be glad that they got in the laps they did, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
That they didn't hang around. Not the biggest loss they could have had. And again, better to happen in testing than happen in a race weekend.
Yeah, I'm just thinking as well, they don't have to, they're not going to rush to fit the power unit in the same way they would if it's between quali and the race, or it's between practice and quali. So it might take a little bit longer.
I did just very, very briefly on the main feed while we're on board with the Haas of someone, Ocon. They very, very briefly brought up some Halo graphics, which looked different, but it sort of appeared for like 2 seconds, and I didn't quite have a chance to.
Oh, I'm so rewinding
to look
at
it. Yeah, have a look and
see
if it looks a bit updated to you. Because we haven't really seen a lot of graphics, have we? We haven't seen a lot of sort of live graphics other than the timing tower and telling you who their engine supplier is.
I can't help but feel that behind the scenes they've got all those new graphics ready, but we're not going to see them until Australia, and they're sort of testing them. So there we go. So I can see it. We've got. It says Leclerc, and then it says C3 tyres on the left. Okay. But I wonder if that would normally be Ocon, and then the tyres he's on, and this is just a test. But then it says in the middle.
We went away quickly.
In the middle, it says 11th position is the live. So 11th live position. Ocon is 4th. Yeah, it's a test one. Live gap to first, 14.591 seconds. And then on the right, you've got their sector times, and underneath, you've got their mini sectors, which is interesting. Sector 1, Sector 2, Sector 3, but the mini sectors within that. So that is definitely updated, but that is definitely a placeholder graphic that they've tested, isn't it?
Yeah. So they must have accidentally just put it on screen.
There you go.
And I think you're right. I think they've got a graphics package ready to go, and I reckon in Beacon Hill or wherever they're testing this thing, they've got an overlay that they can see while this test is going on, to kind of make it to see how it would all look with the live data as well as that kind of testing data that they accidentally showed. So that's interesting. Good. I mean, it's good to know they're working on it. They are going to have to show a lot of different information this year than they did last year. So yeah, I'm interested to see what they come up with when we actually get to see it.
I've not quite. When have you've got multi-view, haven't you? Have you got the FIA feed as well?
I've got a straight mode low grip notice.
Yeah, it's a red. A red thingy, so I wonder if that means it's off. But it says overtake enabled when that goes.
I can't see overtake enabled yet.
When that goes green.
Overtake enabled there's new graphics, aren't there?
Yeah. So I wonder if switch off.
We'll have to keep an eye on the cars because we're in their last 10 minutes now when they start testing stuff. But it says straight mode low grips is the race control, and that's when we see cars going into that hybrid straight line mode when only one of the wings flips down, but now it's changed to normal grip. So I wonder if they're just checking that the telemetry feeds through to the cars as Stroll goes off the road at very low speed.
I was going to say, breaking news, Stroll on track, breaking news, Stroll off track, breaking news, Stroll back on track, breaking news, Stroll back in the pits. There you go. He's having a good day, is Lance Stroll. He's having fun, definitely. But what's interesting here is it's cut with now straight mode normal grip on the FIA feed, but that's also red. So is it a warning rather than like when they used to deactivate DRS? Maybe.
Perhaps, yeah.
Testing flags again, by the way. That's why I've gone red. Back at that point of the day, of the morning.
I mean, these are graphics I haven't really seen before, overtake enabled and so on. So clearly they're trying some things. I was keeping an eye on Stroll during all that. And to follow up on the conversation we had yesterday and today, yeah, the front wing in normal mode, in cornering mode, is just very flat.
Yeah.
So I watched it go up and down, and there's just almost nothing in it, the difference between normal and overtake mode, which is interesting.
So I was just back to the straight mode thing.
Yeah.
Would they need to disable it like they used to with DRS4 if we got like a bit of heavy rain at Spa, for argument's sake, on the Kemmel Straight? Would that get deactivated, or is that something we won't know yet, will we? But I'm just wondering if that's something they dare to leave on, because the reason that you'd deactivate DRS the zones from being activated is because of the lack of grip there's going to be, and therefore downforce. So you want as much as possible. So surely if we have straight mode, if it rains, they're going to have to deactivate that as well.
Well, that's why I understand they've got this thing called straight mode low grip.
Yeah.
Which is for when it's wet, probably not, a deluge, but it's wet, so you can only use one of the wings. I can't remember which one it is, but so you maybe only drop the front wing down, but you still have some rear grip. And there'll probably be like a full straight mode deactivation if it's considered too wet for that.
Very low grip.
They've sort of got this hybrid mode in the middle where you could sort of use a bit of, because obviously you kind of need straight mode to save as much energy as possible. I think if straight mode was disabled completely, you'd see the lap times drop quite a bit. But if it's wet, the lap time's going to drop quite a bit anyway, and everyone's in the same boat. So, yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see how the stewards call that on a case-by-case basis.
So essentially, Spa 2021 rain, it's all going to get disabled because we won't be racing anyway. But it'll all get disabled. But a bit of drizzle, maybe damp, it's more likely to just be the front wing.
Yeah.
Sort of the partial mode. Yeah. Okay, that's it. I wasn't quite sure on that one, but yeah. CPB can't stop looking at the Red Bull. Says, sweet baby Jesus, that Red Bull, that damn Red Bull. It's a good-looking car, apart from the race numbers. They're awful. Cool design, just not very... Yeah. There you go, partial mode. Yeah, another new mode, Red Raven, partial mode. Lots of modes.
I'm just trying to look up what the details were. Here we go. Yeah. An old article from the race from December. Why F1 has added a new partial aero mode to 2026 rules. Simulations run by teams showing that a combination of a low grip track and any high speed kinks on the straights, like Melbourne, effectively risked cars understeering easily off the track and crashing out if the wings were not in corner mode.
Oh. Well, that
if
makes
race
sense,
control
though, doesn't
deems
it?
conditions are too dangerous to allow straight line mode, then it can disable full activation for any period. And a partially activated mode will feature front wing elements being up and rear wing elements being front wing elements being in straight line mode and rear wing flaps being in cornering mode. So in the partial mode, it's the front wing that's still allowed to be in straight line mode.
Okay.
Which makes sense because the rear wing is the serious downforce bit.
We're 4 minutes from the end of the session. Track is green. They're going to do a standing start. They're going to do a start procedure again. So that's really it for the first session. I'll go through time shortly. But I just wanted to ask you, Stuart, actually, we'll do a Q&A for the last hour like we do during lunch. But I just wanted to ask you, have you noticed, because Jonty and I watched this a lot yesterday, the smoke coming from the back of Ferrari-powered cars? It's very... If you know, you know, I suppose. But it's very 2019 Ferrari. I'm not suggesting that's the same thing at all, but that's what it looks like. But we noticed yesterday on the Ferrari, and I don't know if it's just because that plate is there, but it goes between that sort of light box fitting and the light itself. So it's going through there rather than say on the Haas. I mean, the Haas is coming right now. I'll try and see if it's doing the same thing. It is similar, but I'm just wondering what that is, whether that's just a quirk of the engine and it's nothing to really read too much into. Is that
I
don't know. That's why I'm asking, I suppose.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? I'm not actually sure, but the Ferrari is definitely the exhaust gases are definitely more visible than on some of the other cars and engines. And partly I might be being because it's being interrupted by some of that stuff they've shoved in the under the rear wing, but or they're like smaller exhausts are concentrating more. I'm not entirely sure on that, to be honest. But good spot of noticing sort of like the different paths it's taking. We've got a 3-car standing start, I'm seeing.
I think we're going to get an extra formation lap, won't we? If they're practicing the actual race starts. I wonder if this is going to be how it runs in Australia. Are we going to get 2 formation laps? Or is this just something that's going to happen, that's happening in testing?
I mean, I guess what what we've just seen is cars going from the pit to the grid, which wasn't a formation lap. So I think doing the formation lap sequence makes sense in testing, I guess. But okay, we got green flag person waving their flag, so maybe it is a real start.
No, extra formation lap.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just flashed up. Yeah, extra formation lap. So interesting how that all that
McLaren didn't have his hazards on.
No, disgrace. How would we know he'd stopped? It could be the Ferrari, the fuel that Ferrari is using. Says Lagrangian density.
Lagrangian density.
That's the one. Yeah. You know who you are. It could be. Also, I don't. Was it yesterday? We talked about yesterday morning that the Mercedes fuel, is all ready to be signed off according to Toto Wolff, and Red Bull fuel has been signed off as well. So it sounds like that was all a nothing story in the end.
People like the drama.
Talking about.
Toto was angry though.
Yeah, he said some unnecessarily weird things. And I think Fred Vasseur told him off. I think because there was I tried to listen to it properly, but he makes that comment about the files. And then I think, and please, honestly, chat, correct me if I'm wrong, but when you listen carefully, because the mic's not on Fred, I think he says, "Don't say that shit," and he's the only one in the room not laughing at what was I obviously just a joke from Toto, but he was the only one not laughing, and I feel like there was that was a bit of I wonder if he had a word outside, but Toto sort of seemed to double down on his points, but sort of seemed a little bit like side-eyeing Fred Vasseur as he carried on, like, oh, am I going to get a slap in a minute? Or but yeah, just interesting that I don't know. I'm not going to. Toto was make a joke. It maybe was a bit in bad taste. I don't know, but it's Fred wasn't happy with it, so I found that interesting. But I'm not sure if that's again. I'm not sure if that's exactly what he said, but it certainly sounds like he says it's very close to that. If it isn't that. If that makes sense. So Ocon's coming around, by the way, as is Piastri and Hadjar for this epic 3-car start, which, hey, at one point I thought, given the reliability concerns, we might see something when we lose a few cars in Australia. This could be how we line up for Australia. 3 cars on the grid. You never know. Aston might not be there.
Max did say if you think the standing start's too dangerous, you can start from the pit lane.
That's true.
It is classic Max way. Okay.
Oh, he's got his hazards on this time, Piastri. The Ferrari engine's smoking away in the back of the Haas. Is it going to be lights out and away we slow, or will it be lights out and away we go? That's the question. Are we going to get the green flag at the back again? Because they've got to get their practice in. How to wave a flag.
Ocon turns his hazards off.
So I assume
we're going to get an actual start here. The fake race director here. Is this who? I don't actually know what thing he looks like. Is this our real race director or not?
No, I don't think so. So they're calling it pre-start. So they've now got a name for it. The blue is flashing. It says pre-start. But that was definitely more than 5 seconds. Off we go. That little bit sluggish, but I mean, Ocon's gone. See you later, Esteban.
Oh yeah,
that's much better than 2 days ago, isn't it? Much better, but only 3 cars.
Watching the track map, you could see them all kind of leaving at the same kind of pace.
Yeah, didn't look as bad.
Double yellow in sector 2.
Someone's binned it. Too much power into turn 1.
Oh, and I forget that on the on race control, sector 2 doesn't mean timing sector 2; it means marshal sector 2, doesn't it?
Yeah. That's why you just get
to
that
be confusing.
Red Ravens had enough.
Overtake enabled.
Says pre-start mode ? Rolls eyes. Yeah, it's all modes. We've got overtake mode, every mode, Depeche mode. It's all happening.
Yeah.
But I'll let you go and stretch your legs for a minute, Stuart, before we do our final hour, and I'll go through the times, and then we'll take a load of questions from the folks in chat, I think. But because that is it for the first session. I will also mute you this time.
Sure.
I'll think about it.
Oh, that's Sean. What a load of rubbish he speaks.
Oh, that's just accurate. That's I'm not offended by that. I'm going to mute. There we go. I have muted him. There we go. If you hear humming, it's probably from your own brains. It's okay. I better check I've muted myself, actually, because I did that the other day, didn't I? There we go. So end of the final morning of the final day of the final test in Bahrain, and in the winter, of course. Next up, after this afternoon session, it's racing time. 1:33.689 from Charles Leclerc. He did 80 laps this morning. That fastest time was on the C3 tyre. Kimi Antonelli, if I'll do tyres after I've gone through the times, it's a bit easier. So Antonelli 1:33.916, 49 laps this morning. Had a mechanical problem, had to stop on track. Managed to get back to the garage. It was a loss of pressure, but they've got to do an engine change in the lunch break, so hopefully that'll all be good for George Russell this afternoon. That is it, by the way, for Kimi Antonelli. We'll see him in Australia. Oscar Piastri at 1:34.352, 66 laps for him. We'll also not see him now till Australia. He was third. Esteban Ocon, his last session as well, 1:34.494, sorry, 82 laps for him. Isack Hadjar 1:34.511, 59 laps for Hadjar. Tyres wise for your top five, fastest laps on C3 for Leclerc, C3 for Antonelli, C4 for Piastri. Ocon was on the unknown tyre, as I'm calling it, and Hadjar was the C3. Pierre Gasly 1:34.846, 57 laps this morning for him. He's in all day, isn't he? So yeah, last of Hadjar, last of Ocon, but Gasly's in all day. Lindblad is in all day as well, 1:35.238, 77 laps so far for him. Carlos Sainz is in all day, 66 laps, 1:35.252. Hulkenberg, we'll see him in Australia. Bortoleto win this afternoon, 1:36.019, 64 laps. Sergio Perez, his last run today as well. Bottas in for him this afternoon, 1:30.842, 61 laps. Tyres for those. Gasly was on the C3, Lindblad the C2, Sainz the C3, Hulkenberg the C3, Sergio Perez on the C1, and then Lance Stroll, 11th place, did not set a time. Only 2 reconnaissance laps in the end for him after Honda announced that they will only be doing very short stints today because they have run out of spare parts for their engine following a battery issue. So a really miserable test for Aston Martin comes to a very, very miserable end by the sounds of it. So hopefully at least Lance Stroll can get some laps in this afternoon. That's my hope for him, but pretty in keeping with Aston Martin's season so far. If you are going to disappear for lunch, then have a good lunch, and we'll see you in about an hour. We're going to take your questions and spin the wheel a few times as well over the next hour. But that'll be it for Stuart as well. He'll be able to go and have a lie down and get over my voice for a while. But please do leave a like on the stream and consider subscribing too if you haven't already. Lots to come this season on the channel. You can also support the channel with a super chat or by buying me a coffee. A link in the description. Every penny of that is going into hopefully buying a new camera if we can raise enough in the spring. So that's my plan for that. And you can also support the channel longer term on Patreon and by becoming a channel member. Remember Red Ravens saying, become a member, get a helmet. That such a good tagline. It's actually working. Let's go back to Stuart then. What I have to remember to do now is to press all the right buttons to unmute him again. Otherwise, I'm still going to look an idiot. So there we go. I think we're okay. I think we're working okay. So yes.
Bonjour.
Bonjour. Oh, that was an accent and everything for you. Look at that. It wasn't quite a French accent, but yeah, please get your questions in chat and then we'll answer some of those over the next, just under an hour now. So I guess before we get into that big takeaway from the morning session, really, Stuart, is laps and more laps for everyone but Lance Stroll.
Yeah, he got 2 in according to the timing sheet. So, they don't even know what tyre he was on. In fact, on the tyre thing, it says one of them is T and one of them is question mark. So, perfect session from Aston Martin, I think.
Well, I think, as I said, with my rundown, this morning sort of sums up their testing perfectly, doesn't it? Really, not a lot of anything, which is a shame. It is a shame, but yeah.
Once again, rock solid from Ferrari and also from Haas running a Ferrari, and actually a pretty decent day from Cadillac as well so far. So it's you don't want to count your chickens yet, though, do you? You don't want to set yourself up for disappointment. But if you ever were going to have, what did someone say yesterday? The hopium.
Yes.
Maybe now's the time to have it.
It's sorry. The talk says that Stuart's so embarrassed of his tea, he decided to come back as French.
Zut
Disgraceful.
It was awful.
Yeah, I mean, good point at Cadillac. Perez, 61 laps. I don't feel like we've seen. Again, they're weird. They're a weird team. We're seeing them, and we know they're out there, but we're not hearing anything. So, all part of the getting used to F1. But 61 laps is a nice little haul for him this morning. I mean, Charles Leclerc's out there making everyone else look bad, frankly. 80 laps is ridiculous for a morning session, and he's in all afternoon as well. So, we could be looking at 150. So,
that'd be nice. You got to say, they got to be feeling confident, right? They're not going to say it out loud because no one seems to want to say it out loud, but they've got to be sort of thinking, we can win that first race. We can start getting some points on the board, even if everything goes tits up halfway through the season.
Get a good start. That's all that matters. I'm going to spin the wheel first up while the questions come in chat. I think that's a good idea. If it lands on Jonty, I'm going to respin it because I want that this afternoon if it crops up. It hasn't landed on Jonty. We're okay. It's Devil's Fire over on the Discord server says, which two corners would work best when paired together? Oh
my God.
Wow. Oh, that's a very good question that I really should have read and thought about before the stream.
That's the magic of the wheel.
Best two corners. Which two corners would work best together when paired together?
I've always thought it would be, and maybe we can work on this together. You can help me think of the right corners. I always thought it'd be an interesting challenge to go from like a sort of a high-speed, kinky S thing into a heavy braking zone, because the car will be all twitchy and light on its feet and not very stable, and then you've got to get your car slowed down to go into a potential overtaking spot. I think that would be quite a challenge for people. So I don't know. I'm trying to pick something that might work well together.
It might not work, but something like a Maggots and Beckett's complex, but straight into the hairpin at China sort of thing.
Yeah. Or like La Source or something, just like from... yeah, I think that could be quite interesting.
That could be, yeah. I think it's not answering the question while I'm trying to think. I try to not leave dead air, but I quite liked that long turn 3 at Sochi that then went into that tighter right-hander. That was quite good because that was tricky. I
have generally enjoyed, like, I think Tilke realized he was onto something when he made Turkey, and he made that kind of very long turn 8 that was sort of not quite flat out and very sustained through 4 apexes. He kind of started putting that in all his tracks, that kind of thing. But I quite like those really high speed corners that go on for a while, aren't fully flat out, so you kind of have to control your pace through them. Yeah, and then into like a tricky braking zone maybe. I have found the problem with corners that are kind of almost flat out, because they're great, but they don't last very long, because then the cars develop and then they go to just flat out, in the same way that I think a lot of Spa kind of got a bit neutered by modern day cars, because they can run flat out through a lot of it, and 130R at Suzuka, you can run flat out through it pretty easily with modern cars, whereas in its heyday, it was one of those things where you kind of, maybe if you were feeling fruity and confident, you'd try going flat out through it. and you might hit the barrier, you might not. But these days, I don't think anyone bats an eyelid at running flat out through Eau Rouge, Radion, 130R, things like that. But while they work, I really like those corners.
Jonty says Lowe's hairpin halfway around 130R.
Yeah,
something like that. Yeah, that question might require a bit more thinking. Actually, I'm just gonna ponder, but I do just want to say a big shout out to Valentine in chat, but also for the super chat for say coffee ? I do try and check buy me a coffee every sort of once or twice an hour just in case. But massive thank you, mate, for your very generous. I don't like the word donation because I'm not a charity, but contribution is a good word, I think. And your support, really appreciate it. It's just a small thank you, camera money, for being live for 3 whole days, and also for the inclusive community you've built and are building. Dusting yourself off and doing it again is admirable, to say the least. Thank you very much, mate. Really appreciate your support. That's very kind and lovely words as well. So thank you. Not just for the super chats, but such, but also just for being a great part of the community as well. So tips is a good one, John. Actually, I like that one. Yeah. So thank you for your tip. There we go. Appreciate it, mate. That'll go towards the camera quite nicely. But yeah, it is quite daunting to start. I don't like saying start again. We're starting fresh, but you still open yourself up to a lot of criticism and a lot of do you know. I know what they're saying, Stuart, but the whole "I told you so." I knew this was going to happen. You didn't know. I know what you're getting at, but you didn't know. We didn't know. But yeah, shut up. I don't need to hear it. I've been telling it to myself for months. I knew this would happen, Sean. Anyway, let's not get into that. But yeah, thank you for your support, Valentine, and everybody as well. Everybody for your awesome support. Did we get, actually, back to the question a second, did we get what we're doing for subs? I don't know if we'll get to... We've got another 4, but we're rolling slowly towards that. Well, I say slowly now. It's not been slow over the last couple of days towards that 2,000 mark. So you're all absolutely brilliant. Thank you. Corner wise, I'm just trying to think of. The problem is a lot, like you suggest, a lot of the newer tracks now are just long straight into tight corner, aren't they? So it's difficult to try and picture 2 corner. But I think you're right. You want something fast into something slow, don't you? Really,
you want the car all upset and unstable, and give them something to challenge.
So, to answer your question, Devil's Fire, something fast into something slow is the answer we've got at the moment. But I quite like in terms of corner combinations, I do actually really like the 8 to 10 in Bahrain. Where we are now, that slow hairpin.
That's true.
That really quick run through 9 where we saw Alonso pull off that great move into 10, and then that tricky 10, because your car is all unstable at that point, isn't it? And that's why we're seeing so many mistakes. Turn 8 at Turkey is an incredible corner as well. Yeah, I agree. The original. But I think Cota's got a really nice balance of how their corners flow, to be fair. I know that's made up of different parts of other racetracks, but...
Yeah, generally, yeah. There's a part of me that thinks like the kind of the final section gets a little bit... what's the... common phrase, like Mickey Mousey, but actually, after the long straight into, I'm going to say maybe turn 13, I can't remember the numbers of all the corners, but when you sort of have that kind of like wiggling back and forth before you get to what is Cota's turn 8, but actually you tend to get a lot of action there. You get an overtaking move off the end of the back straight, but then you're able to set yourself up for the right-hander, and then you're able to kind of hang around the outside into the next left-hander, and then you're able to set yourself up into like the big winding right-hander. So actually, for all its kind of weird Mickey Mousiness, it does provide.
Yeah. Red Raver says upset and unstable. Sounds like me. Eau Rouge Radion into the Zandvoort bank corner could be awesome. Alfie said for speed, I would like to see the Eau Rouge complex into Parabolica. The runoff area you'd need. You'd need 32 miles of runoff for that, wouldn't you?
That would be fun, though.
That would be fun. So I'm afraid I haven't got an absolute answer for you, Devil's Fire, but we're thinking of good complexes, and the rough guide is if you can think of something nice and quick that's going to make the car unstable and a bit upset, then into a slow corner is something we would probably we'd scream for there. So thank you very much for your question. We'll come back to the wheel shortly, and then we'll do quite a few this afternoon because I think me and Jonty are gonna By that point, I think I might just need you guys to take over. And we'll just answer your questions with lots of yeses and nos. How about a fast right into fast left and then put it on a street track? If you can get it right, you could take it flat out. Get it wrong and it's a red flag, says Louis. Well, it's sort of... Or Lewis, sorry. It's sort of what Jeddah is, isn't it? Super fast flowing corners. If you nail this, you're going to look a legend. You get it wrong, you're going to look an idiot.
Yeah.
And I said to Jonty, I was still amazed I ever passed sign off as a street track. It's bonkers. Safer now, they've got rid of some of the blind fast corners, opening barriers out and things, but it's still a little bit not the best. So
it scared the bejesus out of me when we first saw it.
You just clenching as you're watching the first race constantly. I wasn't the first race 2021 as well, so double clenching constantly. So that was a fun one. Eau Rouge backwards into corkscrew, says RB Lordy. That could be a disaster, but also a wider corkscrew so you can overtake, maybe. Lots of elevation. Good point. Yeah, lots of elevation. Just keep going down, don't you?
Yeah. I do miss sometimes. But it's some tracks, some of the new tracks, we are missing the elevation that we get with the old ones, which is why I really like. It's another reason to like Kota, one of the best modern day tracks, because they did build in elevation through the track, which made it more interesting and dynamic.
Eru says fast right, fast left into White Cliffs of Dover will be an interesting test of braking power.
Sure.
It will be. I hate that we get ats now and not names on YouTube.
It's so annoying, isn't it?
D-Search or D-Search 3023, you know who you are. It says, with SM being used, straight mode being used more than DRS, do you think we could see larger wings at some tracks where there is a compromise with downforce and high speeds, e.g. Spa?
Was this similar to what we were talking about?
Yeah.
The death of the Monza spec wing?
Yeah.
Really? I think yes, to be honest. I think it's because you don't have to worry about the wing being compromised to allow you to run at high speeds on the straights. I think you will see bigger wings being, or more aggressive wings at traditionally high speed tracks. Yeah.
I agree with that. Nothing. I try to think if there's anything I want to add. I don't think. I try to think of a counterpoint, but I don't think there is one. I think, again, there's going to have to be. I think we're going to see a lot more, bigger and more obvious differences from race to race this year in terms of first how the races play out, how qualifying plays out, but how teams go as well, what direction they go in. It might even show us actually how, or help us to see who's got the confidence to go with a more low downforce setup at somewhere like Monaco's a bit extreme, but you know what I mean, a high downforce track and vice versa. So that might be quite an interesting. I've got all sorts going in my head right now, trying to work out what we could see on every given race weekend is going to be so different, and I kind of can't wait for that.
You know what it'll probably mean though, and we can all breathe a sigh of relief. The end of people being like, "Oh, their wings flexing," because it's not going to be a thing anymore.
Yeah.
For all the fight we've had over the last few years of like, oh, wings are flexing on the straight and popping up again in the corners because that's just how material science works. Now it's just part of the rules that the wings go flat in the straights and pop up in the corners. We've essentially written into the rules the thing they've been fighting for years.
Red Raven says, can we please not establish SM as an abbreviation to stick with DRS? Thanks. Yeah, I'd stop myself at SM. It will be straight mode. I'm not going to be joining it. On the boards, on track, I get it. You can't have it saying straight mode because the boards just overtake, get bigger and bigger and bigger. So just SM and that is fine for that kind of reference, but I think I'm still going to call it straight mode, overtake mode, boost.
I mean, F1 has a bit of a tradition going with having slightly dodgy terminology for things.
Yeah.
like they've never been online. whenever I hear the drivers talk about bottoming or BBWs, then I always pause for just a little moment before I remember what they're actually talking about.
Yeah, it is very when you get I'm bottoming. I'm constantly bottoming. You're sort of like, ooh, misses. Anyway, but I think we can still call it straight mode DRS because it is DRS. We keep saying this, so if you want to call it that because it's exactly it is the app. It is probably the best description of what it is.
Truly,
absolutely. So I'm happy with that.
Straight mode switch, yeah.
It'd
be interesting to see if popular terminology dominates over whatever everyone wants us to call it. Like if everyone just keeps calling it DRS, then maybe that's what it'll end up being.
Well, we did that trying to call Racing Bulls Toro Rosso when they were Visa Cash App RB, and it didn't catch on. We tried. Maybe we should try that again.
We never really settled as a collective in terms of all F1 fans on what we were going to call the Saubers last year. I think you and I ended up just sticking with them being Saubers, but some people called them the Kick Saubers and some people just called them the Kicks. And what was the other thing they were sponsored by?
Steak.
Yes, the Steak F1 team. And I was never really sure what their real name was by the end of it, to be honest.
Well, it was the same with the AlphaTauri name change, wasn't it? To V. Some called them V Carb, some called them RB. Some even called them Racing Bulls, and then I'm glad they kind of came out and said we are Racing Bulls, which is a good thing.
But I still heard people calling them V-Carb last year,
yeah.
So you can't really win.
It's just, I mean, that was an awful name. But then so was the Sauber, Steak, Sauber, Kick Sauber. That was just, yeah. And it wasn't the same as when you get like Vodafone, McLaren, Mercedes, where it's like, we've got McLaren, Mercedes, MasterCard or whatever now. You don't call them that. You still call them McLaren. But Visa Cash App and Stake and Kick were actually part of their actual team. They weren't. They not just sponsorship. So it was a little bit weird. But I'm happy to call them Toro Rosso because that was the best name they had. They had the best liveries as well. That slightly lighter blue with the silver and the red was perfect. That was, yeah.
We haven't quite reached the horrific levels of wasn't there a race in American racing recently called like Steak It's What's for Dinner 500 or something? We haven't quite plumbed those depths yet.
Not quite.
Someone in the chat will know what I'm talking about, I think, but it was called something like that. Steak It's What's for Dinner 500.
Isn't there? I think they went to it on Top Gear. There's a track in somewhere in the UK sponsored by Simply Sausages.
Incredible.
And that's what it's called. Which is great. I don't want to get that far with the sponsorship. I'm not sure a European audience is going to accept that, but I get it. They want to make money, so if there's money to be had. Beef it's what's for dinner, says Jonty.
Beef it's what's for dinner, that's it.
A bit random.
Was the name of the race. Incredible. What a country.
Anthony says, I wonder if Rich Energy can get the naming rights for the DRS button. Surprised it isn't there yet. And Max has used the Rich Energy Drink Can Boost button. That's my concern. We're now moving into, Monster Boost mode, or we're now moving into Durex Straight mode, which, as it was in my head there, I didn't realise would work on a number of levels there. But anyway, that kind of thing. I don't want that to creep in, but I suspect it might. We'll see. There was the 2004 Lowe's presents the SpongeBob SquarePants movie 300, according to Jonty.
Things over in that country have reached levels that are beyond satire in terms of capitalism, honestly. And possibly in other ways, but we don't need to go into that. But please, I don't want any Grand Prix to have that kind of titling.
A SpongeBob SquarePants Grand Prix could be great, though. I will say that. There was a NASCAR race, as JB, in 2020 that was voted for, being called the Bushy Bush 500 or something like that. Yeah, Boaty McBoatface. Never asked the public to choose anything or vote on anything, ever. Again. Please.
Well.
I don't know if I want to read that.
I know what.
I'm not going to read it.
You know what?
Go on.
I'll tell you one. We've got to stay on the positives. Louis Vuitton coming
Yes.
into F1, in a move of sponsorship, saving us from other sponsorship, has given us real and interesting racing trophies.
That's true.
Everything, instead of just having a Santander logo on a stick for 8 out of 24 races. That has been a nice touch, and the trophies now seem kind of meaningful and interesting, and maybe something you'd want to have in your collection as a race driver.
A bit like the Heineken trophies we used to get. That were all the same, weren't they? Really, it was only when you got to special races, if you like Silverstone, in that way you got a different trophy. But even then, you didn't get to keep the Silverstone trophy, do you? You have to give it back.
No.
So
no, you get to keep the Heineken logo in your cabinet, though.
Yeah. Is it the same with the Bahrain trophy? Do we know? Do you get to keep that? I feel like they have the money to make a new big one like that every year.
I don't know.
Is it just a British thing? You've won, but you're not keeping it. It's ours.
Did you see Jenson Button last week talking about? So obviously the actual Drivers' Championship trophy is a trophy you give back. It's a permanent trophy, and he was saying, if I wanted to have my own trophy, I'd have to get a replica made, and that would cost like £20,000 or something like that. And he was like, I'm not paying 20,000 trav for something I earned, like through winning. So his agent got him a replica instead. But he just seemed absolutely appalled that he didn't get to keep a trophy that he'd won. But you kind of understand it. It's kind of like the Ashes, isn't it? You have to pass it around. It's like one trophy.
And as an aside to that, it also shows that Jenson Button's agent is probably paid way too much if they can afford to drop 20 grand on a trophy for somebody else.
Well, if you're, I wouldn't mind getting paid 5-10% of whatever Jenson Button earns.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. Imagine how Hulk feels, says Anthony. He finally gets his first podium, and the trophy is bloody Lego, absolute stitch up. It was different. It was nice to be different, I guess, but it was. I might be making it up. Did it get dropped by his daughter? I feel like his daughter may have.
Oh, yeah.
Am I thinking something else? Dropped it or played with it or something?
No, I think that's true. Like for once, it wasn't Lando dropping it.
Like what? But if you hand a Lego trophy as an award, surely you at least glue the stuff down, right?
I actually, I would have assumed that it was all super glued and fixed in place and like permanently, and given a special case to take it home in to make sure doubly it doesn't fall apart.
Yeah. I was going to say, having said that, if you super glue Lego, if you smash it hard enough, it will break, won't it? Into multiple pieces, so I suppose, yeah. That's true. At least with Lego, you can rebuild it. Not like I could have immediately go to the picture of mine of Isack Hadjar breaking his Zandvoort trophy, and that scream he did, and that face he pulled when he did it was so brilliant. Doesn't Max Verstappen use one of the Drivers' Championship trophies as a hanger or something? I vaguely remember a picture from his Twitch stream. I've seen on his Twitch stream, I've seen him get the trophy out and just like have it sat on his windowsill, which seems like just such a normal person thing to do. Like just pop it on the windowsill, like it's part of his stream backdrop. It's not worth any more than that. Which I kind of
sometimes
love.
It's like you hear often of actors keeping their Oscars and their or Grammys or whatever in the toilet or something to keep yourself humble. Like, don't get your ego too overinflated about this. So just pop it on the shelf, pop it in the toilet. I think that's also especially I know Max isn't British, but I think it's a very British thing to put your awards in the trophy because it's too cringe and embarrassing to show off.
Yeah. Jonty would use the Australia trophy as a fruit bowl.
Yeah, that's a good reason. Yeah.
I never. Sorry, Stuart.
Pair it with the British trophy as a decanter.
Yeah. There you go. I did. I always remember Jenson Button's first win, and he waited so long, and he got that porcelain thing in Hungary as a trophy.
Yeah.
He was so gutted with that one. We're watching the Abu Dhabi 2025 on Sky now.
I stopped the stream, so I'll take your word for it.
It's very exciting. I have no idea what's going to happen. Norris is P3. Oh, can he hang on for the title? Will he do it? Yeah, now I'm going to spin the wheel again. Let's spin the wheel. Chat are talking Taskmaster trophies now, so I'll leave them to get over that.
Imagine if the Drivers' Championship trophy was Stefano Dominicali's gold head.
Oh, no. RC says, favourite flavour of cake? Question mark. I do like a red velvet or a carrot cake, I'm not going to lie.
Interesting.
Carrot cake. I'm going to get carrot cake.
Is a cake? So my favourite sort of desserty flavour is banoffee. Very nice. So maybe something sort of banana-y and sweet. I've got really hard into vanilla as I've got older. Like actual proper vanilla flavour. Very, very nice. So, or like a white sponge with a chocolate chip. That's quite nice. I've kind of like veered away from like full chocolate as a favourite flavour and gone into sort of more delicate flavours, I guess.
It is interesting that chat's sort of steady throughout the day, and then you say cake and they're all like, oh, I need to say all of a sudden I was like, did someone say cake? I
did see the sidebar shoot up suddenly.
Max says Victoria Sponge or lemon drizzle. Lemon drizzle's a fair shout. CPB says that's easy. Chocolate. Purple zebras with me. Carrot cake for sure. Especially some nice little walnuts on top. Very nice. Latox says raspberry or strawberry. Traditional fruit cake, says Warner's End. I do love a good Christmas cake. Yeah. I'm not going to lie. I do love a good Christmas cake, especially when it was made, 6 months ago and doused in booze for all that time, like my grandma used to. Not Baxter, not Baxter, but the dogs we had when I lived there with parents, we dropped some cake on the floor once as one of my grandmas, and one of them ate it and then spent the entire afternoon laid on the floor going, I can't hear you anymore. Because it was drunk. Stuart can't hear me. It's over.
That's all right. You disappeared for a few seconds there, and then you just appeared with because it was drunk.
Yeah, just me, big drunk again. Valentine's birthday cake. That's
sure.
Very nondescript, I feel. That could be anything. I'm a sucker for
CPB
a Magdalene.
has strong opinions on it. CPB's like, birthday cake's overrated, too much frosting and sugar. So apparently there is but people say birthday cake, clearly they have an idea of what it means.
Yeah. Ayinka says strawberry. Victoria Sponge is always nice. Yeah, nothing wrong with the classic Victoria Sponges. New York-based cheesecake, nothing else, says Anthony. Oh, now.
Are you talking?
Stuart's having issues. Hello? Is my stream playing up?
I can hear you now. Yeah, sorry, you did disappear for a while.
The PC's had enough for today.
Steam's coming out the back like a Ferrari.
Red Raven says apple cake. Not had apple cake before.
No,
honestly.
That feels very kind of Eastern European-y.
Cinnamon, says Letok. Cinnamon roll. Yes. Has Battenberg been cancelled? Question mark. No, I love a Battenberg. A lot of cheesecake talk. New York cheesecake. Lemon drizzle's popular as well. Alfie's going for lemon drizzle. Purple Zebra says, my theory is that when people make a chocolate cake, they assume just making it chocolate will be enough, but it ends up dry. But when they make a carrot cake, they put in the effort to make it good.
That's a good point.
I love that this is the most serious chat we've had all week. This is brilliant. Does malt loaf count? Yes. I love a malt loaf. Bit of butter on there. Very nice. Are you not into fruity cakes, Stuart?
No, I don't like raisins or sultanas or any of that thing. So any of that stuff. So Christmas is a tricky time. So any of that stuff I don't like. But like you said, my christening cake apparently was my parents' wedding cake 2 years later that had just been in the bottom of the cupboard waiting to be de-iced and re-iced.
That could be why you don't like fruit cake then. Could be. Yeah. Lots of love for cake in the chat. It's definitely the one that's got the chat going the most this week, which is quite funny. And Alfie says, although if we could push it out to all desserts, I would have to say the best one I ever had was a Black Forest Gatto I had after spending 3 months on army rations. Oh, a Black Forest Gatto. It's such a 80s sort of thing, a Black Forest Gatto, but I do love a Black Forest Gatto. Definitely. Oatcakes are great, Jonty, and you made some corkers when you came to visit, so yeah. There you go. That's cake talk.
Chat's got good taste. Well done, chat.
Cake Corner was cracking. There you go. We are waiting for waffles. Yes, we are, Red Raven. That's true. We are waiting for waffles. Very, very true. I just hear Eddie Murphy's voice as Donkey and Shrek when I say cake. Everybody loves cake. I hear... Oh, does anyone watch the Goes Wrong show? Mischief Theatre.
No, I mean I've watched the play and the pantomime, but I've not watched the TV version.
Oh, okay. Well, there's I've got his name now, and it's going to annoy me. There's the guy in that who they do. I think it's Summer Once Again. I think they call it. On one of the TV episodes, and he just keeps having to eat the same thing over and over, and he gets sick of it. And he's like, "Oh, I do love cake." That's what I think I want to hear that. But yeah, I think it's one of those you have to see it. But I do like the. They're very clever, aren't they? Because they did Magic Goes Wrong as well. That I wanted to go see at the theatre, but that I didn't get there in time.
No,
they are very clever. They are very, very clever. Dennis was his name. There we go. I got there in the end. F1. Anyone want to talk about F1, or are we just happy on cake and TV shows for now? It's the lunch break, to be fair. So if you're not eating, you do want to talk about cake. I'll be eating some Aldi quavers, curls they call them, which is an interesting name. But there you go. They are accurate, I suppose. I'm waiting for chat to catch up on F1 questions now, but
no, they've got distracted. They're off. They're off and away. You gave them Mischief Theatre and you gave them cake, and now that's all they can think about.
They're all googling Mischief Theatre now.
I was going to ask you this earlier. What was my prediction for the best lap of testing? Was it 32.5?
I've got my. It's actually a tag from a t-shirt, but yeah, 132.5 flat. You went with.
Cool. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, I'm feeling more confident about that as time goes on, especially compared to you guys who went a bit more aggressive on that.
Didn't we get to a 32.8 yesterday though?
Did we? Oh no.
Yeah. So you might be. I mean, you might be the closest. I suspect none of us will be bang on, so you might still win. I don't know what you win. Maybe a copy of the Goes Wrong show on DVD and some fruitcake. I don't know. It might be your prize.
Perfect. Just what I want.
I think Jonty still has my Chain Bear trophy, doesn't he? Jonty.
32.8. Yeah, you're right. 2 32.8s yesterday.
I'll pull him up on that this afternoon. Yeah. So what I was going to ask was going back to sort of this morning pecking order. People like that sort of thing. I'm not going to ask you to sit here and predict where everybody is on the grid, but have you got the top 4 order in mind and maybe a surprise package? It might be a way to look at this. Because it's very difficult to sort of list 11 teams and get anywhere near any rough idea.
I mean, I could give it a shot, but okay, so at the moment, I'm going to go with Ferrari on top. I don't know how long that will last, but I actually do think they seem overall the strongest. And I'm then going to go with Mercedes following that. We're going by cars, right? We're not going to split them up into drivers.
Yeah.
Between McLaren and Red Bull, it's tricky. I think I'm going to give it to McLaren just. They've both been playing cards a little bit close to their chest, I think. I think the thing with Red Bull is that condition of in Max Verstappen's hands, I think. It makes the difference, I think. So I think the McLaren is probably just a little bit stronger. But I think they're both sort of around that third place at the moment. But I think here's the tricky thing. I think Max Verstappen could easily just get himself among the top 3 drivers in the first few races, even if the car is not a top 3 car. So that's the sort of wrinkle you have to put in. And then after that, I kind of want to have maybe like we were talking earlier, like a sort of a Haas Alpine following them up. And then the rear end is quite easy to predict. I think, as we sort of have said over and over again, I think it's sort of Cadillac at the back, Aston Martin just ahead of them if they can finish a race, which Cadillac seem more able to do right now. So it depends whether you're talking about performance, whether you're talking about the ability to actually bring the results home or not.
I think I was going to say you make a good point on Red Bull. Because I find it interesting that we went to Barcelona and Mercedes were the team to beat. Then all of a sudden they dropped off and Red Bull were the team to beat, and everyone's really impressed with them. And then all of a sudden they started, according to James Vowles, he thinks maybe turning things down to take the hype away from them. And then now Ferrari are there. So actually, I agree with the 4 teams you picked for the top 4. I think most of us will agree with that. But I'm not gonna. I've just got a feeling Red Bull have got something that they're not showing us pace-wise now. I think what we saw earlier in testing and in Barcelona, I think they've got more than they're showing now. So I wouldn't be surprised if you're looking at Ferrari, Red Bull and Mercedes being very, very close. And maybe it does vary track to track, but there's a part of me that I don't get carried away with the Ferrari hype. There's a part of me that's thinking that we could be looking at a Red Bull being the fastest, but I'm pondering it. And I'll let you finish your point now that you're going to make before I interrupted you so rudely. But
I don't think I was going to make a point. I think I just sort of made a noise that was me thinking, but I don't think it was going to go anywhere. But I do think you're right, not in the sense I necessarily believe Red Bull are the fastest, but I believe Red Bull could be the fastest. I believe there's a chance. Well, there's a couple of things. Yeah, they could be hiding a little bit in testing of their potential, but also they could learn a lot in the next, from these testing that they could bring to the car for Australia that we won't see until then. They're very, very good at that. And in Max Verstappen's hands, yeah, if Red Bull won the first race or qualified on pole or both, I'm not going to be Pikachu face about it. I'm gonna. It's not going to be the shock. It's not going to be the shocker that Bearman and Ocon doing the same thing. I would be like, oh my god, but I think I would be more inclined to put my money towards Ferrari, Mercedes at the moment, just based on the kind of scant information we know.
Anybody watching Sky, funnily enough, they're just showing a Lewis Hamilton interview where they're going over the crash at Silverstone in 2021. Funnily enough, because they can't move on either. Apparently, just one of those clips that they show all the time, over and over again. But I thought I'd just mention that because we were talking about it earlier. That's all. So I think the interesting with Red Bull is that, and you'll know what I mean when I say this, they could be the third fastest, but Max Verstappen could make them the fastest. So they could have the third fastest car overall, but Max could make it look like the fastest car. But I think they are very close to that. I'm gonna agree with you on Ferrari, mostly out of hopium. I appreciate that, but I'm gonna go Ferrari. Plus, they look good. They do look good, and everyone's talking them up, which is why I'm a little bit skeptical about why Mercedes are like, oh wow, look at Ferrari. Okay. I'm gonna say
you've been burned before.
Yeah, I'm gonna say something. I'm gonna be honest. This is more just to be a little bit different and maybe potentially a bit controversial. So don't take it overly seriously. Plus, ignore everything we've said anyway, because who knows what happens in Australia. But I'm actually gonna put Red Bull second and Mercedes third.
Okay.
And then McLaren fourth, for 2 reasons. For McLaren fourth, firstly, the fact they said they think they're the 4th fastest. So that makes it a little bit easier, even though they're probably lying. But I think being a manufacturer full works team, if you get it right, should be of benefit this year. Should be.
I agree. Yeah.
Because you've built everything together. Whereas although McLaren will have, of course, had all the information and dimensions, they've had to design their car without building the power unit. So I think that's why. But with the caveat that I think it could be that we go to Australia and Ferrari are fastest. Mercedes might nail it in China, and then it might be Red Bull in Japan and McLaren in Bahrain. It could be one of those seasons where the top 4 teams swap around all the time. So it's really difficult, but difficult anyway, but also because this testing has been so weird and unpredictable, that's making it tougher as well. So that we've gone with the same top 4 in different order. I'm going to go with Haas as my top of the midfield as well, because I think I'd love to see that, and I think they look really, really strong. Lots of laps, decent pace for what we can read from that. I mean, Ocon's 4th at the moment, on the timing tower. So, and I often find when a team are quiet, they're confident.
Yeah.
When they're talking a lot, they're maybe not. And As for
Probably
last,
true.
it is going to be. I think it pretty much looks like it will be Cadillac. I don't think many will dispute that. Aston might give them a run for their money for that last place at some weekends, but I think Cadillac. And I'm going to take Red Raver's point again. I think he makes it was a great point. Cadillac's priority is to do a race distance and finish the race with no major hiccups, and then they can look at what they need to do next. A learning year for them. So I think last, and they will probably stay there for much of the season, with the odd little surprise when we get a crazy race and they nick a point, maybe. That's my pick. So yeah, it's really tricky this year, isn't it?
What is interesting, and we spoke a lot last year because we were getting. I think one thing we were kind of prematurely frustrated with was the racing's getting really good, the pack are really close together, and we're going to change the rules. And changing the rules, especially around engines, often leads to one team dominating for a few years, and that was our concern. And we're sitting here really unsure what the order of the top 4 teams are, and just now we're just talking about, we might see it kind of swings and roundabouts between them throughout the whole season. We might get a sort of 2010 style ebb and flow between a number of teams and drivers that goes all the way, which is an exciting and a surprise. And I'm delighted we're here talking about the season in this way, and that Mercedes haven't stolen the march we thought they might have done. Now this could all be proved to be utter nonsense, and by the time we're 6 races in, we're like, oh, I see, this is Antonelli's year by a long way. But yeah, right now I'm glad we're sitting here with the season ahead of us, very, very unsure about which way this is going to go.
Do you think there's an element of maybe the cost cap, but more the wind tunnel time, let's call it, scaling, having an impact as to why one team hasn't maybe stolen a march like they would have done in, for example, 2014? Possibly.
Yeah, quite possibly. I mean, I could bang this drum forever. I think the cost cap stuff and the wind tunnel CFD scaling has done wonders for keeping this sport kind of grounded and competitive, and maybe that is a part of it. The interesting thing is, of course, the top 4 of last year seemed to be in some kind of order. The top 4 this year, it's sort of we're not seeing necessarily teams being too hamstrung at the top, but if McLaren are 4th, as they think they are, maybe that's a product of them having to having a bit less development time and having to focus a bit more on last year of keeping, fighting for that championship to the wire. But it seems like we're in a nice sweet spot where the scaling isn't dramatically it hasn't tanked McLaren's season having to fight for a championship this year, but it also hasn't, allowed them to run away with things year on year on year.
Yeah, I agree. And I agree with everything you said as well about the going into this season and not really knowing, and potentially this being, it could be a very exciting season. I think, yeah, there's a lot to worry about or concerns around some of the regulations, but I think from a how close is the field perspective, a field spread perspective, it looks more positive than, as you say, it did maybe 6 months ago when people were talking. So I think that's a really great way to look at it. I'm quite excited for what's to come, definitely. Thank you very much to AC for your super chat. Says Max and Charles, World Drivers' Championship fight, bring it on. Definitely would love that. Thank you for your support as always. And Anthony says, so Ferrari are fastest, who wins, Lewis or Charles? Says Anthony. Thank you very much for your continued support as well, mate. Thanks for that hand grenade. Really appreciate it. I mean, to be fair, MSC Bar says neither, they'll bottle it as a team. So there is always that prospect. Leclerc versus Hamilton, Ferrari fastest, who wins? Probably Verstappen, or something like that. Ferrari are like, I'm saying it with pain, I promise you. Jonty disagrees because I know he had this point the other day. I actually think Leclerc would edge it. I think his experience in the team, Hamilton is, whether people, I don't care what people think, he's an incredible driver, one of the all-time greats. There's no doubt if the Ferrari's the fastest car, he's going to be right in there. But I just think Leclerc's been at Ferrari for 132 years, or it feels like, and I think that experience of dealing with how they go about strategy, as stressful as it is, his engineer, he's got that relationship with his engineer, which we've talked about before, that Lewis Hamilton doesn't yet. He doesn't even have a permanent engineer yet, which is crazy. We start the season in 2 weeks.
Absolutely mad.
But Leclerc has all that already in place, and I think Leclerc, and it's just going to edge it. But I there's a part of me that wonders if, because of the money spent, Ferrari would prefer Lewis Hamilton to win it. But also, I think Ferrari probably don't care so long as somebody bloody wins it. I think they're at that point, really. So I'm going to go Leclerc, but I think if it was just those two in it, like we saw with Hamilton versus Rosberg in 2014, 15, 16, I don't think there'll be much in it come the end of the season. It could be one of those season finales, 2, 3, 4, 5 points decides it.
I tend to agree with almost everything you said there, to be honest. I think I would edge towards Leclerc if it was clear Ferrari was the strongest and it's those two going for the championship, mainly for the same reasons. I think Leclerc's being happy in your and comfortable in your own team is a big part, I think, of winning the championship. And Leclerc clearly, he's not always happy, but at least he has a long relationship with them and understands them, and they clearly know how they work together well, which is going to benefit him. And I think it's clear that Hamilton isn't yet happy, but he has, what he says and what is true and what he does, and not necessarily the same thing. But Hamilton has definitely said he's happier he's happier right now than he was any point last year. Like he's clearly, they've done some work over the season, so that's going to help. He does have the experience putting a championship together in the way Leclerc has not. Leclerc's challenged Verstappen on occasion, but not sustained a full championship, and not necessarily his fault. I think, Ferrari weren't able to sustain a championship for him. But there are question marks around Hamilton at the moment. Generally, he did not enjoy the ground effect era at all, and it kind of the question is, did he just not like those cars? Were they just not suited to his driving style, or are we seeing the waning part of his career as he gets older, as he's sort of moving out of his prime? How much of that is where we are with Hamilton at the moment, and how much of it him just not being happy with this style of car, compounded with how he was not fitting in well at Ferrari, and can he turn that around for next year? And if he's going to continue to have an unhappy relationship with Ferrari, if he's going to continue to seem like he's waning, or if he really doesn't like this style of driving, then I think it's going to go to Leclerc. So I think at the moment there are more ticks in Leclerc's column, which are full of unknowns at the moment. If you were to sort of have to put your money on something,
it's also worth saying, much like it's about Verstappen, if Hamilton has a car capable of winning the championship, you'd be a fool to write him off. That's important to say that as well, because we're not. I don't think there's enough people here to get angry with us, but we're not hating on Lewis Hamilton. We're just looking at everything in front of us right now. It does. I agree. I like the way you put it. There's more ticks in Leclerc's column than Hamilton. The engineer thing is ridiculous. I said yesterday they should have spent a fortune and got Bono, whatever clauses he had. You needed both of them, really, but you at least needed to either fix the relationship, if we want to call it a fix, between him and Ademi, or ensure that he had a new race engineer for, at the latest, Bahrain test 1, really. But ideally at the start of the Barcelona test, or even over the winter, they have some time to sort of gel a little bit, because he's now going to have this situation where he has a new race engineer in 25, they get rid of him, Now he's got a temporary one, and then he's going to get a new one. And that's not how drivers and engineers have to work together so close. It's bonkers to me. There is some good Aston Martin news that I missed from this morning. I've just seen a press release in my inbox. Honestly, this is, brace yourself, Stuart. This is the Aston Martin name will be forever etched into the future of Formula One following the announcement today that Aston Martin Aramco Formula One team has agreed to acquire the exclusive naming rights to the iconic automotive, I got there in the end, company's name, logo and branding in perpetuity for its Formula One operations.
Wow.
Yeah. Just thought I'd mention that there. That's very exciting.
That makes up for the 2 laps this morning.
Yeah. Anyway, do you mind if I just nip off and have a quick break, Stuart, and then I'll come back to you and I'll let you go and get on with the rest of your life after this week.
Go on then. I'll cover the rabble.
Yeah. Be good, chat. No swearing today, please. I saw you the other day. I saw you. I won't be long.
They didn't actually swear when you were gone. They were very well behaved. They know better. Stewie Webb says, if Hamilton does win number 8 this year, does he retire? So there's 2 parts to my answer. One of them is, I don't think he will. My second part is, I think he should. I think that'd be the perfect time to call it a day while he's on top and doesn't. Oh, okay. Sorry. I just saw what Jonty said. Yeah, I think it'd be the perfect time to go out with nothing left to prove, I think, and not see things slip away. Like, we don't know what's left in Hamilton's tank. I mean, I'm very surprised that Alonso's still going strong at 43 or 44, whatever the hell he is now. And actually, I don't find myself looking at Alonso and thinking, you are past your prime. You don't have enough fight left in you. I do actually think if you gave Alonso a decent car, he'd be winning races again and doing a good job of it. So I am really interested to see what Hamilton could do this year with these new rules and whether he gels with them or not. I've got the sun in my eye now, so good thing we're wrapping up soon because I can't see. Anthony, my washing is dry. In fact, my washing has been dry for about 2 days, and I've been too lazy to actually hang them up again. But they have proved as a good, decent barrier behind me. Red Raven says, I disagree, Stuart. I think he'd want to win and get a kick out of defending his title. Fair enough. Which bit do you disagree about? Do you disagree that he shouldn't retire and that he'd want to keep going? Because I think I don't think he would retire. I think he would keep going, but I feel like he should retire. But I'm not as much of a risk taker as him, I guess. What else are people saying over here? Things I don't understand because people are talking to each other and I don't know the context of anything. Leclerc is prone to the occasional error but raw pace. Lewis barely makes mistakes. I think that's mostly true. Yes. I think Lewis makes more mistakes than, at least in this decade, more mistakes than Verstappen makes. Ooh, I made a noise. Oh yeah, because the pit exit is open, which is the sign for Jonty to shuffle in any minute now. Red Raven says, I say he should not retire if he wins the title. He should defend his title and then retire. I think that fits his mindset most. I mean, I'd love to see it. I've said before, I think my favorite way of things happening is for a title-winning driver to defend their title and lose it to the new up-and-coming person. Like, controversies aside, I quite like that Verstappen beat Hamilton and took over as champion. And I like that Lando beat Verstappen and took over as champion. I think, and also I guess like Alonso beat Schumacher, like when you have those kind of like passing of the baton relationships rather than, I mean, I guess Alonso didn't beat Schumacher directly, but he did this in 2006. I don't like it when champions get relegated to a bad car and then hang around for too long in an uncompetitive state and sort of become also rans. I think that ends up being a little bit sad and unbecoming of them. I don't like that happened to Vettel. I don't really like this happening to Alonso, but he seems so determined despite every single team he ends up being in, letting him down, then I kind of feel less bad about it than I do about Vettel. But I do, and if this Aston Martin turns out as good as he thinks it's going to be, then maybe he'll get his fourth win. But yeah, so I do agree with you, Red Raven. I do kind of think it'd be nice if Lewis sort of won a title and then maybe got beaten again and then left. But we'll see how that goes.
So I was just going to say on the Lewis thing. I've always said that I want him to win the 8th because Michael Schumacher, my hero, always said records are there to be broken. But I'm not sure how I feel about him doing it in a Ferrari. That's the only thing that I'm a little bit funny about with that. Yeah, not sure, but I guess Raikkonen won a championship for Ferrari. So
yeah, I always forget that Raikkonen won a championship. What a weird year.
Very weird. Yeah, Spygate, of course, as well, which was fun.
Yeah, we don't need any more of that, do we?
No, we don't. We absolutely don't. I think we're green for the afternoon, so I shall let you go, Stuart. Thank you for holding fort for a few minutes there for me. I downed a packet of Skittles and got a cup of tea off the windowsill that my partner left me, and it's stone cold. So you thought your tea was bad. At least it was bloody warm.
That's true. Taste the rainbow.
That's something. Yeah, rainbow tea as well. So thank you so much for all your the time you've given me this week. I really appreciate it as always. It's been a lot of fun and lots of waffle, and looking forward to hopefully what feels like it's going to be quite a close season at the front and a little bit crackers everywhere else as well. So I'm really looking forward to that.
Fingers crossed. Enjoy the afternoon session with Jonty when Antonelli puts in a 1:29.5 and we realise Mercedes are miles ahead of everyone else.
And we all, it's like, just disregard the morning. Whatever we said, ignore it. But yeah, thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your day, and I'll talk to you again soon, I'm sure.
All right, I'll see you later. Feel free to leave me off mute so you can hear what I'm doing for the next 4 hours.
I will do.
Bye-bye.
Cheers, Stuart. Bye. Yeah, there we go. Turn off the right one. Thank you so much to Stuart for joining me for the morning session. Just before we go to Jonty, I am going to run through the times and whatnot from the morning session, just for those who are just tuning in. So good afternoon if you're back from your lunch, or you're just tuning in for the first time. Hope you're having a good one. But this morning session, 1:33.689 for Charles Leclerc was the fastest time on the board, 80 laps as well. He's in the car all day, so lots of time for him to do some more running as well. Kimi Antonelli, second place overall this morning, 1:33.916. He did 49 laps this morning, but had a breakdown after a loss of pneumatic pressure. They've had to do an engine change, Mercedes, so hopefully should be good for George Russell this afternoon. Antonelli is done for the week now, or for testing altogether. Piastri 66 laps, 1:34.352 with Esteban Ocon on a 1:34.494, 82 laps in total. Isack Hadjar 59 laps for him, 1:34.511, his fastest overall, with Pierre Gasly on a 1:34.846 and 57 laps for Pierre in the Alpine. I'll go for the afternoon drivers in a second. Don't worry. Lindblad at 1:35.2, 77 laps for him. We've also got after Lindblad, who's Lindblad? Sainz, Carlos Sainz, isn't it? Yes. 1:35.252, 66 laps. Hulkenberg 64 laps and a 1:36.019, and Sergio Perez a 1:40.842, 61 laps. Lance Stroll no time and just 2 reconnaissance laps on the board, because Aston Martin, they put out a statement this morning, or Honda put out a statement this morning saying that the battery issue yesterday means that they haven't got enough spare parts for the power units. They can only do very limited running and short stints. So the Aston Martin nightmare continues. But please do leave a like on the stream. Really appreciate your support all week, by the way. It's been great to have you here, and I've really enjoyed these. So we're going to enjoy this last 4 hours. We'll be leaning on chat quite heavily, I imagine. So please do leave a like and subscribe as well if you are new. Lots to come this season. We've got this stream, of course, but also live for qualifying for Australia. We've got the race reactions, lots of video content as well. And you'll even get reminders from time to time about the other channel existing and previews over there. For now, I'm going to say for now, and we'll see as Ollie Bearman heads straight out in the Haas. You can also support the channel If you'd like to do it long term, you could do so through through Patreon or memberships. Your support is appreciated. And if you'd like to do it more short term, you can contribute via either buy me a coffee, link in the description, or by leaving a super chat on YouTube. Again, links in the description. And anything we get money wise for these streams, that's going towards a new camera, which I'm hoping to get for the spring. I might change its position as well. I feel like it needs to be more here in front of my face a bit more, but not quite directly, because I don't want to just keep staring at you all day. So yeah, appreciated support as always. So now I get to do the old faffing around thing, trying to get this right. I don't want to share my screen with Jonty. I don't think he needs to see all my nonsense streams. So we need to pop this out. I'm talking about what I'm doing as I go, because I have to do, and then we have to see if this works again.
Is it working? Yeah.
I don't understand this. I swear to you, I always turn the virtual camera on, and it doesn't work when Stuart's on, but it always works for Jonty. Jonty's got some kind of special software. Hi, Jonty. How are you, mate? I know you're feeling a bit rough yesterday morning or yesterday afternoon, but how are you feeling today?
Not too bad. I can get through it.
We'll be all right. We've got the chat. We've got waffle. We've got nonsense. But sadly, mate, really sadly, no special magic Ferrari rear wing today, which sucks.
Not at all. Maybe they'll put it on for the afternoon and then go and blast out a 129.
Maybe. That'll shut everyone up, won't it? That's what Stuart was saying.
I really am hoping anyone just whacks the C5s on and just does a band's eye lap.
Do you know?
Especially if it's someone in the midfield, like Haas, Alpine, maybe Racing Bulls, just stick those tyres on, send the car out on, with fumes in the tank, and just blitz like a low 129. Just make everyone go, hang on a minute.
Imagine it's Stroll that does it. And we all go, oh, Aston were really sandbagging this year. He's on track, by the way, is Lance Stroll.
All we can do is imagine him doing that.
Yeah. Because it's not going to happen, is it? Even Alonso wouldn't do that. So, yeah, Stroll is on track on the C3 tyre. So we are going to get a timed lap from Lance Stroll, assuming the car makes it round. As long
as it's moving, that's a big start.
It's improvement on this morning, isn't it? So Ollie Bearman is at the end of the pit lane, I think, messing about with practice starts. So yeah, it's been a bit of a. I keep saying lappage is the key word of the day. It's not even a word, but we're using it. It's just lots and lots of laps. Nobody, apart from the Antonelli breaking down thing and the Aston not coming out, there's not been a lot to talk about. But we were spoilt yesterday with the old rear wing and the Alonso breakdown. Of course, big lockup for Stroll into turn 10, but not a surprise. Everyone's doing that down there. So I should say afternoon drivers, by the way. Norris, Russell, Verstappen, they've come in for their teammates. Leclerc, Sainz, Lindblad, Stroll, they're in all day. Bearman's replaced Ocon, Bortoletta's replaced Hülkenberg. Gasly is in all day, and Bottas is in for Perez. Yes, that's it. The morning session left me whelmed. Red Raven, you're absolutely right. Good reference as well. So I was just checking a message.
So, has anything interesting happened this morning? Because I had to
go
into town and do things.
Antonelli lost pneumatic pressure and had to stop, and that brought out a red flag. But they got the car back to the pits. They needed to do an engine change, so it might be a little while till we see Russell. Although that was over an hour before the end of the session, so they might be able to get him out with the lunch break, unless they had a lunch break. I don't know, but so might be a little while to see Russell. But that's really the only thing. Nothing jumped out this morning as particularly exciting, unless Chat can think of something I'm missing. I think we're all hoping for, as Latok says, some quali C5 runs this afternoon. We got a couple yesterday, didn't we? So hopefully we'll see some today. Hopefully. That's the goal.
Yeah, because as it stands, the 32.8 from yesterday is the fastest time so far. Is that Antonelli?
Who was was it Russell yesterday? Fastest. No, who was fastest?
Sure it was Merck.
Who was fastest yesterday, chap? I had this.
I could have sworn it was Antonelli.
Or was it Leclerc? It was Antonelli or Leclerc, I've got in my head. Yeah, it was Antonelli. There we go. Yeah, yeah, thank you, chat. You missed Chamber's presentation as well. That was cool. He went through some graphs and some overtake mode stuff as well. So with the classic Chamber yellow,
Got to explain it.
He got to explain it. Yeah, I'm not explaining it, but he did. I'm not going over it again. Rewind the stream if you want to see it. The Mustang safety car. We saw it yesterday, though, didn't we? It's Jonty, the Mustang.
Yeah.
So that's
very nice.
Yeah. Replay Stroll's lock up into turn 1. Not turn 1, turn 10. One of the many places people lock up this week. I'll ask you then, Jonty, right from the start, seeing as we've just done it with Stuart. I asked him to pick his running order top 4 teams. So who's the fastest, who's the 4th fastest, and then in between, obviously, and then who was going to be the slowest. I think we're all pretty sure on the definite slowest, although there might be another that causes a surprise. But what's your running order based on all the testing we've seen so far?
Really tempted to say Mercedes being fastest. And then a really close scrap between Ferrari, Red Bull and McLaren. I'm not sure I can pick that order.
You're thinking Mercedes are still got more to give and they're not giving us... Yeah. But I think now about Red Bull, I don't know what it is.
Based on that, I'm going to say Mercedes, McLaren, Ferrari, Red Bull.
Okay. We have gone very different ways then. I went Ferrari, Red Bull, Mercedes, McLaren. But I will also point out that despite the fact we've sat in McLaren merch, Ferrari my favourite team and Verstappen's my favourite driver, so maybe that's not a surprise. Maybe that is bias.
Yeah. And at the bottom, Cadillac
and
Aston.
Yeah. Aston have been bad, but I don't think they're going to be as low as Cadillac at the start of the season. I think Caddy being a new
I don't think they'll be as slow as Cadillac, but they might end up bottom simply on account of finishing.
Yeah, they're actually going to see the checkered flag. Yeah. You're probably right. So pecking order, Cadillac last. Championship order could be Aston Martin last for a while. That sort of thing.
Yeah.
Max is out on track, by the way, on his own, on his lonesome, out on the Bahrain International Circuit. I suspect one of the top 4, says Rye, has some issues that will hinder them in the early part of the season. And RB Lordy says Aston won't finish the first 2 races. Oh yeah, best of the rest, Jonty. That's what we're going to say. Who's top of the midfield? I went Haas. Stuart went.
Yeah.
I think he went Alpine or Haas were his 2 picks, but I'm saying Haas.
Haas look the strongest at the moment, but Alpine aren't giving much away.
No.
Like we were talking about yesterday, they've just been quietly getting on with it. No dramas, nothing fancy, just pumping out tons of laps at sensible pace. There's no glory laps. There's no stupid slow laps. It's unreadable, I'd say. It's the way I'd call them at the moment.
Yeah, I think Latox makes an interesting point about Audi. He says might be Haas, could even be Audi. Audi could be the ones that spring a surprise this year, actually, because they've looked much like Haas, consistent with their lap count, some really good laps, but also the pace isn't bad at all. So based on what we can read into it in testing, so I think Audi could be one of the dark horses this year. But I think you're right on Alpine. They're not giving much away. We don't hear anything, do we? And as I've said 3 times already today, usually when a team is quiet, they're confident. So that could be quite a big moment.
I think this year, with the massive rule changes, new manufacturer taking over a team but bringing their own power unit, and how the power unit discussions and stories have gone, this is probably the first time in quite a while where, while still highly unlikely, it's plausible for a midfield team to surprise everyone getting on the front in Australia, just like seemingly out of nowhere. I think that this is the first time since Braun, probably, that someone who's not the top 4 could really open some eyes.
I like it though. I like where we're at this.
Yeah, it's great.
Always do at this stage of testing, but this year even more so, because I wouldn't say we know nothing, but I feel like we know a lot less this year than we did, say, at the end of testing last year. And I bloody love that. It's going to be fantastic, especially if we get a bit of a chaotic start to the season. I'm quite Rice is confident in how bad they are. Yeah, if they're quiet, they're confident they're bad. I mean, to be fair, Aston not saying an awful lot, so they're confident they're not going anywhere this season. So I keep feeling bad taking little digs at Aston, but they have been the biggest disappointment of testing. I think, again, we're all guilty of getting a bit too hyped up about Newey.
The most hype.
Yeah, I think they're the most disappointing, so it's hard not to talk about them. And they're the ones giving us the most action in a bad way, aren't they? I mean, we've got Stroll's back in the garage already. They're already underneath the car at the front end, fixing something. So it's a bit of a mess for them. But quiet start to the afternoon, by the way. Verstappen's up to 10th place, 4 laps. Stroll did a couple of reconnaissance laps, and Bearman's done 3. So quiet start.
Yeah, there's not a lot of people on there. Quiet track. Come on, do stuff.
I think, actually,
what we need.
Fair.
I just had a thought. I think it's probably a good chance for Ferrari to get the wing out because Leclerc hasn't had to play with it yet.
True.
It was loose in the car all day yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah. If you got an ad, by the way, I'm sorry, I pressed the wrong button. That was genuinely a mistake. I was supposed to press something else and I pressed ad by accident. I'm sorry. So that's why I went quiet. I thought I'll wait a minute before I say any more because that was a genuine accident. I tell you what we could do, seeing as it is relatively quiet, we could spin the wheel seeing as it's quiet on track, Jonty.
Yeah.
Get a question in early just to get us chatting.
Get through. We need to finish it before the end of the day.
We've got to try. We've got to try. It nearly landed on you then. Here we go. So, Lena from Blue Sky asks, favourite aerodynamic component on an F1 car of any era? Components. Oh, there are loopholes here, aren't there, in this for me?
Are there?
Yeah, Michael Schumacher was a pretty good component of the Ferrari.
Yeah, but he's not an aerodynamic component.
He was very streamlined and very fit. So I mean, you know, you could argue.
So David Coulthard's jaw.
Yeah, brilliant. There you go, David Coulthard's jaw. We're done, Lena. All finished. That's a
Did you
tough
say the
question.
BT46 engine?
Is that an aerodynamic component? That's the question. Anthony says a fan car immediately in chat.
Yeah.
I think
technically it was for cooling, but it absolutely wasn't just for cooling.
I think that is a good shout from the Tox as a something that's.
Is that aerodynamic?
It sort of is, isn't it? Because you're bringing the wheels in, which surely has an aero impact.
Yeah, there will be a slight reduction in drag on a straight when the wheels are facing directly forwards instead of with a toe angle.
But it wasn't designed as aero.
Yeah, it wasn't. That wasn't its primary function. F duct is up there.
Ooh,
as I'm sure most people will say. I like some of the weird, daft ones. Like ones that are like really strange. You think back to the '84 Tolman, where the radiators were in the front wing. Look really weird.
It's maybe not the most exciting, but how about the Viking horns? I quite like them on the cars. They were quite cool. They're definitely aerodynamic. And you could argue as well, not one that you really saw. Yeah. Actually,
or are you thinking the ones? Are you thinking the ones that were on the top of the nose?
I've done it on my head. Now I'm thinking the airbox.
Yeah.
Around your airbox, that's what you call it, the head. Like the McLaren had in 08, I think.
Well, like I say, there's a couple that still have them.
I was just going to say, for
that kind of thing, I prefer the. Was it about 2006-07 era where there was loads of bits? I mean, some people really like, and I didn't like I call them the moustache wings of 7 and 8.
Yeah.
When you had like the extended section from the end plates, and then a load of the teams just went, stuff it, we'll just connect it in the middle, and it was just one great big long wing. Not sure about them.
Could there be an
But
argument
there
for
has
double
been some weird
diffuser?
stuff that was crap, but kind of looked a bit cool. There was a Benetton in the 80s with a V-shaped rear wing.
Yes.
Not up and down, front to back.
Yeah.
Like the end plates were about 2 feet further forward than the middle. It looked really odd, but cool.
Yeah. Forgot about that. I get what you mean, like stuff that's not necessarily good, but I was going to ask about the double diffuser. You couldn't really see it. You couldn't really see the double diffuser, but as an innovation, certainly catapulted some teams to the front of the grid, so that could be a fair. I'm going to go with Viking horns. Yeah. I'm quite happy with that. Viking horns. Hey Kev, here for the Constructors Championship chat, I imagine. I hope you're all right, mate. It says double diffuser. What about the Renault mass damper, says Thomas? Wasn't it banned on the grounds of movable aero device, ?
I think it was. Which is something of a spurious reason, since it was inside the car and doesn't really have any effect on the aero. It was all on the balance.
Yeah.
Although after learning about tune mass dampers, I'm not quite sure how they managed to get that working, because they're super sort of what's the word, not complicated but precise to get them tuned in to do what they're doing. And with a racing car, it's moving in every different direction about 1,000 times a second. To get it working in every way must have been really awkward. And where did they fit it? It's not like you've got a convenient, like, oh, stick it in the glove box. There's a bit of space there. You can't do that with an F1 car. I don't think I've ever actually seen sort of the dismantled car showing where it was.
So I'm really chat for some. I've got back a little bit because I've had to refresh things and messed up with the app. But BTY43 says, just saying, no matter what happens, I follow your channel for you. Anywhere you go, I follow. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, mate. I really appreciate your support, and I think a lot of people feel the same based on the comments in that video. So thank you so much, and the differing sub counts. But yeah, thank you very much for the follow. Thank you for your support. I read fan card from Anthony. Red Back Renault's mass damper. Alfie says for the laughability factor, he wants to say the Triple X noses for 2014.
Yeah.
They were, well, they get you banned now unless you could prove your identity in the UK. So you can't even look at those pictures anymore. They're so disgusting.
Alfie says the wheel covers around 2009. I hated the ridiculous ducted wheel covers. You remember them?
Yeah.
Everyone had.
Yeah.
Where it just started with a simple round cover with a bit of a gap. And then 6 months later, it was a giant bloody aero wing sticking 6 inches in front of the wheel. And every single race, someone would put it on wrong and it would break and cause a safety car because there was debris everywhere. So annoying. And they look crap.
Yeah, generally crap looking as well, weren't they? They weren't. It's not like the nice wheel rims we've got on the Alpha Tauri. Oh, for God's sake, on the Racing Bulls, still looking amazing out there. So Alpha Tauri, planet am I on? Goodness me.
Actually, no, I have got a final answer on that. The blown diffuser. It was really, really clever and really effective, but also made the car sound better.
Yeah,
because you constantly had that really gurgly, off-throttle sound going through the corners. Yeah, it was good. Yeah, I'm going to go with that.
Was that a Red Bull first invention? Yeah. Thought it was. Yeah.
Oh, no. But you see, now I'm thinking about the Lotus front exhaust. It wasn't the best, but it was really different and cool. You remember that one?
No.
I think it was 2013, maybe 12. They actually ran the exhaust to exit at the bottom, the front of the side pod. It basically exited under side pod intake.
And that was used for
presumably
blowing bodywork, wasn't it?
presumably to sort of blow down the side, try and create a pseudo ground effect skirt.
Yeah.
That didn't really work that well, but it looked cool in the slow-mo shots, especially when it was wet. Because you could see it sort of hair drying a pair of lines either side of the car on the track.
It depends on what you mean by favourite, because is it the best looking? Is it the best in terms of performance? Is it the best in terms of just something different? There's so many ways to look at that, but yeah. I'm sticking with Viking horns because I think they.
I have some favourite.
Cool.
I have some that I really like just because of how bleeding stupid they were. It's like it's never going to work. It looks ridiculous, but I love it because of that.
6 wheels. Stroll's back on track, by the way. Aston fans.
I think it might have been March in the 70s where they just stuck 3 radiators in that was the nose. It wasn't in the nose. That was the nose, just 3 stepped radiators. And it looked hideous. Or the T-tray front wing. Again, that was March. March came up with a lot of silly ideas.
We want to see that, though. We keep saying it, don't we? We want to see silly ideas, even if they have to be banned in the end.
Ensign,
we still want to
thank
see
you. Ensign, that was it.
Yes.
No, what we need back is a series like Can-Am. That's what we really want. Jonty's going old man again. Can-Am is what we want back. Because it had rules and restrictions, but they were pretty easygoing and resulted in some of the wildest, wacky cars you've ever seen. Like pontoon car. And there was one car which I think ran 4 snowmobile engines. 1 independent engine for each wheel. Which was utterly bonkers.
So I was just looking at the car you were talking about, sorry. With the radiators.
Which one?
The NC. Now I know what you mean. Yeah, now I know what you mean. I thought I could picture
it. It's hideous and stupid, but it just looks cool in a kind of 70s dystopian future movie kind of way. The kind of thing you'd expect to see in Mad Max. Yeah, Chaparral and all the cars they made. 2J especially. It's a box. It's literally a box.
Just watching Stroll out on track again, Jonty. Just the casual 7.1 seconds off in the middle sector, which is about where Perez is overall. So I'm sure he's not pushing too. This is just going to be very short stints, very slow, very, very careful as he comes straight back into pits again from Aston Martin. Stroll still hasn't set a lap time, despite now doing, as he locks up on pit entry, 7 laps it'll go down as. So I was going to say 6, isn't it? Yeah, unless he goes over the line in the pits, it might go to 7. No, staying at 6 by the look of it. But yeah, he's in. They're going to do pit stops. This might be worth watching, actually. Just see. Will that look quick? That's something.
That front wing still looks ridiculous.
The front wing?
So thin, yeah. There's no angle on those elements at all.
But it's definitely enclosing.
All this suffering. Get to Australia, stick something with like a normal level of angle on the front wing, and all of a sudden the car's the fastest.
Sorry, just watch just the moments he's having out there. The car, it's not quick, it's not reliable, and it looks a right bloody handful. I think you said that yesterday, actually, Jonty, to be fair, watching them. It looks a right handful on board, and even off board, it just looks a handful. So, apparently Alonso said he's got no comments on the chassis, so he's obviously happy with the car itself. And it may be the finger has been pointed a bit at Honda, but if the car's hard to handle, that's down to the car. That's not the engine's fault, is it, as such? So
no.
Or are they having to push it hard to try and get something out of it, I suppose?
Possibly. I mean, the only thing that the engine would do with that is weight balance. If the design of the engine and the electrics has been difficult to marry to the chassis, weight balance could be well off.
Yeah.
Well, I can't imagine that happening. with any F1 engineer designing the car, let alone Newey.
Strange. Bottas does a practice start and off he goes at the end of the pit lane in the Cadillac. So Bottas out on track now for his first run of the day. Russell has been out, so that's good. He is on track now actually, so that's good for Mercedes. They've got the engine changed. He is slow, but I think he's just letting Bearman through on the driver track as Lindblad crosses the line for another lap. He's done 86. Yeah, not a bad start for Bottas, but he's got the Ferrari engine, hasn't he? So,
yep.
Says it all, I think. I think that is going to be so important. That's going to be the key this season, early on, is the starts. Ferrari might sit quite pretty. Ruth Buscombe in the pit lane. I love her energy, by the way.
Yeah.
Ruth, really love that. Really knowledgeable, but also just really excited by everything. And that's how F1 fans should be, excited by everything. So Annie is loving the Cadillac livery more and more. Agree.
Yeah, I am.
Red Raven says, timings are so disrespectful they count strollers not on track. And Letox says, the funniest car ever was and will always be the Tyrrell P34 with his two tiny tyre pair at the front from the 1970s. It did look daft.
I really like that one. But there was a couple of different versions. And because of the size of the wheels and sort of the shape of the cockpit, it was interesting that I think with Jackie Stewart actually got them to cut holes in the side of the cockpit and had little windows in, so you could see where the wheels are. Because
that's cool.
Normal tires are up here, you can see where they're going, but because the tires were only, I think they were like 11, 12 inches something. No, but be about 11 inches or something, really, really small, and skinny tires on them. But because of that, he was able to hit corners better because you could see exactly where he was putting the tire. Like, he could see the road, which I don't think any F1 driver's been able to do since about 1962.
I was just going to say, imagine just tuning in and hearing Jonty say 11 inches is small. Dave Smith says, I question who is the father and son to win a championship.
They're on
Graham Hill, Damon Hill, Keke Rosberg, Nico Rosberg.
Nico Rosberg.
Yeah.
Anyone else?
No, that's it, I think, isn't it? Hill was the first.
Yeah.
And then Rosberg. But, the biggest... not the biggest travesty, but the saddest thing about these stories like that is that it should be Gilles Villeneuve and Jacques Villeneuve as well. But because Gilles would have won a championship, no doubt about that.
Oh yeah.
So
he was going to win 82.
Yeah,
but
and others probably.
Yeah,
cracker of a driver.
Other elements that went against him.
Yes, team politics. And an
his temper.
Yeah. Shut up, CPB. I'm not having it. We're not starting that today. Max says Mick and Michael in another world. Schumacher, of course. I just have an image of Max hearing that question and just grinning at Jos. Says Alfie. Yeah.
And then Jos hits him because he's a dick.
Yeah, probably. Bottas, Lindblad, Bearman, Russell, Sainz, 0-5 on track at the minute, by the way, into the last 3.5 hours.
There's still quite a few other father-son pairings that have been in F1. They just didn't get very far. Like one of them did well and the other one really didn't. Emerson Fittipaldi.
Ah, of course, yeah.
3-time champion, and Christian.
Yeah.
Awful.
Who else
most famous for doing a backflip over the finish line in Monza.
We had a lot. I'm trying to think of any other father-sons that have raced, not together, obviously, but in F1. And I didn't think about Fittipaldi, but I can't think of anything beyond.
Jack and David Brabham.
Oh, of course, the Brabhams, yeah. David Brabham was he Senna's. One of Senna's last teammates, wasn't he?
Ratzenberger's teammate.
Ratzenberger's last teammate, yeah, sorry. And Hill was Senna's last teammate, wasn't he?
No,
not Hill.
Another documentary.
Yes.
That's another documentary, The Last Teammate, where they talked to both David Brabham and Damon Hill.
Hill was Senna's replacement, wasn't he? No.
No, he was his teammate.
his
Coulthard
teammate?
was the replacement. Yeah, because Hill was running the number 0.
Oh, yeah.
Because Prost had won the year before, and Senna said, "I'm not racing. I'm not racing as nothing," which is pretty fair.
Yeah. Coulthard Senna replaced. Oh dear. Although, did Mansell get in that car eventually in the Williams in '94?
For the last race or two,
Yeah.
he was brought in to help Damon, and then just qualified like a monster and disappeared. Oh yeah, thanks for the help.
Thomas got another one. Jan Magnussen and Kevin Magnussen.
We did mention that one when we were talking about someone else. Can't remember who.
Jan Magnussen raced in '97, didn't he, with Stuart?
No, it was father son pairings that Alonso's raced against.
Yeah.
That was it.
Everyone, it turned out, pretty much.
Yeah, quite a lot. Yeah, because you came back. Someone came along on Thursday morning and said, "You forgot Carlos Sainz," because he raced against his dad in the Dakar.
That's so cool. So they're showing the rear wings again. I keep looking and going, oh, have they done it? No, they haven't. Although Leclerc's been in the garage for a while, so they might be fitting a new rear wing. Just saying.
Oh yeah, they're showing the rear wings. They're talking about Dan Gurney.
Oh, Gurney flaps or
Yeah.
strips. Yeah, Gurney strips. Yeah.
I don't think they do it now. I'm sure, remember, it wasn't that long ago. Sort of, definitely early 2010s. Well, until the early 2010s, where they actually had a removable gurney flap.
Yeah.
It was like, like those crappy slide-on binders that you get for like reams of paper. It just clipped on the top of the wing like that, and like halfway through the race, when fuel's gone down, they would just come in for a pit stop, and someone would rip it off. Really weird, like a tear off for your wing.
I seem to recall, going back to random memories that Sean has of F1, I seem to recall 99 Spanish Grand Prix, Jacques Villeneuve really frustrating Michael Schumacher with his BR up in about 5th place, and then he pitted. And I think their gurney strip wouldn't come off, and they were really wrestling with it, which cost him that position and any chance of points in a year where BAR never scored. That I don't know why that. Whenever you say gurney flap, that's the moment I go to.
With that they could have just left it.
Yeah. Leclerc's getting ready to get in the car, by the way, just to let you know. And I don't. Oh, okay. It's a long shot. I can't. Oh, he's got his head in the way. I couldn't see if the actuator's on that rear wing or not, the standard one. And now they've cut away. It might have been the angle, but it looked like it might not have been. But Jonty's going to look now and go, yes, it's there, Sean, you blind idiot. But yeah, we'll see in a minute when he comes out. But he's getting ready to get in. Mario and Michael Andretti says Gingerfest, of course. Michael Andretti was exceptionally good. Changing the front wing on the Mercedes as well, by the way. So is that a different spec front wing? Keep an eye on your tech analysis later from your Summers and your Scarboroughs, because that might be a new front wing on the Merc. It looks, maybe not. I thought the whatever we're calling them on the M plates are slightly different, but I don't think they are. It was the angle we were at. Just worth noting. Sainz we're watching as well.
Merc looks like they
Williams.
Looks like Merc has switched to. That looks like a higher downforce front wing.
Could be. It didn't look the same.
Also, I think slightly different actuation. There's usually a mounting spar that's like an inch or so inside the end plates. This goes all the way to the end plate. Maybe they've got a fancy trick to try.
Yeah.
PKs?
The PKs, yeah.
Well
the
done.
Nelsons.
But not Senna. Bruno Senna was the nephew.
Yeah. Yeah. Same name, but nephew, yeah. Unfortunately, Senna never had kids. Never got the chance to have kids, but yeah.
There's also brother pairings like Michael and Ralph.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure Jack Brabham's brother raced. Mario Andretti's brother might not have raced in F1, but definitely raced with him in other series. Emerson Fittipaldi's brother as well.
Is Michael and Ralph the most recent then? Must be. Yeah.
Unless you count free practice 1 from last year.
Of course, yeah. The two Lecs. The Lek and the Lel.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I suppose it's technically an official Formula 1 session, so might count. Oh, Pietro did race for Haas. He subbed for Grosjean after the crash in 2020.
He did, yeah.
Forgot about that.
Yeah. So is that 3 generations?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's quite cool. That must be quite rare, if not the only time. Must be.
Yeah, I think so.
That's quite cool.
Well, I mean, over in IndyCar, I think the 4th generation of Andretti is currently in sort of junior series.
Oh, the Andrettis will race forever.
Yeah.
They just will. Somewhere.
They'll keep racing until they get another Indy 500 win and break the curse.
How long's that curse been going?
It's 1969.
Ouch. Nearly as long as Ferrari's curses.
I think it was 69. 68 or 69 when Mario won it.
A long time ago. Basically, a very long time ago, yeah.
Unless Michael won it in the 80s or 90s that I've forgotten about, but I don't think he did. Maybe.
I don't know.
It's really surprisingly quiet afternoon on the track.
It is really quiet. Like, as in, there's cars there, but nothing other than... Like, I still feel they're just trying to get as much in now so they can have some fun for the last hour. That's what my mind is hoping. That's my hope that we're going to see some chaos this afternoon. I was watching this Mercedes. They've gone split screen now, so maybe not. But I want to see. You mentioned about maybe being a higher downforce. I want to see if it looks any visual difference between how far the wing goes down. Like how with the Aston one, it looks quite flat, and then you do see it moving. I want to see if a higher downforce wing maybe makes it look a bit more pronounced as well, the other way. But I know I'm thinking in my head. I've got 2 images in my head, side by side. So
no, CPB. He won the title, not the 500. His best in the. I've forgotten already. It's been 3 seconds, Jonty. You're not a goldfish.
68, 69.
He had a second in 91, and he's had 2 thirds in 2001, 2006, and then you have his son, Marco. I think it's his son. Maybe it's a different Andretti's son. Oh, no, he is the father of Marco. That's getting even more bad luck with the Indy 500. Ridiculous.
When does the IndyCar season start this year? It's usually just after F1, isn't it? Or just before usually, isn't it? Late February, early March. Same as F1.
It's March sometime.
Because Indy 500 clashes with Canada, which I know you're angry about, or you just think it's stupid rather than angry.
Oh yes, Lagrangian density. Rodriguez brothers. Since the circuit, as you rightly say, is named after them.
What were their names? Hermanos and... Oh my God. Again, Elizabeth did a video on this. I should know this.
Pedro?
It could be Pedro, yeah. I would just do a quick Google to double check. Pedro Rodriguez.
Yes.
Yeah. And Ricardo... No, that's football, Sean. You're reading the wrong thing. Pedro Rodriguez and Ricardo Rodriguez.
Yeah, it is Ricardo.
There we go. Yeah, so it's not...
Yeah.
What's the Hermanos stand for then? No, the circuit's called Hermanos. I'm being an idiot. Yeah, the circuit's... yeah.
Does it... I don't speak Spanish. I'm guessing brothers.
Has the stream just gone down for anybody? Possibly. I'm just going to jump straight back and check. Do a refresh. We might be okay. Chat. Is it just my PC? Is it running right for you?
Yeah,
No,
mine
we're
hasn't
okay.
dropped.
That's all right. No, it was just everything went a bit funny on my thing, and everything froze. And I was like, oh, has everything gone? But I think we're okay. That's fine. That's fine. All good.
And we're all being a bit daft, talking about, what father sons have raced in Formula One. So who's trackside at the moment? Talking from turn 14.
Jelly and Palmer.
And his dad, Jonathan Palmer.
Who did he race for, Jonathan Palmer?
Probably Footwork or Arrows.
Interesting. I'd forgot about Jonathan Palmer. That feels bad.
Yeah, exactly.
Especially given that we're looking
he
at
was
Jelly
one
and
of
Palmer.
he was one of that sort of old school British middle-aged guy crop of drivers who were all crap. Derek Warwick. Great endurance racers. Won't dispute that, but they were awful. Oh, yeah, there you go. It's those very small teams that I can't remember, like Zach Speed. That was a mess.
Whoa, Charles, steady on. It's the normal rear wing on the Ferrari, unfortunately, but he's just had a big sideways back end out at turn 4.
We've got 3 hours yet.
I might want to watch that replay of him sideways or back end out. That was Larry. He looks confident, Leclerc, when he's out of the car. I say that.
Russell also got a different rear wing on. Looks like one of the lower downforce rear wings from last year. They've got the little strip cut out at the top.
They may have changed it when they did the engines to test something out. Might have done.
You can tell it's got the ugly little square sticky up bits at the end. Don't like it. I like clean lines.
Not a fan.
Ferrari back to their boring wang.
I was Russell out on track. Nothing on rear wing or anything like that. No, nothing on Russell retaining rear wing. So no, I'm not sure. Possibly. I've not quite seen it yet. So, how much money are HP paying them to ruin a car so much? Well, how much money are HP paying them for the logo to be spun round upside down the other way? I'd be intrigued by that. They might want a discount. And IBM to come back around upside down. As crazy as that sounds. Just trying to see if there's anything on Mercedes. Sorry. Zach Speed. The other Zach Speed's guy, Christian Danner, is basically the face of F1 for German broadcasting, so he had a great time.
Yeah, if you can get something from it. Oh, thank you, Gingerfest. I'm honest, it is brothers in Spanish. That's really nice. I like that the circuit's named for them both.
I suppose, Manos. Yeah, I suppose Manos would have made, as brothers. So, Brothers Rodriguez. That is nice, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, nothing on Mercedes changing the rear wing. But we know they changed their engine, so they could have done that at the same time. So, Palmer raced for Williams and Tyrrell, 83 and 87, as biggest names, and 2 other teams. So they're the big names, Williams and Tyrrell for Jonathan Palmer. Nice one, Sighted Canvas. So Max asked how much HP are paying for the to ruin the car. Sighted Canvas said, I bet they pay a subscription. Nice. That whole HP Inc. subscription thing is such a scam. Oh my god.
Yeah.
How do they get away with it? Well, because
Printer Inc. is one of the biggest scams in the world.
No, but the fact they lock your printer ink if you're not subscribed. Piss off. I've paid for it.
I've got an Epson printer, and I think it's like 32 quid for one of each official cartridge. I went on Amazon. Thought I'll try one of the knockoff ones where it came with 3 yellow, 3 blue, 3 magenta, and 7 black, and that cost me a tenner, and they've all worked perfectly.
I feel scammed.
You go, oh, but the quality's not as good. Shut up.
Ink. I want a 3D printer, even though they might be a bit shit, but I still want one. The stuff I'll
kinda
print
need
off.
one. Yeah, I genuinely need one. As much as I love painting Warhammer, the 3D printed things I've had, I enjoyed painting so much more. And I've got a lot of friends who are VTubers, and I'd really love to be able to get 3D printed versions of their VTube avatars to then send to them. That would just be really cool. But unfortunately, I don't know anyone who 3D prints anymore.
That reminds me, actually. I mentioned it this morning. I think you've still got my chain bear trophy, haven't you? That I won, that I never got to see. Yeah. Thief.
Yeah, I did say in the chat. I said in the chat, I can't believe I forgot to bring it with me.
Oh, yeah. Forgot. Yeah. Oh, I won, really.
I made it.
Yeah, but you didn't win. I would return it to you if you actually bothered to win. It's mine in spirit. It's fine. I work in a school where the official printer cartridges are often a couple £100. Just get them off Amazon for a tenner. Yeah, they'll scam you. MSC Bar says, "Wow, Jonty, that voice reminded me of the 2021. Yeah, but Mum from the Caesar review, it was hilarious. And if you print a lot, one of the ink tank printers isn't bad, but you need to print often, or it can get clogged up." Says Fud.
Yeah, that's true.
Thank you, Fud. Hope you well, mate.
Yeah, if you do print a lot, they're fantastic. But yeah, but if there's anyone regular and
selling
knows
a 3D
as
printer
well and is in the Discord or on Blue Sky and that 3D prints, I know that's a lot of things to all line up.
Thomas.
Get in contact. And in Britain.
Or if anyone's selling a 3D printer for like, £6 and a bag of Audi Quavers, we might be interested. Well, I know it's a bit of a random topic if you're just tuning in 3D printing, but it is a bit quiet on track in terms of what's happening. But it is the point of testing streams anyway. But I think 3D printers are generally coming down a little bit in price. They're not quite that they used to be. So that's good. It's just I imagine they're quite expensive to run with the stuff you need to do.
My friend who was doing it is selling all of his equipment. We want it. But it's still like £250.
Who's this friend? I'm intrigued.
My mate Si, who's an incredible artist, and he was doing that for a while, but he's moved into other artistic pursuits. So he just wants to get rid. But it's all the stuff. It's the printer. It's the ultrasonic cleaner, the solar shower for curing, and all the rest of it. It's like. But I also don't have anywhere to put it because it gives off some fumes, needs to be sort of a relatively even temperature, like room temperature. You can't have it cold.
Sorry, I've just had an email to let me know that my Wi-Fi is going to by £4 a month in April. Message to Virgin Media, you can have the £4 a month if you get it to fucking work properly consistently. If you're going to make me pay more, at least make sure it's bloody working. Oh, it's worked right this week.
I couldn't.
Knock on wood.
I'm kind of glad I couldn't get Virgin where I am I think they've recently just installed it in the rest of the town. But everywhere else in the town got the OpenReach fibre to the property network done. So now I get a gig for £40 a month.
Yeah.
Gig up, gig down.
That's
on
good.
PlusNet.
I'm going to ask this again. We asked this yesterday. CPB says, "I'm just rearranging my sock collection and throwing old ones away while listening to this." Let us know what you're doing while you're listening to this. We asked this yesterday and got some good responses. So, some of you might be doing the same thing as you were yesterday, but let us know and we'll read some and shout you out. So, bit of fun, bit random. We did cake this morning, so let's talk about what you're doing. Everyone's going to work. Depressing. Let's talk about cake again. But socks is new.
Yeah, but I mean, I'd love to get some, just say maybe about 50 millimeters tall, 3D printed helmets. I can just hand paint in for the drivers that I like, as opposed to just buying the mini helmets. I think I'd prefer to do it myself.
Yeah. Red Raven says, being a potato and regretting life choices, headaches are letting up at least. What did you do last night, Red Raven? You said hungover, so I'm intrigued. I'm assuming you went out, so I'm intrigued. Purple Zebra says, I've been doing watercolour painting for the last couple of days.
Nice.
What are you painting, Purple Zebra? Intrigued by that as well. Playing some Guild Wars and listening on my second stream, says Paint 2D. Should be at work, but but off for 2 weeks now, says MSC. Off for 2 weeks now, says MSC Biles. Josh says, hey, we've got a resin 3D printer. They're a nightmare. Better get a filament one. Bamboo printer's really good. And on the sofa with a blanket. And hello, says Purple. Hey, hello. Well, I work mostly nights, so I've got free time in the day to CPB. That's fair enough. Enjoy your well-deserved lunch break. Back at work again soon, says Fud. I'm practicing to be a potato. The couch variety, says Sighted Canvas. That's fair enough. Stream seems okay now, by the way. There was a moment, I promise you, there was a moment it went down and I panicked. I was like, oh no. But you were all still here, so that was okay. It wasn't terrible. A friend of mine turned 30, says Red Raven. I'm incredibly glad I took today off. Yeah, my 30th got messy as well, actually, to be fair. So that was well, it's 10 years ago, but
I appreciate it being Guild Wars 1. It's still fantastic. Somewhere in the mess behind me, I have my pre-order mousepad from Guild Wars 1.
That's cool.
That was a long time ago now.
Not that long, Jonty. Don't do McLaren.
No, Guild Wars 1 was...
I think. I don't think we were at... No, yeah. It's fine.
I'd say 2006, 7, 8.
21 years, says Paint.
Yeah.
21 years.
I'm a big MMO player, so sorry.
I am just checking socials again. Intrigued by why we've not seen Norris, but they just cut to the garage and he's up on the stands, everything off. So I don't know whether just maybe setup changes. I don't know, but yeah, seems as Ayo Komatsu gives somebody a tour of the garage. Top bloke Komatsu, really impressed with what he's done at Haas. Gotta say,
I really like
impressed. Him. Certainly an upgrade. Gunther Steiner was fun, but certainly an upgrade. Although I imagine I don't want to get into too much. I imagine working under Steiner would have been a bit rough when he had a temper tantrum. Quite scary.
Yeah, like just you've got a jar of nitroglycerine in the office that could go off at any minute for no reason, and you're constantly working around it. I think it would have been pretty stressful.
Sighted Canvas is how much heavier are these new noses with the wing actuator motors in them? That's a good point. They are smaller.
Sure.
That might offset some of that. But then they've also got stuff hanging off the end, haven't they? So someone might know a definitive answer.
It'll come down to which actuation method they're going with. You would think they go electric for the front wing, just because it's a tiny motor and a couple of wires.
Is it not possible to do the same for the rear wing, though?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm trying to think what the... someone might have an absolute answer in the chat. I can't go through the regs at the minute, unfortunately, but... Yeah.
That would be the other reason for it being electric. There's a quick nose change. As long as there's just a couple of contacts that line up.
Yeah.
That's all you need.
That's true, yeah. Russell down the straight. Goes 7th place. 1:30, 34, 999. Ooh, ominous. Is 7th place for him. Got 13 laps in this, George. Lindblad's gone through 100, by the way, as he has had a very busy day today as Arvid Lindblad. Sainz on 90, and it's 84 for Leclerc. In fact, Jonty, on that note, I'm going to mute you now, mate. I'm going to go through the times, let you go and stretch your legs again, and I'll double mute you because I forgot to do it first, Stuart, earlier. So.
Yes, we heard him singing.
Right, then let's run through the times so far today as we enter the final 3 hours. Charles Leclerc, 133.689, 84 laps so far today. He is in all day. I'll do tyres if they crop up in a minute. Antonelli, 133.916. He did 49 laps, then had that pressure problem, engine change. He's not in for the afternoon anyway, so that was his day done. Oscar Piastri, 134.3, 66 laps. We'll see him in Australia. Lando Norris in this afternoon. Esteban Ocon, 134.494, 82 laps for him overall today. Bearman in this afternoon. Hadjar, 134.511, 59 laps. Verstappen in for him this afternoon. 134.846 for Gasly, 60 laps for him so far today. He is in all day. He is indeed. George Russell in for Antonelli, 134.999, 13 laps so far. A little bit later starting, but I'm not sure how much of that was just part of the program and how much was that they needed to change the engine after Antonelli's issues. Lindblad, 135.238, 103 laps for him, and we've still got 3 hours to go, so very busy day for Arvid Lindblad, and he's still out on track. Carlos Sainz also out on track, 91 laps for him, 135.252. He's on track. Hulkenberg, 136.019. 64 laps for him, 21 for Verstappen, 138.488, 22 now for Verstappen. He is in for Hadjar this afternoon. Bottas, 139.411, 13 laps replacing Perez. Ollie Bearman, 139.757, 27 laps. And Sergio Perez, 140.842, 61 laps. Lance Stroll has done just 6 laps today, and he's in all day and has no time, and Aston Martin have no spare parts of their power unit, so they're taking it easy and not doing too much today, which is of concern. Norris yet to go out. Car still on the stands in the garage. No news yet on what that might be. Bortoletto still yet to go out, as is... That's it, isn't it? Alonso's not in today. Albon's not in today. Lawson, Colapinto, Hamilton, they'll be around for Australia. Tyres-wise, C3 for Leclerc, C3 for Antonelli, C4 Piastri, Ocon the unnamed tyre, C3 for Hadjar, C3 for Gasly, nothing for Russell in terms of tyres at the moment, C2 for Lindblad, C3 for Sainz, C3 for Hulkenberg, C3 for Verstappen, C1 for Bottas, C1 for Bearman, C1 for Perez. As always, please do drop a like on the stream and consider subscribing too. Lots to come this season, and you can support the channel with super chats, or you could buy me a coffee, link in the description. All the money from those are going towards a new camera in the spring, and also you can support the channel through Patreon and memberships. Your support is greatly appreciated. And once again, in case I forget to say it later, thank you to everyone who's followed over from the F1 word in the last 2 days. We're about 40 away from 2,000 subs now, so if we can get that, that'd be amazing, but unlikely today, but it could happen by the end of the week, so by the end of the weekend, sorry. So yeah, thank you very much for all your support, and I'll make sure you'll mute Jonty as well so we don't hear him humming, but there we go. Yes, I was just at 104 laps for Lindblad, and we've still got 3 hours in the afternoon, Jonty. This could be quite a big total in the end for him.
Yeah,
which is exciting.
You have to think, like, if you're in that position as a rookie, like, you know that there are specific programs and things that the team wants to get through to be tested for the car. But as the rookie driver, I'm sure you want to be like, just let me drive the thing around. Just don't keep bringing me in to change this, change that. Just let me drive the thing as much as possible.
He's just still lapping now, non-stop. So. That's good. That's good.
Do we
to
know
see.
What stints he's been doing?
I could tell you. So he did obviously they only have the last 6 on multi-view, but the last 6 stints: 17 laps on the hard, 17 laps on the hard, 18 laps on a hard tyre, 1 lap on a medium, 15 laps on a medium. So there's some decent stints in there, to be fair, for testing. Currently, the fastest lap is roughly 3 to 4 seconds slower than last year's best quali time. Today's fastest or overall, Letox? I know that we've got so last year's pole time was a 1:29.8, so we got to 32.8 yesterday, so it's about 3 seconds, but that's without everything ramped up, so that's why I'm hoping for someone like Leclerc to crank it all up, stick on a set of C5s and bang in a 131.7. No, 131.2. Jonty's not winning. 131.2, please. Hopefully. That tea I've just been drinking is absolutely stone cold.
Are we going to say whoever's closest?
It will be whoever's closest, yeah. Because I don't think any of us will be dead on. In fact, I know I'm not winning. We're not getting down to a 31-2. We probably won't get down to a 31-2 an actual Bahrain qualifying, so it seems like a big ask. Yes, cats. We've seen Lola. Lola's around. Baxter's tail might pop up every now and again. He keeps wandering in to come and steal a treat. Was it not the C3? The red tyre last... Yeah, C1, C2, C3 in Bahrain, wasn't it? Yeah, it would have been. Hardest... Or do they go middle? 2, 3, 4? You think I remember this, being the tyre talk god that I am? Yeah, no, it must be a 1, 2, 3 because it's a very demanding track, isn't it, on tyres? So Bahrain 2020. I'll double check, but I'm fairly sure you're right actually. Yeah, 1, 2, 3 for Bahrain last year, so it is comparable. Yeah, that's a good point. Actually, yeah, that would be the tyre that he's fastest on now would have been the one he ran, or a variation of, in qualifying, the compound at least. Not necessarily in construction and whatnot. There might be some differences, but yeah. Damn, it's good to see him on track again, says Red Raven. Who's that? Leclerc. Verstappen's out there as well. Lapping. Who have we got on track, actually? Verstappen, Lindblad, Leclerc, Bearman, Russell, Sainz. I think unless we say otherwise, just always assume Lindblad's on track. I think is the story of the afternoon there.
Yeah, probably.
Who else? I mean, Sainz has got 94 on the board, so some really good stuff today from the all-dayers, but he's on a C2 type at the minute, Lindblad. We're watching him now on the television. Bottas, good to see. Oh, there you go. Bottas, good to see him racing. And yeah, and Perez. Bottas and Perez. Nice to see them back. Interested in that little fight they're going to have this season's teammate battle as the, no shade, number 2 drivers, the ex-number 2s. That's what they were. So interesting how that battle sort of shakes out this year. Close, I imagine. Who do you think will come out on top, chat? Bottas versus Perez, because that's where the Cadillac battle is. What do you think, Jonty? Perez versus Bottas. There could be only one winner.
The better driver. Yeah, I think Bottas is better.
I'll say Perez. If you're going Bottas, I'll say Perez. If you'd have said Perez, I'd have said Bottas. There you go. Makes it interesting later in the year, doesn't it? I mean, qualifying, you'd fancy Bottas, given how well he did against Hamilton, wouldn't you, at least? So,
yeah.
That was a cracking season, or a couple of seasons. Max Verstappen lock up at turn 1 in the number 3, not the number 1 and not the number 33. He's happy, not sure how I feel about it. I keep seeing the number 3 and thinking Ricardo. Hopefully that vanishes in time. Bottas, the popular one, Clansman, big odds to say Bottas. So, with the Finn on the grid, all feels right in the world, says Alfie. Yep.
Yeah, we've got a Finn. We've got a Brit. We've got a German. We've got a Brazilian. We have French. We have an Italian. We're missing a Japanese driver.
Yeah. We've got an Aussie as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're the nationalities you think of, aren't they? Yeah, it's weird when you don't have a German driver on the grid or a Finnish driver on the grid, for example. So it doesn't look like we're going to have no British drivers for a while, because we seem to just be finding British drivers, and we always have, really, but certainly like crazy at the minute.
Yep.
Nothing but British drivers. So Kevin is sad that Stroll is representing Canada. Okay.
I think if there's any country that has been continuously represented in the F1
UK?
Interesting question.
Yeah. Do you know, chap? You answer that, chap. Has there always been one national? Has one nationality always been on the grid? Forever in F1? You guys are in that position. Germany was in a few years ago. What did we have? 6 German drivers. There was a lot at one point, wasn't there? Yeah, there was. But I feel like there has always been a British driver. We had a few years out of an Italian, didn't we? And then Giovinazzi came in. And now we've got Antonelli. I think Jonty might be Googling it.
Hell of a long... Yeah, I'm just nosing through now. I mean, for a hell of a long time, there was always an Argentine as well.
Yeah. We had Fangio initially, didn't we? Well, we didn't, but the sport
There
did.
was several at the start.
We got Colapinto now representing there, so... Super Deutschland. I'm trying to think of who the German drivers were. The 6 Red Raven. We had Schumacher and Schumacher. Frentzen would have been one. Leave that with me. We haven't had a Brazilian in for a while.
Depends what year he's referring to.
We've got Bortoletto now. So at least we've got a Brazilian driver in now. Let's have a little Heifeld. Yeah, good shout, Clanson. I always forget about Nick Heifeld.
Glock.
Yeah, Glock was Rosberg, Wehrlein, Vettel, Hulkenberg. Says Max with 4. They were in together. Yeah. But I'm trying to think of the year or few years we had 6. But if you think Heifeld, Frentzen, Schumacher, that's 4 already. Before you even start digging any deeper.
Verstappen. Josh was in with them.
Yeah, he's not German though, is he, Jos? Is he?
Could have sworn Josh was raced under German flag. Can't remember. No, he can't have done.
No, I'm sure he raced under the Dutch flag.
Am I just being daft because it's... Yeah.
Unless Germany want him. Unless Germany want him.
Don't think they do somehow.
Max has been wheeled back in on the subject of Verstappen's. Watching Bottas. I'm going to watch Bottas as well here, Jonty, on the live feed. Oh, Twitchy through 11. We see a bit of the Cadillac, but not really focusing too much on it. When was the last Italian in a Ferrari? That'll be Fisichella when he stood in for Massa, won't it? The last Italian at Ferrari, yeah. Prior to that, it was quite a gap, wasn't it, behind that? Italians at Ferrari.
Alboreto?
Could be Alboreto, yeah. Bottas doesn't improve his, personal best first sector, but 139.4 overall there. So, I wonder if it's change. Oh no, it's okay. It doesn't matter. It's all right on the display. Before Fizzy was Luca Badoa. It was Badoa, wasn't it? Then Fisichella came in at.
Just looking at
Ferrari.
2004, there were 4 Italians. No, sorry, 3 Italians. Trulli did 2 teams.
Red Raven just clarifying. It was a 2010 season. It was Schumacher, Rosberg, Vettel, Hulkenberg, Sutil, Heidfeld, and Glock. That's 7 in 2010. Yeah. Let's forget about Sutil as well. He had a cool run. Did Adrian Sutil? He had a novel way of running, didn't he? Prior to that was Luca Badoa. Yeah, so Badoa did a race after Massa's accident. Then it was Fisichella, who probably, although everyone wants to drive a Ferrari, probably would have been better sticking where he was at Force India at that point. Fisichella got the pole in Belgium. Yeah.
It was a tricky one. Like, you can't knock him for taking the chance to drive for Ferrari in Formula One as an Italian. But at the time, he was kicking major ass in that Force India. It's like, you're going to win in like a midfield car. You're on the right tracks. And it was like, and the car was getting better and better. And he seemed to be really gelled with it and then decided not to. No, look at some random years like, where am I? Yeah, 2004. 5 Brazilians. Barrichello, Petsonia, Massa, D'Amata, Zonta.
Bloody hell.
There's always ones that you forget about.
how many Brits are on the grid this year? Is it 4? 1, 2, 3.
Hamilton, Russell,
4, 5.
Norris, Lindblad. Brain gone.
Hamilton, Norris.
You can tell it's Friday afternoon, can't you, chat?
Bearman, Russell, Lindblad is 5. And depending on how you want to argue this, it could be 6.
Albon.
But Albon raced under a tyre licence, so as far as we see, that's tie. He's tie, but he was born in London, I think he was, wasn't he? But yeah, hey Dave, McLaren. We don't know what happened with McLaren. I've had a look for updates. There's nothing yet. But last time we saw the garage, Norris was still up on the no, not jacks either, stands in the garage. So not sure what's going on there. But I'm keeping an eye on feeds to see if there's any updates. But nothing yet on what's happening with Norris, but he's not been out yet. But Piastri got some good laps in this morning, 66 laps, so hopefully Norris will get out soon enough. They might be making some setup changes or tweaking something, adding something, I don't know, we'll see. But hopefully nothing of concern down there, really. Stroll's in the garage again, by the way. He's completed a whole 6 laps today. I think all 6 reconnaissance laps as well, too. That is... Ouch. Is Hightower Frenson an undertaker now? I read somewhere that's what he's doing. He seems to spend a lot of time on Twitter, does Hightower Frenson, at the minute.
Yeah.
So there is that.
No, just looking at, because I've got 2004 open. It had a driver who is the only driver from his country to score a point.
Oh, let me think. Only driver from his country to score a point. 2004.
And there aren't many drivers from that country either.
2004.
Chat. Without Googling it.
No. Oh, is it? No. Who's the Portuguese one?
Odd name. Not Portuguese.
No. Oh.
You want a clue?
Odd name.
Well, I can
Yeah,
give
go
you
on.
the country.
Give me a clue.
Hungarian.
Not Baumgartner. No.
Yes, Baumgartner.
Is it? Oh, there you go. Got it at the end. we could have left that for chat to work out there, but they've all Googled it and cheated.
Yeah. Zolt Baumgartner, the one that we always remember as cheat to get out of doing A to Z of drivers. Because there aren't.
Zolt Baumgartner. Yeah, he wasn't great, was he? But yeah, he's got a point. So that's something, I suppose. But yeah, I was trying to think of what the Portuguese is. How did Portuguese drive? Tiago Monteiro.
Yeah,
he can't be the only Portuguese scorer either, can he? No, he can't be. No, but who got the podium in 2005 alongside? Was it him alongside the 2 Ferraris at Indy?
Yeah.
So the only Portuguese podium.
He's celebrating like anything, and the Ferraris are like, yeah, whatever, we did the race.
Oh yeah, but rightly so. To be fair, you one opportunity on the podium, you got to celebrate it. Yeah, no, that was a crazy race.
I love the fact that Jordan still nearly ended up with a double DNF by taking each other out.
Yeah,
it's like really close to the drivers crashing. It's like there are 6 cars on the track.
Just behave, please. Could you imagine if the Minardis had broken down and those 2 crashed into each other? Would they? I mean, they would have carried on the race. They'd have to, wouldn't they? But would there be a point? Really?
Well, yeah. They wouldn't. Ferrari aren't going to give up points. Excuse.
I don't know why I'm getting a. Yeah, stream's running fine. Sorry, I'm just checking dates. Yeah. So happy David Croft works for Sky because I use F1 TV, says Chef. Not want to hype them out, but again, an Alpine within the top 6, says Latox. Yeah, they're just, they're quite like Haas. They're just getting on with it, and we're hearing nothing, and I'm taking that as a good sign, although Russell and Gasly having a little bit of a squabble into turn 1. Gasly won't give you that up.
Sky stream stopped. Thank you.
Your answers in your question. Sorry, I just accidentally nearly choked to death down the mic without muting it. You answered your question there. Why is my Sky stream stopped? It's not the most reliable with anything.
That
Is
was a
Sky.
bit close for testing.
That's what I
wasn't
was watching for.
it?
Yeah,
Into turn one.
Gasly wasn't giving that up, was he, easily? Which is fun.
It would only have taken Russell sort of catching a bit of understeer, and then it gets expensive.
Red Raven says that's unusual for Alpine. They just get the job done. We are indeed in a new era. Yeah. I don't know. Very good at getting the job done badly last season. His sight's going to go wide at 10. He is indeed.
He was wrestling that car.
Yeah.
He was wrestling it on the way out of 7.
Do you know, Max, I agree. It does. Williams being sponsored by Barclays feels like a very mid-2000 era sponsor. It does. I know we've you get Santander, for example, but Barclays just feels like that. But I only see Barclays and see Barclays Premier League. That's what it'll always be to me. The Barclays Premier League era.
Yeah, I can remember Barclays sponsorship on race cars in mid-late 80s.
Yeah.
And that was before they changed to that blue. They were sort of a really nasty beige colour with burgundy lettering, and it was horrible.
Banks replaced Smokes for sponsorships, says Kevin. Although I don't know. Well, I was going to say we don't see many, but we do, don't we? Because you've got Santander. They've gone now, haven't they?
Yeah.
Haven't Red Bull got a bank sponsor? I'm just pleased that we're getting less crypto, but it's a shame it's been replaced by more AI.
Got Citibank?
Yes, somebody has.
And other payment processing type stuff. I mean, you got Cash App.
Yeah.
Haas had MoneyGram. I haven't seen PayPal on a car.
Williams did used to be RBS. Actually, yeah, they did. The RBS Williams, yeah.
Yeah.
Mercedes has UBS,
Jaguar,
possibly.
Jaguar had HSBC.
Yeah. Revolut on the side of the Audi.
Oh, of course.
It's just everywhere. MasterCard, McLaren, of course. Yeah, it's still finance, not a bank, but yeah, MasterCard or McLaren, MasterCard, Mercedes or whatever they're calling themselves. They're calling themselves which is interesting. All the M's at McLaren.
Yeah, MasterCard, McLaren, Mercedes.
Yeah. We need to call them Morris and Piastri now, don't we? Yeah, Visa, Red Bull, Visa Cash App, Red Bull Racing. Are they Visa Red Bull Race? No, they're still Oracle Red Bull Racing, aren't they?
Visa. Yeah.
It's Oracle Red Bull and Visa Racing Bulls, yeah.
Wait, yeah. So McLaren are going the Austin route, where they had the Metro and the Maestro and the Montego.
Yeah. ING was the Renault one, yeah. And then they took all their money away, didn't they? They're like, nope.
Yeah,
we associate with cheese.
Yeah, but all they did was take the letters off. Everything else was still exactly the same. It looked really funny.
I am still confident.
That's a really awkward place to sit, Lola.
MasterCard showing their face in F1 leads to nothing good. Good luck, McLaren. When I hear MasterCard, I just think MasterCard Lola. That's all I think of. So, yeah. That lovely livery.
Really rare pictures of it.
I don't even think... I think I look for pictures all the time. I think Motorsport Images or whatever they're called now, I think they're part of Getty. They always have an image. But I can never, ever find an image on XPB of that Lola F1 car. And that's because, it's the same with track footage. There's just none. Because they only did a practice session, really, didn't they? So I wonder if they have got one up yet.
I agree, Murray. That was a bad livery. The white, yellow, and orange with navy blue lettering on it was hideous.
Awful.
And it was an ugly car as well, because it had that really fat, thick nose on it. You remember? It was like really wide, pretty square at the front, and really deep. It looked really strange compared to everyone else. Horrid thing.
That was not a good car, and I had absolutely no right to win a race, which is why they had to cheat to win one. Keep Alonso happy, bless him. Although Alonso had nothing to do with that. That was all just Flavio Briatore being a prick. And I've got to say as well, great to see Pat Simmons back on the pit wall and Flavio Briatore in the garage. It's just shows that, you know... I know the lifetime ban was overturned for Briatore, but yeah. Charles Leclerc sideways at turn. I won't get into that again. We did a whole stream on it. turn 13 for Leclerc. But yeah, no, the
Ferrari had Santander for a while.
They did when they had Fernando, didn't they? And then I think did they get them back when Carlos came back or returned to them or joined them, whatever?
Possibly.
Yeah. Why does anyone think teams will sandbag nowadays when F1 has a mid-season balancing program in place via CFD restrictions? says Lewis. I don't know. There is an element of. I mean, I think we have different ideas of sandbagging. Some people think sandbagging means deliberately driving slowly, but these cars won't be turned up to full, which I guess is a kind of sandbagging in itself. But it's not. It's probably less to do with hiding performance and more to do with we ain't got a lot of money these days with the cost caps. We don't want to be blowing these up too much. So yeah, it's there's sandbagging going on in some ways, but not in the way that people think of sandbagging.
Even if someone does go out for a glory run, that car is still not going to be any more than about 95%.
Although there have been a couple this week, Jonty, who we've been watching who appear to sort of at least not give it full beans in the final sector of what looks like it's going to be a good lap.
Yeah.
We've seen that a couple of times this week.
Yeah. Purple, yellow.
Yeah. But that could be their program.
You didn't mess up 2 corners that much.
Flying Tiger's got coffee and love in the chat. Thank you very much, mate. Hope you're okay today. I haven't got a coffee today, but yeah. I can't make a quick coffee. I'm sorry to sound a snob. I can't drink instant coffee anymore.
Now, it's going to make me sound like cheapy council kind of guy, but they are still instant. But Kenko's like sachet flat whites and lattes and stuff are actually really, really good as far as instant things go. Compared to like a jar instant coffee, it's night and day difference. It's still not as good as proper coffee, but compared to a jar, my God, it's worlds apart. Definitely worth trying.
We've got an espresso machine, and that is the ones that use the pods, and that's better than instant coffee. But my sister has got a proper coffee machine where it grinds the beans, and that is the best coffee. I would love to get one of them, but I know she spent an absolute bloody fortune on that, so that's not a rush to spend. But yeah, I definitely take the Nespresso coffee over an instant coffee, but I take a proper ground coffee, all fresh, or as fresh as you can get from my sister's house. So if my sister's listening, get the coffee ready. I might need some. There you go. I don't know how we got to coffee, but here we are. We're there. Oh, God, Flying Tiger. There we go. Coffee and love. Yeah. It's a very. I will just again, if you're just tuning in, it's the last Friday of testing. It's the afternoon. Jonty is a bit meh anyway, not 100%, and we're just waffling away. It's going to be all over the place, and we've only got 2 cars on track anyway. Arvid Lindblad, of course, is still out there, and so is Ollie Bearman.
Were Mercedes up to something with the front wing? And just the picture-in-picture then, you had the mechanic standing in formation when you're not allowed to put a screen up kind of thing going on. You notice that?
Yeah. That's been. Oh, Bearman's going for a pit stop, by the way. We'll keep an eye on this. But yeah, no. But again, is that because they're hiding something on the front of the car or the back of the car? Yeah, if you're looking at the front, you're not looking at the back. Think of Braun.
But yeah, there you go.
The classic. Very slow
That's
stop.
More of the stuff
You
we
need
want,
to be quicker than that, mate, on a race day. I'm sure you will be. There you go. He's going to go. There we go. We got there in the end, Bearman. That was. You bet me quicker than that on race day, otherwise that's going to be a disaster. I'm sure they will be. Sounds like the perfect time for a wheel spin. It does, Alfie. We've got a lot to get through, actually. We might get down to a few, and then we might have to just do a really quick fire thing with it.
So I was just watching that footage of Bearman stop, and the guy on the front left looked like he was like trying to do it in slow motion. The way he was like picking up the tire and putting it on and getting the.
It's a question for you,
That was
Jonty,
brilliant.
because I ain't got an answer for this because I've never played it. You'll hate me for it, but I haven't. The Hatprus asks, which is your favourite Gran Turismo?
Four.
I'll say one because I've never played it, so, you know.
What?
Never played it.
Call yourself a motorsport fan and you've never played Gran Turismo?
In fairness, I've never called myself a motorsport fan. I've only ever called myself an F1 fan, to be fair. I try to watch other bits of motors, but I'm not. I can't ever. Nobody can call themselves a motorsport fan in comparison to Jonty if you just watch F1 because it's ridiculous. Thank you, the Hatprus, mate. Sorry, I can't answer that, but I've heard of it. I've seen people play it, but I've never played it, and I don't think that it's not that watching somebody play something is not the same as playing it yourself. So
yeah, I love 3. I genuinely love 3, but 4 just brought so much more to it, and it's so much more refined. And lots of silly little things they've done, like in 4, one of the reward cars is the original Daimler-Benz from 1894. 1894, 93? The very first car that you can take on the drag strip, and it's about 25 minutes or something to do a quarter of a mile. It's ridiculous.
Kevin says, I think Sean probably plays Grand Theft Auto. Yes, I do play Grand Theft Auto. Looking forward to the end of the year. I don't care. I love it. I don't care.
They're fun, but
yeah,
they are amazingly brilliant games. Don't get me wrong. They're just not the ultra amazing best thing ever games.
Oh, no.
The vast majority of people make them out to be.
No, that's Farming Simulator. No, I would never claim they're the greatest thing. There's plenty of other games that I'd rather play, but I do play GTA. But that's and if you're asking Vice City before you ask the question, or San Andreas. I loved San Andreas as well, but Vice City all the way.
Vice City was just so cool
and silly. It felt
there
sillier
are other
in
driving
places.
games that I enjoy as well. I mean, playing Gran Turismo when you have PC. Kind of difficult because emulation still can be a bit twitchy, especially with Gran Turismo for some reason. But there's other stuff to play. Motorsport Manager, obviously. Assetto Corsa. The grid was decent. Just not the Formula 1 games.
What was the one? I think that was the grid. Now you've said it. Yeah, doesn't matter. Ignore me. Thank you to All Wheel Dingers for your super chat, mate. Appreciate your super chat and your support as well. Says, have we discussed the Aston Martin naming rights? Yes, we touched on that this morning. I'm going to be honest with you, mate. We struggled to get very excited about it. But in case you missed the news, I'll read the start of the press release again. The Aston Martin name will be forever etched into the future of Formula One. Following the announcement today that Aston Martin Aramco Formula One team has agreed to acquire the exclusive rights to the iconic company's name, logo, and branding in perpetuity for its Formula One operations. The Aston Martin brand can be used in the team name, Aston Martin F1 team, and for the Aston Martin chassis name. And under the leadership of Executive Chairman Lawrence Stroll, this latest acquisition further solidifies the team's commitment to Formula One and ensures the Aston Martin name remains firmly part of the sport's future. Not very exciting, but it's possibly the best news Aston Martin have had all week, but it's still not very exciting. So, but appreciate your super chat. And yes, we discussed it very, very briefly earlier. So, I guess that well, yeah, we could still end up with a Team Lotus F1 situation later. Yeah, but that's their name now. So that's something in perpetuity. I love that phrase. It's a good word as well. Perpetuity. Yeah. That just sounds like Stroll Senior wanting to sell, says MSC. Maybe. Get the names in and the product's worth a bit more. Maybe, I don't know. There you go. But that's the news. That's the big news. But again, thank you for your super chat, mate. Appreciate that. Difficult to get excited. I'm not going to lie.
God damn it, George.
George just
I
calls you
just caught a
trouble.
glimpse of George, and no, that front wing when he was using the straight line mode, that top flap went all the way down, like you completely not visible from the front.
It can't go too far though, can it? Because the rear wings pretty much do as you like, but the front wing is still pretty well restricted.
Yeah.
So, but they might take it to the absolute extreme of the regulations. It does look complete. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, they're just showing some replays. That is a different front wing, and it's definitely looks flatter. But also bear in mind, it's been a while since I've stared at the Mercedes front wing. So that's a good spot, that is, Jonty. How do you get press releases, Sean? Do you just go on the website and sign up, or do you have to do some official media mailing list? I'm good mates with Lawrence Stroll. He sends me the press release when he sends him a check through for defending Lance Stroll. I think Jonty gets the save. So, no, you can just go to the website, and I think you have to create a media account for most of them. But if I can get one, anyone can. Then you just sign up.
Yeah, some of them don't actually allow. They're a bit picky on, like, you have to actually beam in, something of media in some way, but others just don't care. I get several of them.
Pirelli would never let me have access to their media site, and then last year I signed up, and obviously under which website do you work for, I could at that point paste Planet F1, and within about 15 minutes approved. So it just shows that, being part of that kind of thing does get you a little bit more access. It's not an exciting site. It just gives me all the info I need rather than just the odd press release. So I should have said that. I probably need to change that, but I'm not going to until they notice I'm not there anymore, and then they can kick me out. But it's not exciting enough for me to care if they do kick me out. I thought it'd be more interesting, but it wasn't. But there you go. No offense, Pirelli. Love you, really. We're always very complimentary of you and your tyres on this channel. We never talk ill of you at all. We think you're excellent at everything you do. Anyway, Max Verstappen's out on track on his Pirellis, having a bit of a moment at turn 8. Very wide on the exit. Actually, not a moment. Very wide on the entry. Sorry. They do like to maximise those entries, don't they, at Bahrain? Right up on the curbs on the way in. So, yeah.
I think on that entry, Max was flirting with track limits, and if it was qualifying.
The replay's just gone.
No, he's well over it.
Yeah. Not flirting with. He's already met it, dated it, married it, and left it. He was divorcing track limits at that point. It was over.
He's done the four town journey in the 4-town trip in Germany that you can do. You know that one?
Yes. Yeah.
Brilliant.
All right, George Russell. Here we go. You'll get it in a minute, Johnson. Yeah, it does go flat. It looks flatter than it did. I think. Yeah, I think it is. That angle, not so much. But if you're watching, let us know in chat if you are watching whether you're looking at what we're looking at with the front wing, whether it does look flatter than it did on Antonelli's car this morning. I appreciate I'm asking you to think back 3 hours or so, or maybe 4 hours now with Antonelli's retirement, let's call it. But yeah, it definitely looks flatter.
I mean, again, I probably should have done, but I haven't looked fully into the regs for the front wing. I mean, there's a limit on how far it can go, but are there prescribed places where they can have the pivot? Does it have to be dropping down from an axle at the front of it? Can it be in the middle? Can it flip up? I don't know. It would be nice if they had some flexibility there.
I mean, these rules seem quite... Not just because we have active aero, but these rules seem quite flexible anyway, don't they? When you look at like that Ferrari, like we keep talking about the potential for blown bodywork at the back of the Ferrari, the way they can flip the wing all the way over. So there's definitely a lot of flexibility compared to the last set of regulations. But I think the front wing is quite strictly regulated, so I wouldn't be surprised if they only are allowed a certain pivot point or something like that on the front. But I guess that's also restricted by, as you said earlier, having to change front wings in pit stops. You can't have too much going on, can you, in certain area. I don't know. It's one worth looking at. And again, I'm not going to sit and read relationships on. Not relationships. I'm reading two things. Regulations on stream. I'm not going to do it. I was just reading. Flight Tiger said he's had the entire relationship on track limits. And Stroll isn't that bad, but he's such a sour person. He's just so un-Canadian, says Kevin. He's having a chat with somebody and talking about Canadians and whatnot. But yeah, I don't really pay much attention to Lance Stroll generally, so I can't really say what he's like personality-wise. I just he's quite sharp with his interviews, and he isn't very quick at the minute or at all. So. A regulationship, yeah. That's what you call them. New regulation here is a new regulationship.
So with you mentioning flexibility in the aero rigs, thinking out loud here, but I would imagine we see a lot less of flexi front wings with them having the flaps that move, because if you design a flexi front wing and it flexes too much, the flap's just going to pop halfway back up or not sit right and get stuck. I imagine you don't want that to happen.
No. No. That could be a problem. Yeah, just a minor one. Well, again, talking about flexibility, I haven't really, on any of the onboards, rearward facing, looked at rear wing flexibility and seeing how much they flex on these new regs compared to last year. So I might, next time we get an onboard shot, I might have a look at that just out of interest. I feel like there'd be less because these regulations aren't quite as refined now, or these cars aren't, are they? So it's probably get the basics right, then we'll worry about what needs to flex. Pretty much. Yeah, he is, Kevin. He is. For sure. Rear wings, all I have to say is that I appreciate Ferrari adopting part of their sponsors for Australia, or they have signed up a sponsor named W8i alongside IBM. This is just clever marketing. Maybe. Norris is going out, by the way. They're getting his front wing on, his nose and front wing, so that's a good sign. Look, a bit tricky to get on.
Just crossed over lap 100.
Yeah, Lindblad up to 127 and is still out on track. His current stint is just 11 laps, but his previous stint was 23. So that's 34, 35 now
that's
laps.
Half Bahrain.
So yeah, half Bahrain. He's just going and going and going. Why not? Keep going, Arvid. Great experience as well. Great data gathering. And Leclerc's about to go through 100 as well. 97 so far for him. So yeah. Do you try that? We may have had this conversation before. Do you like Arvid Lindblad? Not as a driver, not as a person. I don't care if you like him not as a person. We don't really know him, do we? So it's difficult. But I know my video that I did on him, my biggest concern was some of his sloppy mistakes, particularly Monza last year in F2 was an absolute shocker. But I've been saying for a good 3-4 years this channel, he's rapid. He's a very rapid young man. So I just didn't think he was quite ready, and I think he could just have done with another year of honing his skills, which these 128 laps will help with, of course.
I think that certainly last year in F2 there was lots and lots of really rapid drivers.
Yeah,
but
Alex
it was the intelligent driving and sensible racecraft that allowed the best to rise to the top. I think how the championship ended really reflected that as well. There was guys who are faster on raw pace, but they made a lot of sloppy mistakes.
Yeah.
And Lindblad was one of those.
But still young.
This is
very young.
You do get those drivers that sort of speed up the higher up the formulas they go. It's quite rare, but it does happen. Drugovich was one of those. Drugovich was extremely mediocre in F3 and then came up to F2 and was much quicker. And in F3 he was much quicker than the series before. Again, there's probably a big part of the Mecachrome lottery in that.
Yeah. He's... The thing is, though, he might be a bit raw still. and there might be mistakes and crashes, and I'm not pretending this will happen for him as well, but don't forget Vettel was the crash kid, and Verstappen then took that title, and they won 8 between them. So, I mean, 8 world championships between them. So, just because we might have a crash-happy Lindblad this season. I'm not saying we will, but if we do, because he's still a bit raw, that doesn't mean that his career's over, because it can very easily swing the other way very quickly. If they've got, you can't. I feel like you can't teach speed. If a driver is naturally quick, you can teach the rest of it. You can sort of build the rest of it around that driver. If a driver's naturally slow, you're going to struggle. You can't really get them quicker, can you? You
can learn racecraft. You can learn patience. You can learn strategy. You can't learn having a sensitive bum, which is what they all need.
A very sensitive bum. They're low enough on the ground, yeah. I'm going to spin the wheel again. I'll keep coming to you, chat. Don't worry, I'm not ignoring you. We'll spin the wheel again just because, we're waiting for these laps to come in, and we don't want to run out of time. Oh, we answered that one earlier, so that's a mistake by me. Sorry, we answered that one earlier. We'll give that a spin again. I didn't remove it. I just cleared it. So one less to have to go through. That's fine. Dave the Fish over on Blue. Sorry, Dave the Fish 5, which means there are 4 other Dave the Fishes out there. Says that as drivers' helmets are the main way they can express themselves on track. If you were an F1 driver, what would your helmet design look like? That's a nice question. I'm going to be honest, it's a bit boring. I'll put the track map up in a minute. Don't worry. It's a bit boring. I have always liked driver helmets that represent their nationality as well. So I would probably have a white base with predominantly red, but then blue accents.
We wouldn't just have Mansell's helmet.
No, I won't go that far. But yeah, I can't think of a design I'd want for it, but that would be the colour scheme. I'd say main colour white, secondary colour red, and then. But the red would also be more for Schumacher's Ferrari helmet than it would for the Union flag, to be honest. So, yeah.
Right.
As obvious as that is. What about you, Jonty?
I don't know, because I can't think of anything that really stand for in that way. Possibly the flag representing autism. But mostly, I'm a massive nerd, so I would probably just cycle through like sci-fi helmets and stuff. One race, it'd be a
cool.
Cylon. The next race, it's a Stormtrooper. Race after that, it's a data disc from Tron or something. And I'd probably want to do the same with my race suits as well.
Yeah.
Do the whole picture. Every race, something different. In fact, I'd definitely do that. That'd be great fun.
I don't know.
And someone should do that.
If it was.
But helmets is sorry, just.
No, you're right.
This question, what it's relevant to, I viscerally hate certain companies on the grid with how they force their drivers to have certain branding on it. You know who the worst for this is? Red Bull, and subsequently AlphaTauri. Hated it.
They ruined Checo's.
Yep.
He had a great helmet.
Yeah. The only time it hasn't fully wrecked a helmet was the full bronze one that Vettel had. Because it was all the bronze colour, so it was just sort of the embossed design and didn't really ruin it with the bright colours. When Yuki did the beautiful Sakura Blossom helmets, it was all the pale green with the branches and the blossom, and then Red Bull logo. Ugh.
Awful. I was just going to add to sort of my helmet design. I don't know if it was because it was the manufacturer of the helmet's calling card, I guess, but I'd also want the top of the helmet, the circle at the top, to be in that blue that Barrichello used to have and Schumacher had at Ferrari. You know the one I mean?
Schumacher's first helmet, the one behind.
Yeah, the blue. Yeah. That's right. That bit. The blue
Yeah.
bit. Basically. Or slightly holographic, though, would be quite cool. I do love that. That's his first ever win, that one. Obviously, it's not the real size. Schumacher was much bigger than this. He wasn't a mini driver. There you go.
Oh, red dwarf design. Yeah.
Yes. Starbug helmet. Yeah, it's the right shape as well for one of the pods.
Yeah.
More or less.
Or a Crichton helmet.
Well, that's David Coulthard again, isn't it? With his jawline. That's perfect. But you could,
But we have had some really good sponsored helmets that really worked well. My favourite always being Kovalainen's Angry Birds. That looked so cool. What's Kovalainen, wasn't it?
I know the Angry Birds thing was a Lotus
It was
sponsor. It might have been Kimi.
It was Caterham.
Yeah, but no, I mean, Lotus did have an Angry Birds sponsor as well. As in, when Renault were Lotus. Oh, for God's sake, that era is so stupid.
Oh, Luchador helmet. Yeah, that would work really well if you're going to Mexico. There's loads of stuff.
Starbug 1 or 2.
I mean, being
Starbug 2.
Like national identity or representation of the country that's one thing I hate that we don't have anymore. It was one of the silly gimmicky things that F1 did that I actually quite liked, where for the podium it wasn't just a cap, it was a relevant hat.
Yeah.
So in Circuit the Americas in Texas, they had a cowboy hat. Things like that. It worked really well.
At Sochi, they had the Russian. What's it called?
I would imagine they have got a name. I don't know.
Yeah, I can't remember the called. I do know. Someone will say it and I go, yeah.
Like, then we got to Britain. And then we got to Britain. It was just a cap. Where's the bowler hat? Come on.
They're talking.
Australia, they had the corked ones.
Talking to chat about Starbug 1 and Starbug 2, and it reminds me of Crichton doing his driving test, and he's like with Rimmer, he's like, "Oh, I haven't driven. I did my learning in Starbug 1," and he's like, "Well, the controls are the same." Yes, that's the problem.
That's the problem.
Yeah, Red Dwarf. We did it yesterday, but yeah, love Red Dwarf. I always like McLaren's pit crew helmets from the 2000s. I think it looked cool. They were very Star Wars, weren't they? Almost.
Yeah.
Really sci-fi as well. I love those.
Well, there was one race where Red Bull did have stormtroopers.
Yes.
The pit crew.
Monaco one year. For the
Cool.
Phantom Menace? Would have been about right, wouldn't it? Around that time.
No, it would have been
Revenge of the Sith, it was.
Revenge of the Sith.
Yeah, Revenge.
Yeah,
Revenge of the
Phantom
Sith.
Menace was 98.
Yeah. Return of the Jedi, Revenge of the Sith. Yeah, sorry. I do love Star Wars. I'm a Star Wars fan, and I still get them mixed up. I also, when I start to say it as well, I think about Return of the King as well, which throws me a little bit. Which obviously isn't Star Wars. I got there in the end, CPB. I did get it right. God. Danny Rick's helped when he came back from eating mushrooms. Said he designed it himself. Remember, drugs are bad, kids. Don't know which one that one is. I liked his pastel one.
Yeah.
From a few years ago. Or many years ago now, actually. Still waiting for Norris to actually head out. They were getting his car ready. And I seen it was going to be fairly
he's
quick.
been there a
but
while.
He's still waiting. Still nothing. I'm going to go back to see if we can find any more info on that. Because it's a little bit... So apparently, according to... Oh, my God. Brace yourself... Fucking hell. A message to the Aston Martin WhatsApp group. Quote, "We have completed our programme for today. 6 reconnaissance laps."
That's bad.
That's really bad.
That is very, very bad. Oh, dear.
I'm actually
You've
honestly
completed
shocked
your
at that.
programme.
I am shocked at that.
There's no reason to not keep the car out there. Now they're going to have a committee meeting about it. Stick the tyres on and send him out.
I can't.
Moment.
Why am I? That's really surprised. That's really shocked me. I'm going to go back to it because when they put the statement out this morning,
Please.
Let me find
Time
it.
to stretch goals.
Statement this morning. Our last run with Fernando yesterday showed a related issue that impacted our test plan with the Aston Martin Aramco Formula 1 team. Since then, we have been carrying out simulations on the test bench in HRC Sakura. Due to this and a shortage of power unit parts, we've adapted today's run plan to be very limited and consist only of short stints. I mean, the short stints were one reconnaissance lap 6 times. That's 6. That's. I mean, when you say short stint, I think that takes the piss out of short stints, to be honest. That's surprising and actually quite annoying, but also sort of perfectly keep with how things have gone. That's bad. That is really bad. I was looking for McLaren stuff, but that's caught me off guard. Nothing I can see on McLaren at the moment, so... Arvid Lindblad is still on track for anyone wondering. Just round and round he goes.
No, Max. Yeah, I'm just disagreeing with Max. No, it's a very, 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 very good sci-fi film, but it's not the best. Best is Contact.
Sorry, I'm a little bit, yeah. That's thrown me. So I've got to
There's
go
no point
check...
asking you, is there?
What? My favourite sci-fi
Whether
film?
a film's good or about good films or not, because you've hardly seen any.
That's because I used to have a life. No. No. I've seen lots of films, but none that any of you would be interested in, I'm sure. Really.
Ooh.
But
Well, actually, no, I take that back. Primer is the best sci-fi film.
I watched a good film the other day, by the way.
Take the nerds out of the chat. Go on.
It was random. I was a bit tired and I just flicked onto Sky Movies and it was something on Sky One, and it's called Neighborhood Watch, and it had I want to say Zach Quaid in it, the one who plays Jesse in The Boys, and Jeffrey Dean Morgan in it. It's called Neighborhood Watch. It was actually, I thought it was going to be crap because I was like, I'll just watch this. I was like, and I got about half an hour in and it hooked me, and I ended up staying and watching it. I was like, this is actually really good. So if you a good cast as well. So Neighborhood Watch, if you've not seen it, is worth a bit of a watch. Not sci-fi, but it's a crimey, thrillery thing, and it's quite funny as well. The Boys is back soon as well, isn't it? For the final season, For All Mankind in March as well. My Apple subscription, my free trial in Apple ran out, so I haven't finished Silo yet. So. Still
You haven't finished season 2?
No, because my Apple subscription, my free trial ran out, and then I got the sack. So I was like, I can't afford this at the minute. So, but I will watch it because I need to get it for All Mankind. So, but I'm going to sign up with a new email address for a free trial. I'm not paying.
Yes, Lizzie. Yeah, the time travel one. It kind of rips your brain apart because you have to really concentrate to get what's going on. But when you manage to follow it, it's mind-bending. It's really. But I will watch all sorts.
I'll tell you what we'll do.
Another wheel spin?
No, I'm gonna run through the times because unbelievably it's 2 o'clock already. But I'm just gonna say, Jonty, before you go, have a think. Unless you already have the answer and you can answer it afterwards. What's your favourite film of all time? Chat. Let me know what your favourite film is of all time, or one of your favourite films of all time, and then we'll answer that one after the after timing break. We'll call it.
Okay.
I think that's a
I'll
good
try
idea.
and get up from my furry prison.
Sounds painful. Right then, let's run through the times. I think that's a good question that will get a few people talking. So let's get that one going. So, times so far today: 1:29. Sorry, not 1:29. So 1:33. 6:29 from Charles Leclerc. 98 laps so far today. He set his fastest time in the C3 tyre, as did Kimi Antonelli on a 1:33. 9:16. He had a loss of pressure earlier, and that made him have to stop the car. Then had to do a power unit change, and he ran out of time. And so George Russell's taking the car for the afternoon. So that was it for Kimi. 1:34.3 from Max Verstappen, now up to third place. That was on the C3 tyre, 33 laps for him. It was 66 laps for Oscar Piastri, 134.352, and that was on the C4 tyre. Esteban Ocon, 134.494, 82 laps on the who knows tyre for him in the Haas. Isack Hadjar this morning, 134.511, 59 laps. That was on the C3. George Russell, again on the unknown tyre, 134.999, 36 laps for him so far this afternoon. Arvid Lindblad, who is finally in the pit lane having a toilet break, I imagine, 136 laps so far today, 135.238. We've still got 2 hours to go, so that's quite impressive from Lindblad, in fact, very impressive. His fastest time was on the C2. The C3 for Carlos Sainz, 135.252, 105 laps for him, his fastest time on that C3. Nico Hulkenberg's fastest time, C3 tyre, 136.019, 64 laps. Ollie Bearman, 138.802, 61 laps, his fastest time on the C2. The C2 as well for Bottas, 139.071, 21 laps. 14 laps for Gabriel Bortoleto, 140.150. That was on the C2. The C3 for Bortoleto. Bottom bore are going to get really confusing on the timing tower this year, aren't they? C1 for Sergio Perez, 140.8, 61 laps for him. And again, as I've already said, no time for Lance Stroll. 6 reconnaissance laps, and Aston Martin have announced it is their running done for the day. So they have done 6 laps round and into the pits, reconnaissance laps. That's it. They are done for today. Disaster and beyond embarrassing, really. Lando Norris not been out yet. Only 2 hours to go. Nothing from McLaren, nothing in any feeds either, so I can't find any information on what's going on at McLaren, but he is still in the pit lane. Could simply be that they've done the majority of the running for today, as Charles Leclerc does a 33.162, as we already know, and through to lap 100, so he's crossed that line, but I'll let you know. In fact, Norris has just hit the track as I say that. There you go. So they are heading out there, McLaren, but Alonso, Albon, Lawson, Colapinto, Hamilton not running today. They are not going to get any more running out of Australia. Afternoon drivers, Norris, Russell, Verstappen, Leclerc. Sainz, Lindblad, Stroll, Bearman, Bortoleto, Gasly, Bottas in the Cadillac, of course. As always, please do drop a like on the stream. Greatly appreciate your support, and subscribe as well if you're new. Lots to come this season. Live until 4 p.m. today. 2 more hours to go. And then, of course, live for quali for Australia. We've got the race reactions, lots of videos as well. Midweek streams, where the midweek streams, which are mini testing streams, we just waffle nonsense for we aim for 90 minutes. It usually takes about 2.5 hours. You know what we're like, and that's the plan for this season. Lots in between as well. So your support is greatly appreciated there. You can support the channel through Patreon and memberships if you'd like to. Remember, become a member, get a helmet. That's going to stick forever now, Red Raven. Look what you've done. I think it was Red Raven that came up with that, but it is now. That's what we're going with. And you can also support the channel through a super chat or by buying me a coffee. Link in the description. I need to unmute Jonty. There we go. So, I asked everyone before the break, let's call it a break, about their favourite film of all time. Do you want me to read chat first, Jonty, or do you want to go first?
Yeah, go on. No, go on. Read chat.
Let's read chat. Ever seen The Human Centipede? Part of, and then just went nope. That was the end of that. Cited Cavity enjoyed the Reacher series, if that was a TV show, though, I think, really. But Max is Interstellar. Lord of the Rings for Paint 2D. Actually, Max says anything by Nolan will do, though. Event Horizon or Train Spotting for Moray. Magnolia says Illogical. The Blues Brothers for Annette. I think I've seen the Blues Brothers, but very, very long time ago. My top 5 outside of Rocky and Star Wars. Pulp Fiction, Scarface, Dodgeball. Dodgeball's a great film. Independence Day and Back to the Future. Back to the Future is possibly my favourite. Is it a trilogy? I suppose it's a trilogy series. I love Back to the Future. Red Raven says Naked Gun, all 3 of them. Then quotes that. I'm not going to read all that yet. Gremlins, my go-to nostalgia says Valentine. Curse of the Golden Flower says Flying Tiger. Cultural window into the soul of the Chinese thinking way. CPB says, oh goddamn heat, a Memento as well. CPB struggling here. And Airplane is a classic. It's stupid, but I love it. The Legend of 1900 says Warner's End. The first Saw movie is up there for Vasek. The thing with the first Saw movie was a little bit like Paranormal Activity. The whole low budget indie feel made it great, and then they just oversaturated it all
charm.
And ruined it. It had the charm, yeah, it just ruined it. That twist at the end.
Although,
you know,
my favourite thing about Saw is the silly fan theory that people came up with.
I've not seen
that one.
There's a couple I know of. Fan theory.
The fan theory is that Jigsaw is actually Kevin McAllister.
Yes, I have seen that one. Yeah, Kevin McAllister, who really should be in prison. Let's be honest. Pulp Fiction is a great film. Police Academy, all 7, says Sighted Canvas. Not really. My Mum Loves the Carry On film, says CPB. And Big Lebowski has to be up there. I like the Saw franchise, Vasek. 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, sorry. Lebowski. Now you've said it properly. I understand what it means. But yeah, the Saw franchise for me, 1, 2, 3. And then they got a little bit... not really. They were okay. Some of them were okay, but not really for me. But I like the first 3, particularly 1 and 3. Actually, 3 was more gruesome. They really pushed it with that. So yeah, that's those 3. Mine might surprise people. I'm going to go with Jonty first. See what he says.
But I'm just thinking if anyone in chat would be able to guess. I think Purple Zebra would
that.
probably have a good guess at what my favourite film is. But Lizzie, Hot Fuzz is amazing. And arguably the best of the 3.
You know the Cornetto trilogy? Do you know what they call them on Sky because of obviously branding? The Ice Cream trilogy. They may have changed it since that happened, but I was like, get out, get in the bin. Pay for the Cornetto license if you have to. See if you can guess what our favourite... Murray's got yours straight away, Jonty. Barbie.
Barbie was actually great, I'm sorry. The fact that it took a Mickey out of itself so much, the whole thing felt satirical, even if it wasn't intended that way.
Yeah, have a go at guessing our favourite films of all time. I don't think anyone will get mine. Unless I've said it before on stream in the past, and then you might be able to cheat. Yeah. Hot Fuzz is great, but also there's the... What I thought is it? There's the Shaun of the Dead, isn't there? Hot Fuzz, and then the... Oh my God, World's End. That's it. Not End of the World, World's End. Yes. That is...
And even though it's not part of the trilogy, Paul was fantastic.
Yeah, I watched Paul. I didn't think I'd like it, but it was actually really good. I like that one. Rush was great. We love Rush. Flying Tiger, everyone loves Rush. Very well done, actually. Very well done.
Dex Mente, there's not a great deal that's gone on today. Aston have done 6 reconnaissance laps, and that's it. They've announced that their program's done for the day. That's about as far as the drama goes.
Norris took a while to get out, didn't he? And Antonelli had his breakdown, but that's nothing overly... Yay!
And Lindblad's been out there all day.
Yes, he has stopped since he's stopped in the pit now for a wee, I assume, Jonty.
Yeah.
Because he probably needs one after all that. I mean, what were his stint lengths again? Let's have a look. Lindblad, 17, 18, 15, 23 and 21. And that's only the last 5. 136 laps so far for him today. So there we go. Go on then, Jonty. What's your favourite film then? I don't think chat are going to get it.
I can give you my top 3. One's already been mentioned. And no one will, and I'm guessing no one will know the third. War Games. Absolutely love War Games. It really gripped me when I was a kid. It was everything what a computer nerd wanted in the 80s. It just felt incredible. Like it could really happen, especially like peak of the Cold War. Second is Contact, and third is Chevalier du Ciel, which is a French film. I think the English title is Sky Fighters. It's military aviation, but the flying sequences make Top Gun look like a B movie. It's just jaw-dropping to watch. And fourth and fifth, I would probably have Tron and Hero. If anyone's got a really big telly, especially if you've got a Philips Ambilight or you've got one of the Govee sort of camera systems that do an Ambilight by clicking a camera on your TV, watch Hero through it. It's astonishing. It's just an incredible thing. Spinal Tap would be top 10.
Charles Leclerc nearly losing it, by the way, at turn 11 in a big way. Collected it quite nicely in the end.
Italian Job would also be top 10. The whole driving sequence is insane. The fact that it was all done for real. No messing about. Because there was no other way to do it back then. Especially on the roof of Fiat, the test track they had. That's still there, they just don't drive on it.
I assume because of that off-track moment there from Leclerc, he's pitted to maybe some new tyres or something, just check everything over. But yeah, he's been in. Norris is heading back out for what will be his third reconnaissance lap, or maybe he'll do a run now, but it has taken... it's not been great for McLaren this afternoon, has it, really? And I can't find anything. That's what annoys me. When you've got Norris sat in the pits and nobody knows anything. I know that's testing and they're not going to tell you everything, but it gets a little bit annoying after a while. You're like, come on, tell us something, lads. But it was all a bit late. First sight of Lando Norris. Nothing there. Nothing there. Yeah.
Lots of good suggestions in chat, though. Glorious Bastards was amazing. Gladiator is a great film. It really is. It gets sort of clowned on a bit because it's talked about so much, but it's honestly fantastic. It just takes a little while to get going, I think.
So Gladiator is one of those films that I've watched through whilst doing other things, like being at somebody's house and it's on in the background while I've never actually sat down to pay much attention to it, but from what I've seen, it does look good. But see this thing, Max, best Bond film ? I have never watched a James Bond film. And I feel like, along with Stuart and his dreadful tea this morning, that should have me deported. I feel like that should be it.
Mine's a really unpopular opinion on best Bond films. The best Bond is Brosnan. That's just not even an argument. But I think my favourite Bond film is actually License to Kill, the Timothy Dalton one, because it really changed the story of what a Bond film is. You know, stripped of his license, and he's just out for revenge, nothing else. That's all it is. It was really different, and they should have done more with that kind of idea, I think.
See,
look, Die Another Day gets 1 point because it's got a Robot Wars Shremek on the car.
Timothy Dalton was great as Rassilon in Doctor Who. There you go.
And
I suppose to get that conversation.
Supermarket owner in Hot Fuzz.
Yeah. Oh, he was. Yeah, he was. Yeah. With that mustache.
It's been a terrible accident.
Yeah. I can't comment on James Bond stuff, so I'm just going to say they're all very, very good, and everyone should get credit for the excellent work they did. And I hope they got paid well. I'm sure they did.
Song is from Casino Royale. That's definite. And GoldenEye was great. Mainly just the tank chase is absolutely bonkers.
They're showing Australia highlights again from last year for some reason. I guess it's because it's the first race group, isn't it? So
yeah, it is. No, lots of good suggestions in chat, especially Grand Budapest Hotel. That film's insane.
I could watch Australia 2025 over and over again just for the some of the bizarre crashes.
Yeah.
Even caught Fernando Alonso out, for goodness sake. Everyone's like, the rookies caught, and then Alonso straight in the wall. You're like, the rookies, you say. He is a rookie, of course, as we know. He is a young driver. That year he was allowed to take part in the young driver test because he was coming back. It was like, hang on a minute. This doesn't seem right. Okay, really controversial. Favourite Doctor? Doctor Who, says Annette. New who? I would say Christopher Eccles will be wanting it long enough. Controversial, maybe Matt Smith. Old who? I'm a little bit cliche and would probably go Tom Baker. But Patrick Troughton was fantastic as well, and so was Sylvester McCoy. And I wish we could have seen more of Paul McGann. There you go.
Old who? John Pertwee.
Oh, he was great. Yeah, they all were really.
New who? Sorry, it has to be David Tennant.
I prefer Matt Smith.
However,
it got darker.
It could have been Jodie Whittaker
if the writing was better.
Fantastic, and the writing was absolute garbage.
Red Raven says, my girlfriend says David Tennant, and personally, I do not care. It's a slightly British conversation, I suppose, really.
Yes, it is.
But yeah. I'll never forget, we were doing a stream once, and you went, and it was the end, you went, anyway, I need to go, because my tea's getting cold, and I've got to go watch Doctor Who. And someone went, that is the most British sentence anyone's ever uttered on a live stream, ever. I was like, yeah. I'd never seen any of that series you speak of. Who? Tom Baker and David Tennant for Annette. Capaldi Tennant ruined it by his return, says Moray. Jodie Whittaker did deserve better. I'm trying to keep an eye on testing and say what's going on track, but really, again, we're not having. I'm still thinking we're gonna get something in the last. I say thinking. I'm hoping, Jonty, we're gonna get something in the last hour that's worth actually watching and commentating on. But otherwise, it's just if you want a testing update other than what we've just talked about with Aston Martin and Antonelli breaking down this morning, really it's just more of the same from every other day. Round and round we go.
Yeah. So CPP got it right. Star Trek over Doctor Who.
So. No. The rest of the stream is just me saying no and Jonty saying yes. No.
Well, I'm going to answer Catson. Best captain? Card. My favourite captain, Janeway. Best series, DS9.
I'm going to answer Moray and say, sorry, Moray. Gatwa gets the same treatment for me as Whittaker. He was good. The writing was shite. My only issue with Shooter Gatwa is I found that he mumbled a bit. And as you get old, that starts to become a bit more of an issue. But no, Gatwa was very good. But again, the writing was dreadful like Whittaker. So I'm hoping with a couple of year break again, and just a Christmas special, we're going to get some better writing, maybe a new showrunner. But if not, and this is the last on Doctor Who, I promise, if not, then I hope that it just goes back to just, if they can't write a good series, just go back to it being like a lot of things these days, a Christmas special or like an Easter special and a Christmas special. As long as I get some Doctor Who, I'm fine. But if you can't write a series properly, don't bother, because it really does pull over the name. But I blame Disney Plus a lot as well or Disney a lot for the Gatwa era, because the high budget took that what's that? What the rough edges? What makes Doctor Who? It took away the charm by giving it that massive budget and all that incredible CGI, and then they had to fit certain storylines in to fit their, the Disney way of thinking and all of that, and it just too much say on it. So yeah, that's it. No more. Leclerc just is pushing, I think, is he?
Yeah, he is.
He is. Yep. He's just
wait for the yellow sector 3.
So gonna keep. Where is he? I've not got him on. Oh no, he's only on an outlap, isn't he? Yeah. So.
Yeah.
I thought he was pushing, but I know why. I was looking at the wrong bloody timing thing. But Norris has just done a personal best first sector, which isn't much of an achievement given he's only done one. So there you go.
And I agree with Paint 2D as well. Babylon 5, it gets a lot of hate because it didn't age all that well visually, but story-wise, outstanding. Absolutely outstanding. Probably the best two-character rivalry I've seen in almost any TV, Jakara and Malari. That back and forth was absolutely astounding, and the way it ended was phenomenal. Sorry, I will talk about sci-fi stuff for days. Anyone want to come to my Twitch after this? We'll keep talking until about 10 o'clock tonight.
I would, but I think my voice is probably probably finished, and my time watching streams is probably over as well for the week. In fact, I don't intend to look at. Well, I've got my brother and my sister-in-law coming tomorrow with their well, I say their daughter, my niece. Fourth place goes at Norris, 1:33, 9:99, 8 laps now. So starting to get some laps in, but I don't expect Norris to trouble Arvid Lindblad's 136 today. Really, so yeah, I haven't watched the War Between the Land and the Sea yet. Moray, haven't had an opportunity to, but it'll go on the list with other things that are spin-offs from a franchise that I will watch, but I prefer to watch the main thing itself, really. So
I don't mind a spin-off as long as it's relevant and done right. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Some things always felt like just a desperate cash in.
Have you watched Young Sheldon?
Yeah,
it's good. It's no Big Bang, but it is good.
Do I have to?
It contradicts what we hear a lot about his father.
I've gone through a lot of stuff the last couple of years mentally, and finding things out about myself with therapists actually saying, "Have you ever been tested for neurodiversity?" No. Maybe you should. Okay. And I've gone through all this rigmarole. It's been incredibly draining emotionally and what have you. But I'm now fully, officially diagnosed neurospicy, and I'm going through a lot of stuff. It's made me see certain things very differently. I used to love Big Bang Theory because, just nerdy stuff. But now, I don't like it now. The way it portrays neurodivergence, it's kind of caricature-y and makes public perception of it not very good. And even more than that, Rain Man, the movie, my God, that makes me rage now. The way that tens, hundreds of millions of people around the world saw that went, oh, look, that's what autistic people are like. No, it isn't. Sorry, that's a very, very personal one.
No, I was just going to come out with a Larry joke about me and just say I've not got the brain power to think that deeply about things. I just like, do funny.
It came as a complete surprise to me when I'm learning all these things about myself. And then like I catch an episode randomly on telly. I'm like, oh, no, that's bothering me now. That's different. And that's just personal. You know, I'm not saying don't watch it.
No.
You're still completely free to enjoy it. It's just, it's changed my own perception of it. And he was good and he was incredible. It's the way that was just portrayed as this is all of what this thing is, when it's really not.
Yeah. I was just going to say, I mean, it's to the point we made yesterday afternoon. If we sit and say we don't like something or we don't recommend something, that doesn't mean you can't go watch it. You do you. You want to watch something, you do it. We're never ever going to tell people what they should do. But
doesn't mean you're a bad person for liking it or anything.
No. We're also asked our opinions, and we're going to give you an honest opinion. So if there's one thing you'll always get on this channel, as you should know from the previous place, you're always going to get an honest answer. And if we can't answer it, we'll always say, I don't know, or I can't answer that. Yeah. Kimi Antonelli, there, his arm round what looks like me in about 5 years from the back there. So, or in like a year, maybe. 5 might be pushing it. He looks less old than I do, but yeah. Sorry. Bottas is in the garage. Cadillac is up on the stilts at the minute, or the whatever you want to call him, but he is there. So I assume the red light's flashing about. So they might be going out soon. Who's on track? Verstappen, Bortoletto, Russell, Leclerc, Sainz, and Gasly. Laptop yeeter, double views, double likes, says Flight Type. Thank you. I like that's funny. Hey to Neelish, you're back. Neelish, hello. Zach's back as well. They've had their sleep. Says, good morning. What TV show was Sean ranting about? And have I missed anything for the last couple of hours? So stream-wise, you've missed a lot in the last couple of hours. We've ranted about a lot of TV shows. I was ranting about Doctor Who, I think, at that point when you came in. Testing wise, Antonelli broke down this morning, if you didn't catch that one. They had to change the engine at Mercedes, so he didn't get back out again. George Russell has been out and has almost done as many laps actually as Antonelli did all morning, to be fair. And we've still got an hour and a half just over to go. Lance Stroll, brace yourself, has done six reconnaissance laps And that is it. And not just that is it. That is it for Aston Martin. They are done for testing. They have confirmed it is over. They're not going back out again. Absolutely ridiculous. And if anyone wants a review in one little sentence or a couple of sentences, how did Aston Martin's testing go? Final day, Lance Stroll did 6 reconnaissance laps, and that was their entire program. There you go. That was that. And I don't think anything else much. A couple of little Larry moments, lockups and things like that, but nothing major. Norris was late out. We don't know why yet. Only done 8 laps so far, but otherwise not entertaining. But what I mean by that is as entertaining as testings ever get. But, a few things to go over there. All-Wheel Digger says, Sean, any thoughts on Drag Race? I do like Drag Race. I really enjoy Drag Race. I watched Tuesday night, caught up on UK versus the world, I think. But yeah, nothing more than if you need something easy and what could be quite funny to watch, then yeah. Although I do get quite angry at some of the decisions taken, sending people home. That sometimes they're really clearly the wrong decision, but production and all that, and keep people watching. So I watch some stuff that people probably don't expect me to watch, but I do watch a lot of nonsense. Really. Has Merc fixed its problems from the morning? Yes, sorry. Yeah, they have. They've got the engine, changed the engine. Russell out on track. He's now done as many laps as Kimi Antonelli did, so clearly things are okay. I think we've got a good program done today. Cake, coffee, TV shows, video games. Yeah, we have. We've covered a lot. Cake, coffee, TV shows, video games, films, and even managed to get a Stoffel mention in this morning, so it's going good. How many testing laps has Lance actually done? I'll tell you what then, that's a corky question. Let's go to my good friends at Pirelli, because they allow me to use their stuff. I bet I've been logged out now, you watch. They're gonna ruin my life, aren't they? I need to open the right window though, Sean. Let's go up there. So I've got so many windows open, it's so confusing. Let's have a look. This could take a while. It might be. I tell you, it might be easier to do actually thinking about it. It might be easier to look at Aston Martin as a whole rather than. I appreciate it wasn't your question, but it might be easier than going through every single day of. Although not that we haven't got the time, of course, we could quite easily do that. So Aston Martin. I can't see. I can't find their lap totals. Where have the lap totals gone? I had them. This is terrible. We'll go to Pirelli. It's just going to be easier, I think. Right, so I'll go right back to... It's been 3 days, hasn't it, in Sakir? So we are the 18th we started. So if this bothers to load, it will... There we go. So day 1, day 2... and we're on day 3, so that doesn't matter. So, day 1, Lance Stroll did a grand total of 26 laps. And day 2, he wasn't in the car, so he's done 32 laps, as I understand it, for Lance Stroll in testing this year. 26 and 6 is 32. Fernando Alonso was in the car on day 1. He did 28 laps. And then yesterday did, considerably more than that. I know that for a fact. Oh, no, he didn't. He did 28 as well. So 56 laps for Fernando Alonso across 2 days. That's day 1. Ignore me. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Day 2. There we go. 68, sorry. So 68 and 28 for Alonso, and a total of, as I say, Stroll, 32 laps. Because he wasn't in the car yesterday. 32 laps for Lance Stroll in testing this year. That's it. Alonso, what did I say? 28 and 68, so 80. So 96 for Alonso then, is that? Yeah, 96.
It's not as bad as it could have been then. You think back to Williams? I think it was it Williams or McLaren Honda?
Well,
one year when I think like the whole of testing they did about 17 laps or something.
Yeah, but you say not as bad as it could have been. I agree, not disagree with that. 128 laps in total for Aston Martin. Lindblad's done 136 today.
Today, by himself. Yeah.
By himself. So, and Williams didn't really show up at all to that testing, yeah. So, pretty bad. My math, look, just be aware my maths might be slightly off for multiple reasons, but also I was doing that on the fly, so I might have missed something in there, but that's not especially good. Norris is pitted, by the way, for some new mediums. Did a 6-lap run, but nothing yet on why he might have been in the garage for so long. If anyone knows, feel free to let us know. But yeah, wow. So Stu said it had to be less than 60. It was way less than 60 for Lance Stroll. So he's going into Australia needing some laps in practice. That's for sure. 128 laps. Good Lord. I mean, Sainz done 115 and Leclerc 109 today. So Leclerc didn't go any faster, did he? No. With an hour and a half to go. Norris back in the garage. It's sort of difficult because teams often don't tell you what was wrong until either the next morning or in the press release that night, at which point we're not live anymore, so we have to guess. So I'm going to say that Norris has a problem with the left phalange, which is why he's not going out on track.
Thank you, Phoebe.
What about last week's testing, though, Stewie? That's a very good point. Good point. We should look at last week because I can't find my mouse cursor. Oh, do you know, where are you? There we go. Which screen are you on? It's a good point because they might have done all right last week. Things didn't seem as negative last week. They weren't as good.
Yeah, maybe they've brought something very different to this week.
Good point. Final day. Oh, is that the whole test? So, yeah, so February 11th to 13th. It doesn't even the laps, that's a shame. So Stroll did 72 on day 3 of the last test. I'm going to work backwards. Alonso wasn't. So already, 72 for Stroll, already more there than he's done all this week. So that is something. But again, I mean, you've got to remember that while they're not doing laps, the other teams are still lapping, so they're still a long way behind everyone else. Alonso did 98 on day 2, so although Alonso doesn't seem to have seems to get the laps in and Stroll hasn't, but again, you know, they might have got some laps in last week, but everyone else also got laps in last week. So Stroll did 36, and that was it on day 1 last week. So yeah, better test 1 than test 2. You're right though, Jonty. They might have bought something this week that's completely screwed the pooch. Yeah, possibly.
Possible.
Yeah, good point.
Although they were still just as slow last week.
Yeah. Well, that's when Stroll said they were 4.5 seconds off the pace, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Which I bet they'd love right now. They're just doing a comparison of Verstappen and Hadjar.
They'd rather be 4.5 seconds off the pace, but actually running.
Yeah. The Hadjar Verstappen comparison, which is as pointless as ever, particularly in testing, 6.5 tenths between the two of them. Verstappen, obviously the quicker, but you know, who cares?
6.5 tenths wouldn't be that bad.
Well, I'm not going to compare.
Considering one of them is
Max
Verstappen.
Yeah. I'm not comparing Verstappen and Hadjar in testing on lap times. No way.
No, it's pointless.
Just daft. I'm not going to say, well, that's it, Hadjar's over, quick, put Lawson back in there. I know that's not what F1 TV are doing, by the way, just to be clear, but the logical evolution of GP2 engine, Formula 2 engine, oh boy, says Red Raven. Yeah. Hello, Baxter.
Well, at this point, throw a Mechachrome in. It's not going to do any worse.
Oh, it's a shame. It's a shame. Like you say, we were all so hyped up about them that it's even more disappointing, isn't it? So here we are. Verstappen, I'm looking at the wrong thing again. That's his best time. I'm just checking on set times. We've got Bearman improving on his overall lap at the moment. He's just coming through turn 13 or onto the straight now. So we'll see what he does over the line. His best at the moment is a 38.802. Verstappen's gone purple in the first sector on the C3. Right, watch Verstappen.
Can you
Watch
hear
his
this?
sector times. Purple, yellow. You watch. Would Aston have been better building their own engine, says Stewie? I was quite surprised they didn't think about it. I mean, they may have thought about it, but I'm quite surprised to hear more about it because maybe. I mean, Arrows did it in 98, so not quite the same thing. They're a bit more complex now, but yeah. I suppose it was an option. I mean, Red Bull said they never would. In fact, I think they used to say something on lines of we'd leave the sport before we did that, or something like that. They didn't want to have that, and then all of a sudden, here we are. As Max Verstappen goes 40.9 in the middle sector and half a second slower than Charles Leclerc in the middle sector overall. Okay. Over the line.
But the thing is, when was the last time Aston
33.607
Martin actually built their own engine?
Well, they use Mercedes in their road cars, don't they? Or have done.
Well, they were owned by Ford for a long time and started to develop like the new fancy V12 to go in like DB7 and stuff in about 94. More recently, you've had the engine developed for the Valkyrie, commissioned by Newey, which has been built by Cosworth. And even if they may have sort of, in name, have been producing their own for the DB9 and all the rest of it, it's still based on what they designed with Ford. At what point does it stop becoming the parent company and start becoming the child company?
Lando Norris goes second, by the way, 33.373 on the C3 tyre. Just to jump in there. Sorry, Jonty. I thought I'd update that one. 3 tenths quicker than Verstappen. Oh, well, 2.5. 2.5. Sorry, Jonty. I thought I was worth jumping in for.
This must be frustrating for drivers. I mean, I'm sure they're all like, go on, just let me do one. Let me do a good lap. They probably all really want to just get out there, put some blistering times down. So go on, match that.
Let's go have some fun. We've done your programs all week. Let us go and have some fun
our
now.
time.
Yeah, our time. Maybe we'll in the last hour. But we have to remember that whilst sometimes in testing in the past we've seen them do that, they also still don't want to give too much away. So they might still stay caged until the end. So.
Especially at this, with these new regs. I mean, say, for example, the Alpine wing or the Ferrari wing or the flap or something really does give a massive benefit. If they go out, put in a blistering time, everyone will be like, oh, well, it's that then.
Yeah.
And then everyone has them by the time they get to Australia.
And then Ferrari puts the other wing on.
Yeah.
And it's quicker.
Sucker.
That would be fun. So that answers the Aston Martin question. It would be nice to see them be full manufacturer status, but if they're still not building engines for their road cars, then they're not going to do it for Formula 1, are they? So, but again, glad to see Cadillac are going to head in that direction eventually, or are working in that direction. As McLaren pull Norris back in. There must be something with Norris, That's a good lap. 2 tenths off Leclerc. He's done 13 laps and he's already back in the pits again. His stints, he did a 14 lap stint, so that's not bad, but 6, 2, and 5 are his other stints. So I say something going on. This might just be, this is our program that we've hit what we were going to do, and this is how we're going to run the final day. I don't know, but Piastri did 66 this morning. Norris is unlikely to get 66 in by the end of the day. So I'm not sure what's going on there. I keep checking social feeds and stuff just in case. But I can't see anything on Norris at all.
I have a cat who keeps demanding toy. She found a toy, whined at me until she got a toy, and now keeps bringing it to be thrown.
I have a dog that's demanding crisps. Is that the same thing? And he will get them, and he knows it. Don't crunch on stream. People will be disgusted, Baxter. Could use a Merc engine badge as Aston. I mean, they had the Merc. That's why I'm so surprised that, again, as I said yesterday, we're coming into a new regulation era, or era of regulations. We know what Mercedes can do with their power units at the start of a new regulation cycle. So Aston, who have Mercedes engines, decided to go to Honda, who we know don't always get it right. So I was quite surprised they didn't stick with Mercedes. But I suppose works deals, teams like to be works deals, don't they, rather than all manufacturers if they can. But like Stuart said this morning, there's no second team for Honda to test their engines in, like we had with Renault and Alpine. So Mercedes have got 4 others, I think, or 3 others who can test their engines for them, and Red Bull have got their junior team, and Ferrari have got 3 teams. So it just leaves you at a disadvantage. So it just really surprised me they went that way, honestly. But you know, that's a decision they made. They've got to live with it, and they've got to find a solution. Is it just the Honda engine is bad? Is it a combination of the car's not where it should be aerodynamically, which seems surprising given it's Adrian Newey, and the engine's a bit rough, or has the packaging of the car caused the problems for the engine? It's tricky to try and work out what that is based on the very limited information we get in testing. Baxter agrees. Yeah. He's nodding. Yes, he agrees. Great point, Sean. Great point.
Over a wheel.
Yes, I think so. And then I might I might do it for a quick.
Yeah.
Yes.
Stretch your legs.
We'll do the wheel first. So the wheel. We keep skipping over yours, Jonty, which is frankly a relief. I don't think we've got enough time to cover that. And why you're wrong. Dave the Fish again says best F1 pun / joke. Thank you, Dave. Again, I should say, for your question. Best F1 pun / joke. I mean, tyre talk time's a bit of a joke, isn't it? Let's be honest. It's becoming tired, so I suppose tired talk time. Max Verstappen, big lock up into turn 1. I don't really have a best pun or joke for F1. That feels like one chat could. Yeah, easy, HRT. That's both a pun, a joke, and a joke.
Yeah, that was very much a joke.
That was a waste of time for everybody involved, I think. The HRT thing. Aston Martin says Connor. I see where we're going with this one. Ferrari, I'll say it. Leclerc goes purple, by the way. I won't go for a wee until this is done.
I honestly don't know on that one. I really can't.
I'm not. It's not. I'm trying to think of one. I mean, these cars running on compressed air was a bit of a joke, wasn't it? Or idiotic.
That was a genuine conspiracy theory.
So idiotic then, yeah. Purple again in the middle sector for Leclerc. These are on the C3s, by the way. He's knocking 3. He's matched his. That's no good, Sean. He's knocking 3/10 off his time here at least. We're going to drop into the 32s here, which might get Stuart excited if it's a 32.5. Round the outside of the final corner comes Charles Leclerc. It was a 33.162. It's a 32.655, fastest of the week. Stuart's getting excited. Yep. He said a 32.5. He might be right, you know. That's a cracking lap. 7/10 clear of Norris.
Max decided to turn his tyres into squares.
Yes. Charles Leclerc flying there. So we have picked up the pace, which is good. No,
all my jokes are
go 6th.
Bad, cheesy, terrible, pun dad joke types, but not about Formula 1. So.
I like a dad joke. A proper dad joke. I feel like I'm trying not to get carried away on that Leclerc time. It's Jonty, stop me saying it, but it's starting to feel like Ferrari's year.
You've said it now.
That's
Engine blows up. Double DNF. Double DNF in Australia. Double DSQ in China.
Hamilton retires by Japan. Leclerc walks out and leaves. Goes to Aston Martin. Yeah. Alonso joins Ferrari. They're even worse somehow. He leaves and they get good again. There you go. All predicted.
No, bad dad jokes are the best. Like, have you ever had a Neil Diamond smoothie?
No.
You know what flavour that is?
I have no idea.
Sweet carrot lime.
Oh, very good.
It's awful. I laughed my ass off when I heard it.
How does Bob Marley like his donuts?
We're jamming.
We're jamming. That's the worst. I hate it. Hate it so much if I'm going to say it. Yeah. So I'm getting excited for Ferrari now. I might have to go change my shirt.
Childish jokes. Like, I love them.
No Lewis
What's
today. No
blue
plans.
and
So it's Leclerc all day today, mate. Lewis is done. We're back in Australia.
What's blue and smells like green paint? Blue paint.
Yeah.
So stupid.
But I thought about it. It's one of those. It's like, what do you put in a toaster?
Yeah, exactly.
What the
It's like
cows
you go-
drink.
It's like you think about it and it makes you, oh, you dickhead.
I'm going to leave
Ones
you to
that
chat for
annoy
a minute, Jonty, if that's all right. Well, I was in it for a quick tiddle. So I'll let you guys carry on your
Ask me
jokes.
questions.
Yeah, ask you questions or tell him jokes, and I'll be back in a couple of minutes.
It's not my fault that you're trying to work. Trying to work would imply that you're not actually working. Just gonna throw that out there. Yeah, that's a good one, Connor. Yeah, that's kind of Tim Vine, the sketch show era kind of jokes, which was genuinely very funny. I like that show. Any relevant questions? Not about this Formula One stuff, but, games, TV, movies, cake. Seems like we've talked about other stuff than Formula One more today, because not a lot's happened until Leclerc went out and did a quick time. Got Norris going green in the first sector, though, which helps. Not sure how quick it is. No, Connor, the cake was not a lie. The cake was real. You just had to die in an inferno to get it, which didn't really make sense. Remember, first you will be baked, then there will be cake. Yeah, good luck with that, Warner. All the internals there. That's the problem for a new PC now. Get a nice, reasonably priced case and processor and motherboard. Then you've got to buy RAM and storage. Good luck with that. The RAM in my PC that's only DDR4 that cost me £66 3 years ago would now cost 280. Shocking. And the three 1 terabyte NVMe drives I got for £42 each. I don't even want to know how much that is now. I haven't actually looked at what sort of like business PCs. You can get all the Opterons and stuff that get flogged off cheap on eBay. What are they going for now? If they already cottoned onto that one?
Are we talking RAM?
I think yes. Who do you think would Ferrari prefer to win the Drivers' Championship? I don't think they care. They just want a title.
I agree.
They would probably prefer Lewis just to keep shareholders happy about all the money they spent.
Yeah, I sort of said that this morning, that I think from a oh my god, we spent a lot of money point of view, Hamilton would be preferred, but again, anyone will bloody do. As a lock up there for Gasly, by the way, turn 8. But we'll see. Anything change? No, nothing's really changed. I think since we've gone, I'll go through times in about 10 minutes. I just need to stretch my legs and Yeah. But yeah, Ferrari are testing champs again. We've been here before, haven't we? Ferrari winning testing and they're doing nothing with it all season. So, yeah. Warner's then said, Mike, DM you on Blue Sky about motherboards, Jonty.
Yeah, feel free to DM if you've got any questions about PC stuff. Always happy. Clanson, that 4 terabyte NVMe drive in an enclosure, depending on like how good a quality is, you could probably get about 600 quid for that now. Maybe more. And it probably cost you, what, about 180? It's insane. I'm just hoping and praying that the bubble bursts. Because if this bubble bursts, it will burst in a spectacular fashion and you'll just get the market flooded. Absolutely flooded. You'll be able to buy a 5090 for about 300 quid because there'll be so many. People just can't get rid of them quick enough. That's my dream. That's my hope.
It can go that way as well, can't it? We've seen it with other things in the past. It just all falls apart. So you could dream, but that would be cheap. I was just trying to find.
Like I said, the only thing I need is RAM and mechanical storage. Mechanical storage still cheap? Please still be cheap.
No idea. Yeah, a couple people agree with you that the bubble bursting would be glorious, as Neelish puts it. But don't worry to take out the economy.
Great.
Yeah. But also self-inflicted, as most are, to be fair.
Yeah, but again, we all pay the price for it.
Well, yeah, exactly. But let's not get into that. Let's keep it light, people. Did anyone see Alonso rally the Aston out of frustration coming off the final corner? Was absolutely glorious. I saw yesterday when he pulled over and stopped, he looked dejected or annoyed or frustrated, but he wasn't that angry, as John said, because his helmet came off, so he wasn't that angry, but he didn't look thrilled. But yeah, I can imagine he probably wasn't. If you're doing that, maybe he just has to do that to have some fun. But yeah, 6 laps a day for Aston. We'll go through the times again in a minute, but yeah, it's not great. Clancy bought one for £200 apparently. I'm guessing that's the 5090. Where'd you get that from for 200?
No, that was the 400 terabyte.
Okay.
The 4 terabyte NVMe drive. And they're going for like 600
for 200. I'll buy it off you for 3. Profit. What was the last purple violet F1 car? Red Bull Infinity ?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the last purple. Before that, you'd have to go to Brabham? No, Simtech. MTV sponsored Simtech. Well, Asperger and David Brabham. That's why I said Brabham.
Yes. Yeah. Would be, wouldn't it? Yeah. It
can't think of any others.
No.
For many years, lots of people have said, wouldn't it be great if Cadbury sponsored an F1 team? That would look cool.
Depends who makes
Stewie
it.
Webb, if you could set up an F1 team, what would you call it? And who would you hire and what colour livery would you have? See, I'm one of the old guys. I'd really want to bring back one of the older names. Names that are kind of, very well known and synonymous with F1, but have gone away. Like Minardi, Jordan, Lola.
Yeah.
Which ones you'd be able to bring back because they might still be tied up in the companies. I don't know.
But I'd want the naming rights, which is what Tony Fernandez didn't do when he had to change the name to Caterham. I'd want the full naming rights so that it was so that then you bought the team heritage as well. So you bought back Jordan and you got all their wins and points and stuff like that. So because otherwise it would just feel like a Wimbledon AFC or an AFC Wimbledon situation. Same thing, but not really.
Yeah.
Yes, you are right, RC. I'm going to explain it all in the times in a bit, mate. But yeah, that's if you can stick around for 5 mins, I'll sort that out. But yeah, it's yeah. I mean, I'm going to have to say this, and I think Philippe is absolutely bang on here. Imagine you do get a Cadbury sponsored team, and then for Easter you do the cream egg livery.
Yeah, it'd be great.
That
you
would
could
be
have
good.
loads of different special liveries for specific products.
Did you change tops, Sean? No. No.
You have a Rose's car for the last race because it's nearly Christmas.
Yes. Even though they're not the best tin of sweets, but yeah, they are the Cadbury ones.
No, they're not. Quality Street's
100%.
Quality Street's the best.
100% Quality Street. Because they've got chewy ones as well.
Yeah.
You know?
And the coconut Quality Street is the best coconut chocolate sweet there is.
The coconut Quality Street is the only coconut chocolate I can eat. And I hate Bounty, so there you go. That says it all. It's not as desiccated. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Not as bitty.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, so I can eat that because I love the coconut flavour.
Used to love Bounties. The innards have changed. It tastes cheaper.
Well, everything's...
Maybe that's just me getting older, I don't know.
It could be. When I was a kid, I saw the other day in a corner shop a Freddo for £1. £1 for one Freddo. Leclerc's going quicker again. That's disgusting, by the way. He's going quicker now. Is Charles Leclerc again?
Don't mention Freddos. That'll just give all McLaren people PTSD.
I remember that, yeah.
How that isn't still talked about more, I don't know. I mean, that was genuinely shocking, and it was such a simple little silly thing. Like, my God. A company of that size, and you get someone going around saying, here's your bonus, take one.
Oh, he's just punched the steering wheel as well.
Formula One team. We're a Formula One team that sells fucking sports road supercars all over the world. And you're giving us a Freddo? One Freddo?
Leclerc again at turn 11, Jonty. Turn 11, he was on a hotish lap for testing. Purple in the first sector and just lost it again. And he's punched his steering wheel as well, or at least gestured towards it. He was frustrated there. So he was pushing at that point.
Going for it then.
That's good. We're coming into the last hour. That's what we want. That's what we want. I'll let you go stretch your legs again, Jonty, while I run through the times, mate. That hour does help, doesn't it? That hour mark. And I'll see you in a mo.
Okie.
Let's have a quick sip of drink actually first as well. Before we get into that timing error. How do you mean, Red Raven? What am I missing? I'll run through it, but I just wonder, what have I missed on the... Why the hell did Hulkenberg these 75 seconds for one? I see what you mean. I'll have a look in a minute. Charles Leclerc, fastest, 1:32.655 as we go into nearly in the final hour of testing for 2026. 116 laps for Leclerc, and his fastest time was on the C3 tyre. Lando Norris, a 1:32.871. His fastest time on the C3 this afternoon. 17 laps for him. Not sure what's going on. It might just be their programme. I might be reading into it too much, but really odd that they're doing quite short stints at the moment, so maybe just low fuel runs, clearly. Verstappen 1:33.3, C3 for him. 49 laps, 63 laps for Russell, 1:33.795, C3 for him. It was a C3 for Kimi Antonelli as well. He broke down this morning on track, brought out the red flag, went back to the pits. They had to change the engine, and that was game over for him. So George Russell with a nice new engine for the afternoon. 49 laps on the board. I'm sure he'd love 49 points at this stage of the season. Ollie Bearman 1:33.9. That was on the C3 tyre. That's recently improved. 72 laps, 98 laps for Gazia. 1:34.3 on the C3 tyres. Oscar Piastri 1:34.3. 134.3 on the C4 tyre, 66 laps. Arvid Lindblad is back out on track again, 146. He's going to go through the 150, isn't he? 146 so far, 134.376 on the blank tyre. Arvid Lindblad, 130. I said that. Ocon, 134.3. 134.4, sorry, that's something went wrong there. I'm reading something wrong. 34.3 for Lindblad, 34.4 for Ocon, 82 laps, and that was on the blank tyre as well for Ocon. Hadjar, 34.5, 59 laps. That was on the C3, his fastest time. C3 for Sainz and for Hülkenberg as well, 135.2 and 119 laps for Sainz and a 36.0 and 64 laps for Hülkenberg. Bortoletto, 49 laps, 137.2. That was on the C1. Bottas on the C2. Perez on the C1. Bottas a 39.0 and 21 laps. And Perez a 40.8 and 61 laps. Lance Stroll has done 6 laps today, but they were 6 reconnaissance laps, so no time on the board whatsoever. And shortly after he completed that 6th reconnaissance lap, the team confirmed that that was their running done for the day and the week, which we think, give or take, Aston Martin have done about 128 laps this week, which is a bit awful. So that is where we are at the moment. So no worries, Cancel. See you later, mate. No problem. I thank you for joining us this week, I should say. Appreciate your company, mate. So one last time, really, until the end of the stream. Please do drop a like on the stream and consider subscribing as well. Lots to come this season. Streams and videos and all that fun in between as well. So please do subscribe. We really appreciate your company. We're nearly at 2,000 subs as well, so that'd be amazing if we could get there by the end of the week. So let's see what happens. You can also support the channel long-term via memberships and Patreon, or you can drop a super chat, which we will read out, but we always come to in chat anyway. Or you could maybe consider buying me a coffee, link in the description if you'd like to do that. And once again, all money from these streams is going to go back into the channel this year via a new camera, hopefully in the spring. So thank you to everyone who's contributed on Buy Me a Coffee, super chats and everything this week, and of course all channel members and indeed patrons. I will update the membership thing at the end before the next stream and or video, so don't worry, I'm not forgetting to do that. I can't find my guest audio. There we go. So Jonty's back. Final hour, mate. One more to go. I always when I say one more to go, I always sort of go, oh, that was a long week, and then I go, but it's the final hour already, so it can't be. Yeah. It just flies by, doesn't it, in the end? So I'm guessing we ought to really do some wheel spinning in this hour while keeping an eye on what's happening on track, because we've got a few questions still to get through. So we'll do a couple of quick fire-ish ones now, and then we'll pick up one we could chat about a bit more later. It's going to be...
put it on the screen.
I have put it on the screen. It's there. It's there. You've got your delay, don't forget, with YouTube.
Oh, yeah, it's quite a delay, isn't it?
Team Papaya 10 WCC Discord says, what music do you like listening to?
Oh, lots.
Yeah, I've got quite an eclectic.
Really
Is eclectic the right word? Where you just listen to lots of different. Yeah, I've got quite an eclectic taste. I'm not gonna lie. I'm waiting for Jonty to just stare at me. I do quite like a bit of Ed Sheeran. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, Jonty, modern day Ed Sheeran. But if I had to pick an era to just listen to all the time, 90s. End of. Call him Mr. Raider. Call him Mr. Wrong.
Jonty. My first choice, which probably won't surprise people, knowing what I'm like, would prog rock. Always listening to that, but I do listen to just about everything, mostly because of guitar. It's fun to try and learn loads of different things, even if they're things you wouldn't normally listen to. They can be fun to play. So
yeah,
but yeah, lots of Rush, Pink Floyd. I suppose you'd include Muse in that. Stephen Wilson, Jonathan Young, even bit of Dream Theater, but earlier Dream Theater is kind of a bit silly.
Kevin says Genesis. RB Lordy says Fleetwood Mac the Chain.
Yeah, U2, great. I would probably personally pick Joshua Tree over that. But
I liked U2 until they dumped an album on my iTunes for no reason that I didn't ask for.
Yeah, that was annoying.
I was like, get lost. Let's throw another wheel
Bad
out.
album.
Yeah. I'm going to spin the wheel again. We'll get one more done and then we'll talk F1 again. Or this might put us on a long chat.
That's a simple answer.
RC. We know who RC is. Don't you say Discord? We know who RC is. Says, best thing you can cook. Well, you name it.
It's my custom dessert. It's just the best thing. Heat up ambrosia custard. Put sliced banana in. Put in bowl. Cover with smashed up chocolate digestives. That's it. Absolutely god tier. It's not really cooking if you're just heating up some custard, but it's amazing.
You have to turn the cooker on. So it's cooking. I mean, I used to be, I suppose I technically still am, used to be a chef, so I can cook most things. But I'm going to be really, the best thing I make at home, I make a mean spag bowl. I'm sorry if that's the same answer as yesterday we have for something, but I do. I know Jonty prefers a lasagna.
Yeah, I'm not a good cook.
But yeah, most things I can cook.
I can do really good enchiladas.
Ooh. Fajitas are nice. You're a good fajita. Well, they're sort of the same thing, aren't they, in some ways? Mixture-wise, chicken and whatnot. But
I do enchiladas with minced beef. So it kind of works out like a Mexican cannelloni or Mexican lasagna. That's really, really nice.
RC says, I never knew you were a chef. The flip? I mean, come on. What else was it going to be? A model? I'm a Ferrari fan, for God's sake. That's what I'm saying, honest. Yeah. As somebody says to me once, never trust a skinny cook. There you go. I don't know if that's true.
Oh, good risotto.
I do love risotto.
Nice.
A mushroom risotto. Jonty hates mushrooms, I bet.
No.
Good
mushrooms.
Man. Carlos Sainz back in the pits. Gasly, Bortoletto and Norris back out on track. Maybe Lindblad has to nip to the loo again. He's 2 away from 150.
Yeah.
If you dare, Arvid, you dare not give us 150 when you're 2 away. I'll be disgusted. We're watching the replay of Lindblad. Actually, this might be why he's in the pits. Not smooth through there. Comes through 9. No, maybe not. Big slide through 10. And collects it up quite nice. He said, no, I wonder if he had a big lockup, which is what we're waiting for, which might be why he's in the pits. But I've got to say, Jonty, it is really nice to see the big 4 badge on the Red Bull, seeing that name back in the sport. I do keep catching, yeah, that's better. It's good to see Ford back. Just a shame it's not in a Cosworth capacity in some way, but or with actually building the engine in full. But at least they're involved. We've got the badge back, so that's good. And they're just examining George's left. I say George. It's George Russell, but you know who George is. There's only one of them on the grid. Left front brakes or wheel, really, I suppose. But yeah, the brakes maybe. Trying to work out what specifically they're looking at there on that little picture they've got on the TV because they can't put it full screen for some reason. But then I'd moan that I couldn't see the track action, so they can't win. The drum. That's what I'm having a look at. So I wonder if there's something wrong there that they're just checking. Nothing on the feed regarding... Well, I saw something about a drum a moment ago or a while ago. So I'll just check it's not related in some way. But yeah, he's in the garage basically. They're just having a look at a few things. They're not working on it as such. They're just looking. I thought it was raining then, but they're doing a camera shot through the lights in a fountain for some reason. Rapid brake change, said Stewie. So there you go. That's what that one is. They're doing a rapid brake change. Thank you. I thought I'd seen it somewhere. Appreciate that.
Just seen Sainz being wheeled back into the garage, looking at the winglets on the outside of the front wing end plate.
Yeah.
It's not the whole thing sticking out. You can't really tell from the side or the front. It's literally the tiniest little spindle that then opens out to the wing. That's going to last about 8 seconds in a race scenario. It's just... Just got to get within 6 inches of another car. It's going to snap off.
8 seconds at most. We're seeing the race calendar. Again, just to confirm, season starts, first race, 8th of March in Australia. Yep. And if you're in the UK, just to let you know, that is a 4 a.m. lights out start. So,
what?
4 a.m. for Australia on a Sunday for lights out. China and Japan are 6 and 7 a.m. I think, so it's not too bad. And then Bahrain and Jeddah and that normal times. Miami will be late. Montreal will be late. First European race actually not until round 8 this season, incredibly, which is no European round till the 7th of June. Wow, that does seem late. It's because Monaco's moved, hasn't it? That's why.
Yeah,
Monaco's moved.
Spain.
Spain's the following weekend on Monaco. Then a break to
that's
Austria.
What's thrown me because Spain is usually by end of April.
I mean, Spain used to be round
Monaco.
5, 4 or 5, didn't it? Yeah. Now 9.
Oh well.
And that's laughing at us having to get up at 4 a.m. Like, ha ha ha, you fools. We'll be doing it for the rest of the year, so nah.
But you see, again, that's the tricky time of, do I stay up or do I get up? Right on the border.
I will be. I know I won't be streaming for the race, so I don't. But for qualifying at 4, I'll just check what time qualifying is. But that's a 4 a.m. start. That'll be a stay up because I go live half an hour. So that's 3:30, and I need to get the stream ready. So there's no way I'm going to be going to bed to then get up an hour later. Qualifying's at 5 a.m. Oh, that's even more annoying.
I'm not watching qualifying then. Oh. Nice.
Did I commit to qualifying watch? Or did I say when we get to Europe? I'm going to spin the wheel again. We've got 9 questions to get through, and I want to get as many as we can, if not all of them. So let's do another one, especially if they're fairly quick. Oh no, especially if they're fairly quick fired. This one's from someone called Janty's Carner, YouTube. What is your favourite Fallout game, and why are you wrong when you don't say 3? To be fair, for the debate,
I know why. It's because you haven't played it.
No, but the debate, you framed the question wrong. What is my favourite Fallout game? 4, because that and 76 are the only 2 I've properly played. But then I also can't objectively answer the best, can I? Because I have no doubt whatsoever that whilst playing a game and watching someone play a game are very different, from what I've seen of Fallout 3, I have no doubt that once I play that, whether the remaster or I give up on waiting for Bethesda to get something right for a change and I go and play it originally, I'm probably going to prefer it. But because I've only played 4... New Vegas.
Thank you.
No.
So you're the person who played 76.
76 is one of the most popular games, actually, for live players on the old interweb.
It took them how many years to get it playable?
Yeah, but it is playable now, so that's all that matters. So it's same with Starfield. Shitty start, but it's a decent game now. I nearly said good.
No,
Starfield is not a good game. It's decent, and no more.
No, it's not even decent. It's
You've
only
not played
playable with 1,000 mods. I have. It's awful.
No, I disagree. But that's fine. We're allowed to disagree. Oh, are we having a sort of a race? McLaren versus Mercedes? So 76 was garbage at launch. It was dreadful. Even I gave up after the first couple of weeks of trying it. I didn't come back until they bought the Wastelanders update. But since then, it's just got better and better. It's had some pretty shit updates, but it's got better and better and better, and it's now massively but I think I play 76 more now for the community that's built around it, if that makes sense, because there's some awesome people on there, and it's more for doing that than it is for I don't play Fallout 76 for enjoyment in the same way that most people play online games for grind more than anything, but there's great people there, so that's probably why I play it now, although I've not played it for a while.
I think what I disliked most was just Bethesda's behaviour.
Yeah. The canvas bag.
The most, like, use the canvas bag, all the stuff with launch sending to reviewers and the word influencers and whatnot. But it was the behavior afterwards. Like, they screwed up with their absolute dog awful amateur level code so that people could get into the secret dev room without even having to do anything that breaks the game. You could just get into it if you knew how. Like, oh no, ban them. Like, what? What, you're going to sack your whole team then? Because that's the same thing.
Yeah.
That was really, really shoddy.
Russell goes third, by the way, 33-1.
Definitely should play 3 because you would love it.
Yeah, I'm sure I would. In fact, I'm sure
the best of them.
I probably like all the Fallout games if I played them. Because the TV series, by the way, is epic.
Yeah. Yeah. I think the beauty of 3 is that the map isn't too big. So it still feels expansive, but it also doesn't feel empty. You get what I mean? It's quite easy for that style of games. Like, oh, look how big our map is. And there's nothing in it. The Oblivion Syndrome.
Yeah. It's... I sort of disagree with Red Raven, who's saying that a most played game does not make it a popular game, but I sort of disagree in the way I would use the word popular. In that if you've got 10,000 people playing Fallout 76 for argument's sake and 3 people playing another online game, then I would say that Fallout 76 is more popular with live players.
The way I would phrase that,
I know what you mean. I know what he's getting at. I think
the way I would phrase that is most played does not equal good.
Yes, yeah. I'd put 70. I know you disagree, but I put 76 where I put Starfield. It's a decent game if you like online grind. But I know you can't ever put 76 in good, and you certainly can't be looking at great. But it's fine for what it is, and I quite enjoy it. So, but I guess the great thing about gaming is that you can enjoy a game that everyone else hates, and the only thing that matters is that you enjoy it, isn't it? So, if you enjoy doing something, who cares? But no,
there is something for everyone as well.
Yeah. Oh, gotcha.
Especially if you look into indie stuff, I mean, you can find really weird little things that come out of nowhere that are completely unique. You're like, oh, wow, this was great. Don't get me wrong, a lot of them are also bad, but you can find really fun things, especially when people just try something out. I mean, look at last year, games coming out of nowhere and being amazing. Blueprints.
I've heard of it, yeah.
It's so different to anything else.
Well, like, it's kind of what I find mad, and I guess it's because it's made by an independent, so maybe they care more, but how many sort of indie games or games just made by one person who feels like making a game are so much better than some trip. I mean, like, City Skylines was a good game, 2 was dog shite at launch, but then you look at Manor Lords, one guy, and it's a completely different, it looks so much better, and it is just a better game, but I guess if you're making something by yourself, then maybe you do put more passion into it. Leclerc, by the way, on the C4 is pushing hard. We'll keep an eye on this. Very hard, actually.
Also, it depends what you're after from a game.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, for pure fun with some friends, Lethal Company, and it looks like it could run on a PS1. Made by one guy.
Charles Leclerc, bloody hell. 4/10 up in the middle sector on his own time. On a C4 tyre. I know that's a step softer, so that's where some of that is, but he is pushing.
If he doesn't back off, this could be into the 131s.
He's pushing hard. He looked, maybe could have pushed harder on that one. Left a bit of time on the table on the exit. Over the line he goes. It's a yellow final sector. Piss off, Charles.
Yeah.
we see you, Charles Leclerc. It's still a 32-2. We see you, Charles Leclerc. 22.8 in the final sector, a 10th down on his previous best. So, to answer the question earlier, are we seeing sandbagging? Yes. That was sandbagging. But, although he did leave, maybe just didn't want to throw it all into the curb at the end. But, yeah. Charlie's a tease. I do love my Charles Leclerc, bless him. He's a good egg. That's definite sandbagging there by Charles Leclerc. But he still improved his time. That should have been, if that was a 32-2, that should have been a 31-9 at least, shouldn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
If Ferrari are sandbagging, it might be happening. It might be the year. It might be.
Just need a clip of Morpheus from The Matrix. He's beginning to believe.
And then come back to me in Abu Dhabi in the race reaction where I just sat crying because it all fell apart by Spain. No, just join me after the race in Australia when it's like, but why did he have to say we are checking 9 times? You don't put wet tyres on a dry track. Because Ferrari could have
the tyres over the nose.
Yeah, Ferrari could have the best car and the fastest car this season, and they can still throw it all away because of their Ferrariing. Yeah.
Give me 2 seconds.
Yeah, no worries. I just mute Jonty just in case. City Skylines 2 have pretty awful project management. They've moved to a different studio with the same devs but new management updates. Yeah, I saw the first update. The what do they call it? First Frost, didn't they? Update, which just removing the snow from cars so they didn't have it on their windscreens anymore. You know, little things like that make a difference. Adding recolor into it. Yeah, honestly, it's City Skylines 2 is a better game now than it was a year ago, but it's still got a way to go. But Ice Flake Studios seem to be doing a good job. But also that first update did smell a little bit of low-hanging fruit to please the fan base, but that's fine. That's absolutely fine. There's no problem with that at all. I'm happy with that still. So yeah, good stuff from those guys. So who guessed? I guessed 31-2 Annette. So we've got to find a second in the next 38 minutes. I'm not confident. Jonty's got a shot here though, by the way. He said a 31-7. We think Nat Leclerc would have been around a 31-9 without his despite his slower final sector, let's put it that way. So there's a shot here, and Leclerc did pit straight away, so that might indicate low fuel, but they also might have done that just to make us think he's on low fuel. Stroll is still greyed out on the time and tower, by the way, because whatever. May as well. He's not greyed out again, is he? So waiting for FM 26 to be fixed. I've not played an F1 football manager, for ages, Michael, so I'm not sure what's going on there. They skipped one, so you'd have thought 26 would have been good, wouldn't you? Given they had a bit more time to work on it, but Max says, I cannot fathom a world whereby he is never world champion, referring to Leclerc, because they cannot give him a car. I'm rooting for him so much. Yeah, I'd like him to. I need Charles Leclerc to win a world championship. The emotion will be high. If we've got a title in Abu Dhabi and he's in it, and I do a race watch on for that, prepare for tears at the end. Whatever happens, if it's a Ferrari versus Ferrari, but Charles Leclerc, yeah, soft spot for him. Ferrari was quite a bit better on decisions last year, so going in the right direction. Yeah. I think Fred Vasseur has made some good changes at Ferrari, and they seem to be starting to show through, but there was still quite a lot of we are checking. And like we said yesterday, as a race engineer, you have to have an answer. When a driver comes to you, even if it's just the most basic of answers, you need to have some information. You should have everything in front of you need to be able to say to your driver, I have this information, I will go find out the next bit. But yeah. Difference is I'm actually a fan, CPB. That's the difference. I don't do it for clicks and show. I'm joking. Mr. We are checking has left at least. That is true. He's not going to be on Hamilton anymore, is he? So Ademi was Ricardo Ademi was Hamilton, and Brian Bossie is Leclerc. So if you hear banging, by the way, it sounds like the shopping's arrived. So that saves me a job later. That's why I got it delivered at 3:30. You know. Oh, could you pop that away, darling, for me? Thank you very much. I'll be streaming, so I can't do it. Oh, the fridge needs cleaning out as well. Sorry about that. I forgot to do that yesterday. Anyway, I'm not that bad. I'm not lazy. I promise. Yeah, a little bit. Yes. So what we got? We got a sights end of the pit lane. Russell, Bearman, Norris, and Gasly out on track. We're watching Norris on board. Do you know what it is with shopping? I just can't be bothered to put it away. because then I have to, too many tins in the cupboard. You have to move stuff around, and I'm a little bit because I was a chef, and because I used to work in a supermarket, I'm so obsessed with rotating things. So the old, even with the tins, the old goes to the front, the new go to the back, and my cupboard is lined up like a supermarket shelf. Beans, spaghetti, all the way. Yeah, it's quite sad, really. I probably ought to get a grip, but that's the OCD as well. That can't be helped. Which was handy working in a supermarket, to be fair, shelf stacking. My shelves always looked immaculate. Everyone else's looked like crap. Norris is nearly round to the back of Gabriel Bortoletto, actually, on pit entry, but was okay in the end. We have had a C5 from Sainz. That's all right. No worries, Jonty. I'll just pop your sound back on. There we go.
Yeah, we've just had all the wind arrive. All of it.
All the wind? I thought I was missing some wind. Oh dear, 34 minutes to go. So yeah, starting to pick up on track a bit now. But nobody's actually out on any. Come on, guys, C5. I know it's absolutely pointless in Bahrain because you won't ever use it there. But come on, might as well use it while it's there. Norris is out on a C2. God's sake.
I could still hear, and I do agree, it would be. Leclerc needs to win one.
Yeah.
And it would be very, very special. I mean, Monaco, you could say he's nearly Italian. And he's been with Ferrari for God knows how long. That would just... Him winning the driver's title and them taking the constructors. And Italy just closes for a month.
So does Sean.
Drink Europe's supply of beer.
Can you just imagine the number of streams I'll be doing in December drunk because Ferrari have finally done it, and I'm never going to forget it. And it with bearing in mind that it'll be another 15 years before they do it again. So or are we entering another Schumacher domination era? Was that Norris's the back of Bortoletto nearly?
Yeah, that was close. And also looking at just the mentions of games, someone mentioning Forza. Very looking forward to Forza Horizon 6 in Japan, as it should be, finally.
Hang on, Jonty.
And the two...
Verstappen's just done a first sector that's within 6,000ths of Leclerc.
Here we go. Here we go.
I think that says...
Verstappen likes to top everything.
I don't know about his personal life, but... Sorry, that was terrible. I'm sorry. Kill me now. Thomas, thank you very much for your super chat, mate. Really appreciate your support as always. Says it's called CDO, Sean. It's the same as OCD, but the letters are in the correct order. And now your 10% of the gig I had last week is almost up, like you used to get these weekends. Thank you very much, mate. I really appreciate that. Yeah, Thomas for testing streams has always given me 10% of his gig from the weekend, whatever he makes. So thank you very much. I appreciate that, mate. Thank you so much. And not just for that, but for the last, astonishingly, nearly 9 years this summer. So, yeah, thank you very much, mate.
Sector 2 as well.
Yes, however, I'm not going to tell you about Sector 3. He goes third, 33-1. His Sector 3 was only marginally slower than his best, to be fair. But it was 3/10 down on Leclerc. That could be sandbagging. It could be running out of energy, though, as well. That's worth pointing out for both drivers.
Yeah.
It is 9 years, RC. Yes, this June or July, whatever the 2017 Azerbaijan Grand Prix was. I'm sure I'll do something... Oh, that's a point. Do I do something emotional when it gets to that anniversary, given that this channel isn't even a year old yet? In fact, it's not even 3 months old yet, really. 4 months. That's interesting. I probably will, because you're all still here, aren't you? It's not Norwegian money, whatever that is. The Kronen. Yeah, it's true. That's because Thomas is A, awesome, and B, channel OG. Absolutely. I haven't actually checked the likes. We are over 100, so thank you very much. That can shut up now about that. That's great.
Have you got the little wheel back yet?
Oh, the wheel. Yeah. Sorry.
No.
Oh, what?
No. On the likes. Might have been last week in the afternoon streams. When the likes were over a certain amount, if you click the thumb, it turned into a little wheel and did a wheel spin.
I don't know. Is that a thing?
Like a little animated car wheel. It was awesome.
Oh, what?
Let me check. Yeah, it's doing it now.
On desktop
Go to your
only.
own stream. Oh, yeah,
Right.
unlike and then like your stream. It does a little animation of a wheel.
You think I actually liked my stream? I will go to the F1 Word account and I will like it from there. Thank you. Formula Sean. No, not Formula E, not Formula One, and certainly not Formula Testing. Formula Sean, please. Not Formula Satan. Oh my God. Look. They can't even find me.
Purple again in Sector 1.
Leclerc could do one. I found something. Well, you've told me about something cool now. Let's have a look. Go away. Where's the like button? Well, that's the greatest thing I've ever seen in my life.
It's brilliant.
What was that about? I did like my own stream. No, because it feels cheesy to do that. Leclerc's flying, but I'm not going to get excited. He's coming through the final corner. Go on, Charles. Keep it. That's more like it.
Yeah,
that's
keep
more
it
like
pinned.
It.
Stamps on the brakes 10 metres from the line.
Oh, it's a 31.9. We were right, Jonty. That's where he was. I think that puts you in the lead.
Into the 31s.
You're 2/10 off.
2/10 off.
You're in. I think you're just in the lead anyway, but there you go. 31.9.
Gasly jumped up a bit.
Gasly up to 5th. Gasly slips into P5 DMs, says Jonathan. 31.9. Do you know we might get to 31.7, Jonty, you know? And that'll be you insufferable for the rest of the year.
Oh, can you imagine if it's exactly what it said?
I think, yeah.
31.721, I think.
31. It's on my look. 31.721. Yeah. Wow.
Oh, that'd be brilliant.
Needs to throw the wheel up now.
Well, it's only happened once before, hasn't it? So when I got something so ridiculous right,
yeah,
that I was insufferable for a little bit. That was 2018. Leclerc's first year when I said he'd get 10 points finishes, and then he did in the last race.
Question from the wheel, so we can get through some of these. Christy from Discord says, what is harder, hole in one in golf, 147 in snooker, or a 9-darter in darts? I'm saying 147 in snooker straight away.
Yeah, 147 by millions of miles. Like, it's not even close. I've got a hole in one in golf. I've got 9-dart finishes in darts. Never even been close to a 147.
Is that one of those?
Highest breaks about 68.
I just feel like basically what you're saying there is if I could do it, then it must be easy.
Yeah.
But 147, you've got to go red, black, and so on and so forth. Then you've got to pot all the colours as well. That's hard. So 147 for me.
Yeah, 36 pots in a row.
Yeah, that's hard. That
15
is hard.
red, 15 black, all colours.
I'm spinning
Although
again.
there is something harder. There is something harder than that, though. The theoretical 155, which has been done in practice, never in competition.
Is that fouls?
When you're free ball.
Oh, free ball, yeah, of course, yeah. We've got another question. Oliver Archer from Blue Sky says, what is the airspeed velocity of an unladen swallow? I do know the jokey answer to that, but basically
African
depends where
European.
it's from. Yeah. Very good. I'm going to say 6. That's my answer.
It's going to be something around about 60 knots.
Oh yeah.
Knots.
Far off. Yeah.
Yeah, 300 in bowling's harder than a hole in one or a 9-dart.
2 C5 runs, by the way, so far. Gasly, which put in P5, and Carlos Sainz, which put him up to P9. So we've had 2. So if nothing else, we've had 2 C5 runs. But that's what we had yesterday, so that's less exciting. So do you know what? The shirt's on.
It needs to be Russell's turn now.
No, I want Leclerc to do a C5 run, flat out. He won't, but I'd like him to, because then we're going to know. Well, we need Leclerc, Norris, Verstappen, Russell to do it without sandbagging and just go flat out, everything turn up. Then we get our answer, don't we? But they're not going to do that. There we go. Bortoletto's it. They're all improving. I mean, the track's going to be at its absolute peak now, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, yeah, Bortoletto's picking up speed as well. Track temperature, by the way, 26.7. So it does drop off quite a lot in the evening, obviously, once the sun bogs off, as you'd expect.
Over 1,000 laps over the course of 2 days. That's of course of 3 days. plenty of rubber in the right places.
And no rain as well. Yeah. 1:34.2 from Bortoletto, 2.2 off the fastest time, which sounds a lot, but with new regulations, that's not actually awful, is it? In a lot of ways, it sounds a lot. It is a lot in F1, but when you think about what can happen, what can happen in regulations, that's not an awful gap for what is basically a Sauber. It's not basic. Is that Max? Oh, it's a test tyre. Oh, for God's sake, Max. I wanted C5s. Depressed now. That's it. Question is, does the C5 last for the whole round? Yeah, that's the point. It could break up halfway around the lap, couldn't it?
Yeah. On a push lap, the C5's not going to last well
So
around Bahrain, with it being it's a 1-2-3 or a 2-3-4 track, isn't it?
Mm. So the 4's probably the softest you'd want to go. So maybe that time by Leclerc is as quick as you get. What does that? Sorry, I just had a thought randomly as I was talking there, and that happens sometimes. Pole position on obviously a step harder. Was a 29.8, so we're still quite a way off that, despite being a step softer. But it is also only testing, so. Bortoletto's lap was 1.4 seconds slower than Leclerc's C3 laps as nearly. So that is good then. That is a very good lap from Bortoletto, with all the usual testing caveats padded around it.
Yeah.
Annette says, I told you Alpine were going to be best of the rest. We saw it in testing. It must be true. There you go. It has to be true if it's in testing. We know that. That's a Haas.
All the quick ones have come back in, so do another wheel. Let's get it in. We've got 25 minutes. What's
that on Leclerc first? Hang on. Look at me getting all giddy. If that's a test tyre, Charles, I'll be furious. It looks, it is yellow, so that's a C3, I believe. It says C4. But it could have brackets. I don't know. It could be C4. It could be C3. But we'll do a wheel quickly then while he gets his first lap in, because we might want to watch Charles Leclerc here. Oh, look at me getting excited just to be let down again in 6 months' time. It is RC. Is John Elkann making Ferrari worse? His comments don't help, do they?
Yeah, he doesn't feel very Ferrari.
No.
You know what I mean?
I know what you mean. And his comments were were very bollocks at the end of last year as well.
Yeah. Yeah, but if you had sort of like your stereotypical Ferrari top brass of the past coming out and saying something like that, Enzo himself, it would have been taken a bit easier. It's like maybe a little bit more tongue-in-cheek.
Yeah.
You know, keeping that sort of Godfather style aura around him. But John Elkann just sound like a moody git.
Yeah, but we also have to be a little bit careful, because if Ferrari, and we're very early days, if they come out with the best car, dominate and win the championship, then the answer to that question is no. Because you would flip, wouldn't you, a little bit on that one, because clearly he's got everybody he wants in the right place, and it's all worked out in the end. But it's his comments at the end of last year still rile me up, because both drivers, particularly Charles Leclerc, had every reason to call out what was going on last year, and every right to. Yes, they should have also got their heads down and got on with it, but you know, things weren't working, things weren't right. The car was definitely not getting better, despite what he said. I don't know how you can say a car that is still having to carry out lift and coast because of a problem that was found in round 2 of the season in the finale doesn't mean your car's getting better, does it? I mean, come on. Your car's disqualified because of ride height issues in China, and you're still having to lift and coast in Abu Dhabi because of the same problem. Your car isn't getting better. So it was just nonsense, and it really annoys me. Really annoys me. But I agree with parts. I agree with the what's the word I'm looking for? The general idea of what he's trying to say. You know, yes, the drivers should have just got their heads down and get on with it, but also you can't blame, again, particularly Charles Leclerc, for going, oh, come on, guys, seriously, are we doing this? You can understand the frustration. So, and I'd rather have drivers like that than corporate PR BS. But then again, John Elkann would prefer the other way around, wouldn't he? So, there you go. Leclerc is not flight. It's 2 yellow sectors, so he's not pushing too hard on this, unless he's just Oh no, we're not in that era of F1 anymore, Sean, so we can't do that. He went purple in the final sector, though, he did the reverse, Jonty. Yellow, yellow, purple.
How much quicker was that last sector, though? How I ended up so far behind?
Your stream did skip, didn't it, if you remember? It did stall for a bit.
Oh, there we go. That's better. Dodgy now TV. It's fine with the app on the TV, but the browser desktop is awful.
Yeah.
And there was an app for Windows ages ago, but there isn't now.
Is it Sky Go app are you using?
No, Now TV.
Oh, Now TV.
Which is basically the same thing, just with a different brand on it.
Yeah. I mean, the gap to Leclerc to Norris is 0.8 of a second, but it's not going to be that. Come Australia. I mean, I hope it is, but it won't be. By the way, Lindblad did go through 150 laps, 159, 160 now as he goes back out on track. So, hell of a day for Arvid Lindblad. He'll never want to get an F1 car again after this. John Ocon is like the American football team owners who never invest anything into their team because it's already so profitable. So just sit back whether the team is performing well or not. Glazers. Yeah. Know all about that, Zach. No worries, mate. I totally get that one. If Lewis has a good season with Ferrari and wins races, does he retire this year or does he race in 2027? It's a good question because well, the question really is, does Lewis Hamilton want to go out on a high? Does he want to go out on that, or does he want to risk sticking around at Ferrari where they could easily crap the bed the following year? Really, isn't it? It's a high.
I think if he wins, he goes.
Yeah. Leclerc's back in the pits, so I mean, we've got 18 minutes left, but really, it's only 10 because then we're going to get all the fastest starts. Anyone? Hello? Lando's still on the C2s. But yeah, we might not get the runs we want, but perhaps not surprising in some ways, given they don't want to show their hand totally, do they?
Anyone, one of the lower teams, go out full on Banzai lap.
I've got a press release from Aston Martin. It might be worth a read. So the Aston Martin Aramco Formula One team concluded its testing program at the Bahrain International Circuit today. Calling that a program is a bit, with Lance Stroll returning to the cockpit of the AMR 26 for the final time before the Australian Grand Prix. Lance did not get on track until late in the morning session due to a battery-related issue that had impacted Fernando's running yesterday. Honda is the same statement. Honda carried out simulations on the test bench. Due to a shortage of power unit parts, the run plan was very limited and consisted of only shorts. So basically, they took the last part of that press release and changed it from the run plan will be to the run plan was. Oh dear. Mike Crack said we have concluded our test program. Main challenge has been dealing with some reliability issues, some that have limited our time on track. This leaves us on the back foot going into the start of the season because we haven't been able to complete all of the usual tasks typical of winter testing. We recognise there is a huge amount of work ahead, and everyone involved in this project knows where we need to focus to improve our situation. I want to say a big thank you to all of my colleagues across the team who have been working day and night over the last 2 weeks, apart from Lance Stroll and Fernando Alonso, apparently, who haven't done a lot. Thank you very much, Yinka, for your super chat. Says, thanks for the streams, Sean. It makes it feel like F1's back. Hope the throat's okay. And now that Ferrari look decent, when is that prediction video coming? Yeah, now we're getting a prediction video. Thank you very much, Yinka. Appreciate your support. I will say, predictions, I might go and pick out. Maybe you can help me actually in the comments later in this stream if you want to, or you think of any. I might put posts out as well. I might ask for sort of 5 things you want me to predict rather than just going, here's how I think the 22 drivers will finish, because that's so tedious to record, I can tell you now, and boring to watch. So if I like drivers champion, constructors champion, who's going to be the worst, who's going to finish last, but then you could maybe be like, will Russell go to Aston Martin? Will Max Verstappen leave? That sort of things. We can predict the obvious things, but also some maybe more bold and interesting predictions. So you guys get your questions in the comments. It's no good doing it in the chat because that disappears after this. So in the comments after this, if you've got one now, write it down and then copy and paste it once the video goes to VOD, which it does straight away. And if you're watching this later, feel free to get them in. I might even put a post out in the community tab. Honestly, probably not till Monday. And I'll give you a couple of days because I might just go and sleep for the weekend. So, yeah, things like most improved team, potentially, stuff like that. So, but yeah, like I say, no good popping them in the chat because that disappears now and I will forget. So, copy and paste them in the comments later. Sorry, Jonty.
Yeah, I was going to say we should, like, maybe the three of us do a predictions video where we just pick out 5 random things that we just think are going to happen during the year. Doesn't even need to be who's champions or this, that, and the other. Just 5 random stuff that if it happens, yay.
Yeah.
Like completely random things. Like there will, like I'll throw this one out as an example, but I would have to stick to it if we go ahead. Like there will be at least one race. There will be a race with at least 10 DNFs. Like something wild and crazy like that.
Yeah.
That could be a... See, that my old thing of ridiculous predictions that if they don't happen, it was a bit fun. If they do happen, everyone wins. Because imagine what a race that would be.
I'm eating quavers again, sorry. The dog's back for more. He heard me crunching. Yeah. Leclerc's on the C4. We're not doing anything. So let's get this wheel out. We've got 5 left. I need to spat quavers everywhere. We've got 5 left. I think we can probably do these fairly quick fire. So let's fly through these for the last... Actually, I'll save it for the red flag when we get there for the other 4. We'll do one more for now. Evan. Oh, good Lord, Evan. This could have been... I could have done this earlier. My question that I've always wondered...
It's a bloody essay.
We all know drivers keep up with the races by watching the trackside screen somehow. So do you think a driver's knowledge of the broader race was impacted during the COVID races with no crowds? Do you reckon engineers filled the gaps, or was it a mystery until Parc Ferme? I like to think they imagined their own narratives. So basically, obviously during pandemic there were no crowds. Not all the big screens were on as a result, were they? So did the drivers... who, like Alonso, who likes to watch the big screen, did they have to form their own narrative? Did the engineers fill in the gaps, or did they just make it up as they went along? I feel like if a driver wanted to know something, they just ask their engineer, where's this driver, and he'd tell them. So I think probably engineers could fill the gaps, but I don't know how much of it is the drivers watching the monitors or the big screens because they're there. If they're not there, they might not even think about the rest of the race, if that makes sense. Yeah. Sorry, Jonty. Purple Zebra said, gentlemen, a brief look back to the past. That was Evan's question there. Thanks, Evan.
It's never even occurred to me. I have absolutely no idea if they were on or not.
Not all of them were.
I mean...
Because why would you?
I mean, I would well, you would think that, but then I would also not be surprised at all if F1 being F1 just went, oh, these are all the procedures, turn all the things on, and they were just on. Because it didn't occur to them to not put them on. You know what I mean?
Like, yeah, it's a normal process, so let's just press this button, screens are on. I'm sure some were on, but I do recall seeing blank screens as well. But
a lot of them do look. I would imagine it wouldn't have made much difference, though. They probably get everything from their engineers, like you say.
They can ask, can't they, if they want to know something?
Yeah.
Lewis Hamilton last year. Who's leading the race? We are checking. Look at the screens. He is lapping you. That's both Ferraris last year. That's not a Hamilton dig. It's Verstappen, of course it is.
Yeah, must be the water.
Very strange.
That was the worst one last year. It must be the water.
Yeah.
That was just...
Let's add that to the words of wisdom.
Yeah. There's water in my seat. Must be in the water. That's what I just told you.
Oh no, but I said Borsalino stops on track, but he's got to move it again. Whatever it was, it's fine. Yeah, it's all gone a bit. I'll spin it again, but we're just waiting for something to happen. I'm reluctant to do it too much with only 10 minutes left, but we're going to go to red flags soon. So I'll do one more now, super quick, and then we'll do the final 3 when they start doing the practice starts and all of that nonsense.
Yeah, get them all done.
Let's get Lena from Blue Sky. If Robot Wars went back on air in Great Britain, who should be the presenter and why? Well, if it goes on ITV, it'll be Holly Willoughby or fucking Stephen Mulhern, won't it? Let's be honest. Well, Dar O'Brien hosted it when it came back, didn't he? Briefly, when
Colin
they rebooted
Furze.
it. Who?
Colin Furze.
Colin Furze. Remind me.
Nutcase on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
Engineers stuff, the bunker under his house. Makes the jet bikes and nutty stuff. Lives close to you.
I'll host it.
Big F1 fan.
I'll host it. I'll do it. It's not so much. I'm sick of seeing Stephen Mulhern everywhere. CPB, just on everything on ITV. Hosts a lot. Although I mean, it's better than Philip Schofield, I suppose. Anyway, I have not. Who? Alan Carr. Hosting. I mean, do you know what? I'd like Craig Charles back, but I don't know if he would. I thought he was great. I think he was better than Jeremy Clarkson as a host of Robot Wars. I think he was the perfect host for that show. But you'd have to bring Philippa Forrester back with him and all that. I can't think of anyone more. I like the idea of somebody that isn't your normal standard TV presenter idea, though. Going to YouTube or something like that and getting somebody, let's say, fringe, rather than, like I say, Stephen Mulhern.
Yeah. Simone Giertz is a great shout. She was fantastic. She'd do really well hosting that.
Red flag out, they're doing the testing now again. So CPB says, now, gentlemen, do you pay your TV license? I'm just looking to the camera. Yes, of course we do.
Absolutely.
Goodness sake. She's going to get arrested, go to prison for 38 years for not paying that money. Of course we pay our TV license. Goodness me. Yeah, red flag. Red flag for the usual nonsense testing starts and stuff like that. So, yeah. I thought we needed TV tax, you should call it anyway, not license, but yeah. Oh, my TV's just turned itself off. Everything's gone off. What's happened? There's a man with a van outside. Oh, no. That is going to be it then. It's just to start procedures now.
Been any increase in the speed trap today with a few faster laps?
Speed trap fastest today, 329. So that's actually lower than yesterday, I think. Yeah. We definitely had a 330 something last week. That was Pierre Gasly, by the way.
Well, Leclerc did a 336 either last week or on Wednesday.
Yes, it's lower. I mean, Leclerc's in the speed trap was only 326, which is only 3 less than Gasly. But yeah, they're not pushing. We know they're just not pushing, are they at all?
Joe Espada, my lawyer has told me not to answer that question positively or negatively.
Annette says, do you know how to drive your TVs? No, that's the problem. It's quite funny. I know when Ben, Tim at Marduk, came over here, and he was like, just been to buy a TV. You guys need a TV license? It's like, yep, a license for your TV. That was welcome to the UK. I like that. Can't answer it positively or negatively. Very good. I'm going to spin the wheel again. We're going to keep going because we're waiting now for these start procedures. So they're still in the pits at the minute. So 3 to go. So we're going to get through them all, but I'm going to spin them randomly anyway. It's ST. We know who ST is. We know. Everyone knows who ST is.
Oh, this is going to be a silly question, isn't it?
No. What's your favourite starting farm in Farming Sim, and which is your favourite version? What about you, Jonty?
Never played it.
First one I played was 19. I quite liked.
Played
Go on, Jonty.
2 sim games, like Power Wash Simulator, because it's just satisfying.
Yeah.
And I also played a game about digging a hole.
I quite liked.
Just great.
I can never pronounce it. Is it O Bayou on Farming Sim? I think that was 22. I might be wrong. I quite like that one. I like the new Kinlake map as well on Farming Simulator 25. That'll mean nothing to a lot of people. I've left ST on the wheel by accident, so I might have to spin again after that, but it's okay. It'll land on him again now. Is it going to land on him again? It is. I go, sorry. I have to remove it. Cars are back out on track. I'll let you know when they go round. I'm going to spin it again. Yeah. I want to get them all linked. Fair.
Who's going to be last? Who's going to get the final question? You win our admiration. Well done.
This is a nice, super quick one. Anthony says, does the onion go below or above the sausage in a hot dog? Above.
Above.
Yeah. Yeah. What world do you live in?
Goes
unless Anthony might be in Australia. Upside down. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
I'm going to spin it. Even though I've got one question, I'm still going to spin it just for Tim. There you go, Tim. You got to spin. Spinning Tim. They're getting ready for the Silky Raffle start, so we've got time. Tim says,
to spin.
Hi, hope you're well. I am well, thank you, Tim. We're ready for bed, I think. Should tracks with little to no overtaking opportunities be adapted, say a Joker lap, extra section must be taken every 10 laps, for example, or minimum 2 pit stops on these tracks. This season cars might be different, so let's see how it shakes out, I suppose. I mean, is it you or Stuart that's quite a fan of the Joker lap idea?
Yeah, I am. Well, not so much Joker lap. I prefer the penalty lap that they have in MotoGP, where it's not time added at the end of the race. It's not sitting still in the pits for 5 seconds. It's just like if you gain an advantage, track limits, that kind of thing, force someone off. There's an extra. There's a long lap. That's what they have in MotoGP. Long lap penalty. Works really nice.
Sorry, Jonty, I've just realised all 10 cars that are available are on the grid. So it's a proper start. They're going to have to do another formation lap first, though, aren't they? They're doing this whole testing thing. But I think Tim's right. Let's see how this season goes before we start worrying about those things. But I don't like, for example, like the 2 pit stop on tracks. I don't like that in Monaco. It was stupid. So it didn't work in Monaco, but that could work somewhere else. So I'm not going to completely poo-poo that idea. Just it doesn't work for Monaco because you could just back everyone up, or in Russell's case, just take a penalty and cut the chicane. So yeah, I don't like that. But I think just see how they go. But I think a Joker lap's a cool idea. But I also quite like the way they do penalties in. I think you might have just said this on MotoGP, where they get a penalty and they go round a specific part of the track, don't they? An extra bit. That's better. But yeah, I can't think of any other way you'd spice the race if it was a bit rubbish. Yeah.
It completely, it does the same thing without interrupting or pausing what's going on.
Extra formation lap, there we go. So we're not missing anything, don't worry. Yeah. I think Tim's right. Let's see how it shakes out.
This is the problem, Red Raven. There are tracks where you just can't do it. That's where it gets difficult.
There are tracks you shouldn't do it. You could do a Joker lap on Monaco, but you could make it even more of a Joker lap by leaving the public roads open on the bit you go on, and you are stuck in traffic. Come on, get out of the way! Trying to squeeze an F1 car out of those tight streets.
I suppose there are places you could do it in Monaco. Like FE has attack mode around the outside of the Lowe's hairpin now. So you just have that white line, and F1 guy has to go right around the outside.
Yeah. Yeah. Do they do the full Monaco now, then, if they're doing Lowe's hairpin?
Yeah.
Must do, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's in Gen 3 they've done the full Monaco.
Cool. I need to look at the Gen 4 car. Apparently that looks epic, people are saying. So
it does.
I need to have a look at that.
And you're right, Purple Zebra. Stuart did do a whole video on alternative Monaco layouts, and they were all good and all perfectly reasonable.
Got to get out and get the replacement bus. That's good. That's good.
That's only at Silverstone. Everyone else's train system works.
So that is it for the testing session. We're just waiting for these practice starts, but the clock has run down to 0. So let's see. The wheel is gone for now, CPB. I will put a post out. Next time we do a midweek stream, we might put a post out for questions we can stick on the wheel again. And maybe we'll make it a regular segment towards the end of streams just to get some extras in. But it'll be if end of day 3. If there is ever another wheel, keep an eye on the community section, and that'll be where the question goes. So what we'll do, we'll watch this practice start, then I'll say goodbye and thank you to Jonty, let him go and get on with his life, get his time back, and then I will run through the order one last time, and then we'll sign off from there.
I'm going to make you jealous.
Why?
After this, well, when I had to go to town this morning for prescriptions and things, I went past the local independent butchers and got a couple of handmade steak pies. They're going to be
nice. They will be nice, yeah. I don't know what we're having yet. It might yet be takeaway. It's Friday after all. One car's going to pit to ruin our fun.
Like that.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Check the old wallet.
He's just, oh, look at those moths. My God. Russell is out from his own completely. But only because Leclerc... I wonder if Leclerc and Hamilton, when they did this yesterday, I wonder if they are hanging back because they know they're going to be jumping off the line pretty quickly. Hanging back an extra grid slot. So let's see. The blue lights will be flashing. It's now... What's this called now, everyone? Chat, I've forgotten now. Pre-start, I think they're calling it, because why not? Lights out and away we go. Go for some, slow for others, nothing for others. Actually, I tell you what, actually, that Mercedes got off the line quite nicely there today. The Audi was horrendous, and the Red Bull wasn't particularly great either, to be honest, from what we saw there. Difficult without the sound on, of course, but...
Yeah, Merck got away pretty well.
Yeah.
Williams got away okay.
So is that where Merck have been sandbagging this week, maybe? You know, if you could sandbag your starts.
Well, these test starts very important so that all things can be can make sure that everything works fine. That one Marshall gets to practice walking 20 yards holding a flag.
I love that. Sorry, CPB, mate. There's not a post there at the minute, but it's now called the posts section. It's just called posts on YouTube. I still call it community because that's what it used to be called, but it is actually just posts now on the channel homepage. So it is there. You've got like videos live and all that.
Or you could just use Blue Sky because it's actually nice.
Yeah. I mean, I'm over there, so it's not that nice.
And actually active on it. And not just F1, you can see me arguing about painting. Well, not arguing, but sharing people's good work.
Leclerc got the better start of the two. That replay. On that replay, he got the better start.
But in a race situation, he'd have been in the slipstream.
Yeah, but I'm just thinking bearing in mind he was a whole row back on the grid. And he's got right on the arse of George Russell.
True.
So he got the better start, but Russell start better than we've seen this week from Mercedes earlier. So that either they've maybe tweaked something or this new race start procedure is working for them, which I still think will suck a little bit for Ferrari, by the way. That they might get shafted by this new race start procedure because nobody listened to them a year ago when they raised these concerns and they had to adapt their car for it. But it's the way it goes in F1, isn't it? But yes, that is it. Pascal says, thank you for the streams. I'm happy with Audi's performance this week. It seems to be a good, nimble car. Hope for points in Melbourne. Thank you very much, Pascal. Yes, I'm very happy with Audi this week, actually. They look good. But that is it for testing.
Yeah, aren't they?
Testing live. So I'm going to let you go, Jonty, again before I do the times. I don't know how we got through it, but we did. But really,
we managed.
Yeah, it's just we just waffle, don't we? It's easy to do. It's like we're sat at home. Almost like that's the idea.
Yeah, well, I waffle longer than most. I won't say better, but definitely longer.
That's all right. It's what we want, isn't it?
Thanks for being here, chat. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, no, thank you for giving up 12 hours of your week, Jonty. I said the same to Stuart this morning. That's incredibly generous, incredibly kind, and really supportive. And I really appreciate it. If ever you go live on Twitch, and not tonight, don't you dare. If ever you go live on Twitch and you need some company, just give us a shout. If I can, I will. So
12 hours minimum wage, about 200 quid, isn't it?
Yeah, and when I will pay you 200 quid. The streams made £29.90, so I've probably not even a tiny bit of that myself this week. But if the channel starts making a fortune, mate, I'll help you out with that. So but yeah,
and I will try to bully him into coming and joining me for a game of stuff on Twitch, and I'll get back into doing that as well. That could be a lot of fun.
Definitely,
get the three of us on something.
Civ.
Right.
Get us all on Civ 5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You all take care.
And you, Jonty.
See you in a race reaction.
And I'm sure I'll talk to you before then. But yeah, thank you very much, Jonty. And I'll talk to you soon, mate. Thank you so much again.
See ya.
Bye. I'm just going to end the call so I don't cause any confusion before we go any further. Yes. That's it. It's over. Let's run through the times first, though. We have to do that for those that might tune in at the end. Charles Leclerc fastest, 31.9, 132 laps for him. 47 for Lando Norris, a 132.8. Verstappen, a 133.1, 65 laps for him. 82 for George Russell, a 133.197, his fastest time. A 133.421, 118 laps for Pierre Gasly, and then 88 laps for Ollie Bearman, a 133.487. It was a 133.755 for Gabriel Bortoleto, 71 laps for him. Kimi Antonelli did 49 laps. Obviously had that issue breaking down on track earlier this morning. Engine change for Mercedes. His day was over. We'll see him in Australia. We'll see them all in Australia now. He did a 33 916 and 49 laps, like I say. Arvid Lindblad just drove all day. 134, 149 for him, his fastest time. 165 laps. What a slog from Arvid Lindblad today. 165 laps in all day, so that's not just an afternoon, don't worry. Carlos Sainz as well to Bavaria, 141 from him. 134.342 his fastest time. Oscar Piastri did a 134.352, 66 laps. Esteban Ocon, 82 laps, and a 134.494 for Esteban Ocon in that Haas. A 134.511 for Hadjar, 59 laps. Bottas did a 38 laps today. 135.290. Hulkenberg, 136.019, 64 laps. Sergio Perez, a 140.842, 61 laps. I'll go through the tyres in a second. And Lance Stroll, 6 reconnaissance laps, and that was all Aston Martin did today because of the issues with not enough spare parts for the engine following Alonso's issues yesterday. So just to make the point again, Lance Stroll today, all day in that car, 6 reconnaissance laps. Arvid Lindblad all day in the car, 165. That is how far Aston Martin are behind. Let's hope it's not all that bad in Australia, but we'll see. Alonso, Albon, Lawson, Colapinto and Hamilton didn't go out on track today. Tyres-wise, Charles Leclerc was on the C4, Norris the C3, Max Verstappen and George Russell, the unknown tyre. Pierre Gasly C5, Ollie Bearman and Gabriel Bortoleto C4, Kimi Antonelli C3, Arvid Lindblad C4, Carlos Sainz C5, Oscar Piastri C4. Again, the C5 not really the best tyre for one lap here anyway. It would, as people said in chat, fall apart pretty bloody quickly around Bahrain. It's quite a demanding track for tyres. Yes, we are doing tyre talk right at the end. Why not, it seems. The way to go. But yeah, C4 for Oscar Piastri. That was this morning. Well, yeah, Norris this afternoon. And then we've got Esteban Ocon, unknown. Isack Hadjar, C3. Valtteri Bottas, unknown. C3 for Hulkenberg. C1 for Sergio Perez. And we don't care what tyre Lance Stroll was on because 1, there's no data, and 2, it didn't do out. Basically, let's turn the TV off. There you go, all done. That's it then. Testing live is done for 2026. We always get through them in the end. They're always great fun. So huge thank you to Stuart and Jonty for both giving up 12 hours of their week for, apart from enjoying the waffle, basically nothing. I can't afford to pay them. They do it as a favour for me. So they're just F1 fans like us. They like to talk. So thank you so much to those guys. I know how much of a an effort that must be, having to listen to this for 4 hours a day each, 3 days in a row. So I appreciate that. And how you guys do it for 9 hours, I don't know. But yeah, it's been a lot of fun. 3 full days, like you say, great fun. And I look forward to next seasons as well. But don't forget, it's not all over. This isn't it for the season. I'll be back. If not, I might do predictions next week. Probably won't be out till Saturday. Worst case scenario, it'll be the week of the Australian Grand Prix. Just depends. Next week's my partner's birthday, so we might do some stuff. So we'll see how we go. But worst case scenario, that will be out before Australia. Will be the predictions. I'll put that post in the community section for you later, and get your comments in below as well for your questions for that. Other than that, I'll be back over on the F1 Word with the Australian Grand Prix preview on Wednesday the 4th. I think it will be. Is it Wednesday the 4th of March? My calendar's disappeared. Wednesday the 4th, yeah. At about 4 p.m. UK time. And then, of course, we'll be live for the qualifying watch-along on Saturday over here. And the race reaction as well on Sunday morning. So very much looking forward to that. And that's how it'll go for the rest of the season, unless we decide to move the previews here, which could happen. We'll see what happens over on the other channel. Before you go, let's hit the end screen. Please do leave a like on the stream if you haven't already, and subscribe as well. Lots to come, like I say, this season. We're not just streams. There'll be lots of videos in there as well, looking at things that happen throughout the season. Lots of speculation. Garage gossip will probably return as well, and we'll have the midweek stream, so can't wait to share all that with you all. Thank you as well for all your super chats and your buy me a coffee contributions, and those who have become members and patrons. Really appreciate all of your support, and we're on our way to our new camera as well, so that's gonna be. I just waved at the camera. You can't see me. We're on the end screen, aren't I? But I guess that's it. I'm gonna miss you all this weekend. Genuinely, it won't feel right. I better wake up at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning as well, thinking I need to be live. But as ever, thank you for watching. I've been Formula Sean, and until next time, goodbye.